Shweta ma'am, you can start now.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and delegates of CTPDCON-ERA 2023, the first virtual international conference on educational reforms and advancements, organized by Council for Teachers' Professional Development, CTPD, in collaboration with its organizing partners, K.R. Mangalam University, Gurugram, Haryana, India, Galgotias University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India, Saraswati College of Professional Studies, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, India, Satyug Darshan Institute of Education and Research, Faridabad, Haryana, India, DAV PG College, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India, and Azad College of Education, Satara, Maharashtra, India. We are profoundly happy to associate as our conference knowledge partners with Vishwa Yuva Kendra, New Delhi, India, Human Touch Foundation, India, Social Development and Research Foundation, India, Council for Teacher Education Foundation, India, Policy Research Center, Bangladesh, and our publication partners of national and international recognition, EZ Education Publishing, Red Shine Publications, and International Journal of Education and Allied Sciences. I, Dr. Shweta Rani, along with my co-moderator for today's inaugural session, Dr. Reena Unyal Tiwari, and it's a matter of great honor for us to be the moderator for this inaugural session of CTPDCON-ERA 2023. Let us all seek the blessings of Almighty, Ma Saraswati, as we all are geared up to begin this inaugural session.
Ya kundetu tusharhara dhavala, ya shubhra vastravrita, ya veena varadanda vanditakara, ya shweta padmasana, या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
That was indeed divine and blissful. We are delighted to extend a very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and delegates of CTPDCON-ERA 2023. The theme of this international e-conference is educational reforms and advancements. Education reform refers to the goal of changing, modifying, and improving the institution of education in terms of educational theory and practice. Such a need arises due to a change in the needs, aspirations, and values of society and their perception and attitude towards the ongoing education system. The reforms and advancements in this prime sector indicate a dynamic shift away from merely focusing on inputs to a more output-oriented approach, such as student achievement playing an integral role in the process of socialization. With this brief introduction, may I have the honor to introduce to you all Dr. Sanjay Kumar, President, CTPD, Conference Convener, and Principal, Saraswati College of Professional Studies, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, India. Dr. Kumar is a postgraduate in education management, commerce, and marketing management. He possesses more than 20 years of rich experience in academics, administration, research, accreditation, and online education. He has successfully conducted more than 30 online workshops on digital skills for teachers during 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. His core areas of competence include digital skills, virtual classrooms, digital citizenship, and digital safety for teachers. To his credit, Dr. Kumar has developed an online 30 hours certified digital teacher course for all levels of teachers. He has received numerous awards and accolades for his contribution in education and society. May I invite Dr. Sanjay Kumar sir to provide the welcome address to the conference and to our esteemed dignitaries and distinguished guests, and formally mark this inaugural session to be open.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sweta. Good morning, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, fellow educators, research scholars, and dear students. Welcome to the CTPD First International Conference, CTPDCON-ERA 2023. We are delighted to have you here for an important conversation about improving education. Our main theme is to have you from an important conversation about improving education. Our main theme is educational reforms and advancement, and we have 4 important sub-themes that we have explored together in next 2 days on 14-15 October 2023. First, we want to celebrate and share Indian knowledge system. With the word Indian education, Indian knowledge is incredibly rich and diverse. It has so much to offer. By integrating it into the global conversation and making it more accessible internationally, we can learn from its wisdom and contribute to its growth. Thereafter, we want to focus on making the world a better place. We want to learn about ways to protect our planet and create a sustainable future. Research, practice, and education are key to achieving this goal. We are digital in everything, either educational services, healthcare services, citizen services, and financial services. Digital transformation is no longer a choice, but it is a mandatory need for all of us. Technology has transformed the way we learn and teach. We will explore how to use technology to improve education and make learning more engaging and accessible for everyone. Finally, we will discuss equitable and inclusive higher education for sustainable development. Education should be fair and open to all, regardless of background. We will look at how we can make higher education more inclusive and ensure that everyone has the opportunity to learn and grow. Together, we aim to find innovative solutions and ideas to address these issues. Your contributions, insights, discussions will play a crucial role in shaping the future of education. Let's work together during this conference to make education better, more inclusive, and aligned with the sustainable development. We appreciate you being here for this wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcoming gesture. Next, it's my honor to introduce Professor Satyendra Gupta, Chief Advisor, CTPD, Conference Advisor, and Dean, School of Education, Galgutias University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. Professor Gupta has more than 25 years of teaching experience in teacher education and schools. To his credit, he has 45 publications as research papers, proceedings, and book chapters, and more than 45 paper presentations in various international and national seminars. He has been invited as a resource person in more than 50 online and offline seminars, webinars, FDPs, and workshop sessions. The Rotary Club of Sahibabad awarded him the Gratitude Certificate in November 2021 for his contribution during the Corona period in the field of education. Sir, may I invite you to shed some light on our Nobel organization of Council for Teachers' Professional Development, abbreviated as CTPD.
Thank you, Shweta ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Namaskar. Good morning to all. I, Satyendra Gupta, welcome you all in this conference. So as I am given the duty to introduce all of you about the CTPD, Council for Teachers Professional Development India. So here I want to state that professional development had always been the need of the hour. Ever during the Vedic period, professional development activities such as yatras, kathas, shastras, group discussions for gurus and acharyas, that's mean teachers, were used to organized mentoring and updating knowledge and skills. So in same way, in present days, also we are conducting the activities which are being organized to enhance professional career, skills, attitudes and approaches in light of the development of new teaching techniques and objectives, new circumstances and new educational result. So with these philosophies, Council for Teacher Professional Development, CTPD, started its journey from July 2022. I am happy and delighted to share with all of us that within 1 year, we remain successful to complete some tasks. I want to quote here like FDP on NAC accreditation process in India, FDP on research methodologies, FDP on digital awareness, and process is going on the earth matters. So conduct such activities, CTPD have created some circles. So we named them Quality Circle, Research Circle, Digital Circle, Bhuchetna Circle. We are also working in the area of research publications. We all are aware that after this conference, the paper which are being presented here will be published in the form of the edited book. So we also help the persons, those who are associated with us, to publish their quality work. And today we are here to organize successfully our first international conference. We have also collaborated with many organizations throughout the country, and with these institutions, which are the colleges, universities, so many educational institutions we are having with us. So with help of them, or we help them, so we conducted many FDPs, workshops, conferences and seminars also. And the persons, those who are associated with CTPD, they are also working as a resource person, and they are helping other institutions to conduct successfully their programs. And we are hoping more such activities in near future also. At present, we are having the support and association of more than 8,000 teachers and researchers. And through social media and website, we are connected with so many persons throughout the country. And we are having live members also. So once again, I welcome you all in this international conference. And especially I want to extend my thanks to the persons, those who helped us from abroad to successfully conduct an international conference. So once again, thank you from the side of the CTPD, and namaskar to all.
Thank you so much, sir, for introducing our organization to this gathering of intellectuals and disseminating light on its working, its motto, and its mission to serve and empower the teaching community. Next, I would like to introduce to you Dr. Jugnu Khattar Bhatia, Conference Organizing Secretary and Principal, Satyug Darshan Institute of Education and Research, Faridabad in Haryana. Dr. Bhatia is a dynamic administrator and educationist with over 20 years of expertise in the field of education. Her areas of competence and specialization include educational psychology, educational technology, teacher education, and educational research. Recipient of many awards and accolades, Dr. Jugnu has conducted several interactive sessions with teachers and students. A perfect blend of energy, enthusiasm, and knowledge, she guides the students and leads the faculty team with vigor to achieve the educational goals. May I invite you, Jugnu ma'am, to brief us about this first international e-conference on educational reforms and advancements that we all know as CTPDCON-ERA 2023.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Guest, Padam Shri Professor J.S. Rajput, esteemed guest speakers, guest of honors, keynote speakers, delegates of CTPD-CON-ERA 2023, executive members of CTPD India, and our valued participants from various colleges and universities. A very good morning to one and all. I feel honored and privileged to present an overview of CTPD-CON-ERA 2023. This is a 2 days international conference on educational reforms and advancement organized by Council for Teachers Professional Development in collaboration with its organizing partners, knowledge partners, and publication partners. This conference features 4 distinct tracks, each delving into critical areas of education that are central to shaping the future of global learning. India's rich and eternal knowledge history includes Gyan, Vigyan, and Jivan Darshan as its guiding principles, with evolution based on experience and experiments. Our track number 1 is dedicated to exploring the rich tapestry of Indian knowledge system and their integration into the global educational landscape. Sustainability is a global imperative, and our track number 2 on sustainable development will provide a platform for academics, researchers, and practitioners to share insight into the latest sustainable development practices, research findings, and educational strategies. The digital era has brought about a revolution in education, making online learning a key component of the modern educational landscape. Our track number 3 will explore the latest trends in digital transformation and online education, and it also offers a glimpse into the future of virtual learning, digital tools, and innovative pedagogical approaches. Inclusivity is at the heart of a progressive education system. Our track number 4 on equitable and inclusive higher education for sustainable development will focus on addressing disparities in higher education and exploring strategies to ensure equitable access to quality education for all. This 2 days international conference serves as a nexus for educators, researchers, policymakers, and industry professionals from around the world to come together and exchange ideas, best practices, and research findings. It will foster interdisciplinary collaboration, cross-cultural understanding, and the sharing of resources among individuals and institutions. I'm elated to share that in the valedictory session of this 2-day international conference, we will present various awards. The first is the CTPD Lifetime Achievement Award to 4 distinguished senior academicians who have made significant contribution in the field of education. Second is the CTPD Fellowship Award that will be presented to the CTPD Life members and non-life members who selflessly contribute to CTPD India as resource person. The third award will be CTPD Junior Fellowship Award, and this will be granted to life members of CTPD. Fourth is the CTPD Senior Fellowship Award, which will represent the highest recognition for academic contributors and support within the CTPD India. And fifth one is the CTPD-CON-ERA Best Paper Presentation Award, and this will be provided to the best paper presentation in each technical session. It means we have in total 4 tracks, and in each track we have 4 sub-tracks. So in total, we are going to present 16 Best Paper Presentation Awards to the paper presenters. And the last but not the least, we have participants joining today from locations all over the world. Before we get started with our conference, we would like to take a moment to share our appreciation for everyone lining up their schedule across the time zones in this way. We understand how difficult it was to coordinate this meeting, so all major stakeholders could attend. We promise to make it worth your while. If anyone on the call knows of a colleague who cannot attend, please feel free to share link of our official YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for providing a synoptic and detailed overview of the International E-Conference. Now it's the time to give a pause and look back through the sincere hard work and the dedication of the people behind this international e-conference, which is depicted through the conference e-souvenir. We are happy to release the conference e-souvenir in the presence of our esteemed guests and dignitaries, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Padma Shri Professor Dr. J.S. Rajput, Shri Uday Singh Shankar, Professor Dr. Virendrajit Kaur, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Professor Yashwant Rao Ramana, Professor Nelly, Professor Dwarika Prasad Unyal, along with other distinguished guests. As the pages of this international e-conference souvenir unfold, we are filled with profound gratitude and an overwhelming sense of pride. It is with great pleasure that we extend our heartfelt acknowledgements to all those who have played an indispensable role in making this conference a reality. First and foremost, we express our sincere appreciation to the dedicated members of the organizing committee. Your tireless effort, your meticulous planning, and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in shaping this event. The countless hours you have invested in curating a conference that celebrates knowledge, innovation, educational reforms, and collaboration have not gone unnoticed. Your leadership and teamwork have been the driving force behind the success of this event. We are deeply honored and grateful to the distinguished speakers who have graced and who are going to grace this virtual conference with their expertise, wisdom, and insights. Your willingness to share your knowledge and experiences is going to enrich the intellectual discourse and will inspire countless individuals. To the delegates and participants who are going to join us in this educational endeavor, we extend our heartfelt gratitude. Your active engagement, your thought-provoking discussions, and your collaborative spirit has been the lifeblood of this virtual conference. We extend our sincere thanks to our organizing partners and knowledge partners whose substantial support made this conference possible. Your commitment to the advancement of knowledge and innovation is something which is really commendable, and we are honored to have had the privilege of working with you. Your contributions have played a pivotal role in creating a platform for meaningful dialogue and progress. The conference souvenir would not be complete without acknowledging the researchers and the presenters whose groundbreaking work, which they are going to have in the many sessions, has been the showcase here. Your dedication to pursuing the boundaries of knowledge and your willingness to share your findings are truly commendable. Behind every conference, there are diligent individuals who work behind the scenes to ensure the quality and rigor of the content. To the reviewers and evaluators who meticulously assessed the submissions, we offer our heartfelt thanks. Your expertise and dedication have helped maintain the standards of excellence that this conference upholds. A special mention goes to our technical and administrative team who work tirelessly to ensure the seamless education of this event. Your attention to detail, problem-solving skills, and ability to adapt to the ever-evolving challenges of organizing an international conference are truly commendable. Lastly, we must acknowledge the responsibility we bear to future generations. As custodians of knowledge and stewards of educational reforms, education, and advancement, it is our duty to ensure that the legacy of this conference continues to inspire and drive progress. We must continue to nurture the spirit of collaboration, curiosity, and discovery that this conference represents. In conclusion, the International Conference Souvenir is a testament to the power of collective effort, the pursuit of knowledge, and the spirit of innovation. It is a celebration of the human capacity to come together, learn from one another, and aspire to create a better future. A humble gratitude to all involved in making this conference a reality. Thank you all the esteemed guests for your appreciating gesture. Now moving ahead, I'm delighted to extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Dean, School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalay, Central University, Wardha, Maharashtra, India, and President, Social Research Development Foundation, to provide his keynote address to the conference. Professor G.K. Thakur has a very long and dedicated teaching experience of 28 years, including 20 years of research experience and 18 years of administrative experience. Professor Thakur's research interests include science education, teacher education, educational philosophy, and ethnographic studies. He has completed 5 research projects with more than 50 papers in both national and international journals of very high repute and has delivered more than 150 invited lectures and talks. Sir's professional engagements are numerous, important being life member of Indian Association of Teacher Educators and All India Association of Educational Research. So now may I request, sir, and may I invite you to deliver the keynote address to the conference.
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Shweta and the organizers. I have been closely witnessing the spirit and energy and the way this group of young, dynamic, and brilliant academicians are working, have been working, particularly in these last 2 decades after this COVID, through this medium. And definitely they have made a difference to our educational environment, and they are trying their best. And I'm so happy to be here on this platform to share my views, though when I got to know that Professor J.S. Rajput, Padma Shri Professor J.S. Rajput is there as the chief guest of this conference. So given a choice, I would have preferred to be a patient listener because with the kind of tremendous and vast experiences and articulation he comes with. So it's definitely an educational experience, an educative experience, a treat to listen to him. Some constraints are there, so I had requested the organizer to bear with me, despite my all issues need not to be shared on this. First, I would like to welcome all the distinguished academicians from India and abroad. Padma Shri Professor J.S. Rajput and our academic partners and distinguished academicians from Mauritius, from gathering, where in 2 days, as the organizer, as Dr. Shweta had just informed us, the participants and academicians are going to deliberate on issues of the great importance. To me, when I think of educational reforms and advancements, it has been a continuous process. It's not like a cross-sectional intervention. It's a longitudinal efforts that the society, that policymakers, all the stakeholders in whatever capacities they are, have been making globally. As educationists, as learners, we are concerned with the curriculum. We are concerned with the way the assessment and evaluation processes go on, and we have to deal with. We are definitely concerned with access to education and outreach, inclusive education. With the boom in technology, ICT advancement, we are concerned with how well we can integrate technology in our educational process that could be for the benefits of one and all. blended learning, flipped classrooms, and these techniques. We have plenty now. Globally, if we see, then we find that that enormous amount of contents, technology, and resources are available nowadays. Particularly in last 2 3 years, we have seen so much of content, digital content. At one hand, we find that these things are available in abundance, but at the same time, sometimes it creates some concerns about the quality of the contents that are available digitally. At the same time, we are concerned about digital dictatorship when we just browse through the websites, what kind of portals are open to us when there are not uh, conscious and sufficient regulatory things in front of us, then which avenues are open to us and where we are going to land up, particularly for youngsters who, when enter this gate of internet, sometimes it happens like they are going to be like an unguided missile, and we have no idea where they are going to land up. So the resources are there, contents are there, then regulatory bodies are working to their best to monitor the situation. And in school setup, in university setup, in higher educational ecosystem, we are witnessing resources, an equilibrium we are trying to arrive at amongst resources, pedagogy, contents, technology. These things are there. With the help of all these things, we are trying to achieve a state of so where the society can get benefited from all this, to have equity, equality, and a societal equilibrium with the help of all these educational means and processes. So how well educational processes are catering to the needs of society, and what are the issues that need to be emphasized on? For that purpose, we have been talking about educational reforms, and every time, after a certain period of time, this becomes a major concerns. If governments change, even then it becomes a matter of concern. After a certain period of time, after a few decades, definitely, when we find things are in monotonous way, then again we think of changing something. So, like educational reforms and advancements refer to the changes and improvements in the field of education aimed at enhancing the quality, relevance, and effectiveness of the educational ecosystem. These reforms and advancements can take various forms and may be driven by various factors. We know, we are informed, we are aware about that, including changes in societal needs, technological advancements, shifts in educational philosophy. And for that, we have these domains where we can look at, like curriculum revisions are there on a regular interval. We have been, and what all should be included, what all should be focused, what all should be added at different educational levels. These things need to be discussed, deliberated upon, and shared. Curriculum revisions. Why curriculum should be revised? What kind of components should be added? What kind of components should be discarded? These things have, again, the geopolitical, geocultural, geosocial concerns. And as per the needs of the society, we should look at the curriculum revision process. When it comes to India, we have just witnessed the NEP 2020. And with the launch of NEP 2020, we have seen the kind of structural change that India is embarking on now. Our school system structure had changed with the advent of this NEP 2020. Earlier, as in particularly in government school system, the early childhood care education was not a formal part of the school system. Now, with the introduction of NEP 2020, this early childhood care and education has been made an integral part of the school system. The structural change, the evaluation system, the assessment methodology, these things have been envisioned to be reformed. Uh, we have witnessed our examination system where students would learn, mug up, and then come to reproduce what they have learned and to write in exam papers. Though the focus has been to the components related to competency buildings, related to efficacy of curriculum in terms of skills and competencies, attitudes, aptitudes should be built in the learners. But to what extent our examination system has catered to such requirements have always been a matter of concern. So this assessment system now focuses on capacity building, learning outcome based curriculum framework should be there, and this curriculum should get translated into our examination system in order to achieve the outcome based learning goals. So these things, and for that, different agencies have been assigned tasks like NCERT through PARAK. And then for curriculum enrichment, there are different sources. Even NCERT, talking to NCERT, they have been assigned task of enriching curriculum and providing resources. And for that, it has worked so hard on developing, like e-Pathshala is there, we have Diksha is there, we have Nishtha is there, we have ICT enriched curriculum, accessibility in curriculum, cyber security and safety related things have been worked upon. NCERT at its one of its centers, CIET, if you go through its website, you would find that even schools enriching school education, they have prepared VR-based content, virtual reality-based content, where now you can see the two-dimensional pics in the textbooks through app. It's like 360 degree ways. Its structure of any particular organs or plants or anything. So these things are there. These things now NCT and other agencies have been working. NCERT and other agencies have been working on, and they have done a great work in preparing those things. So reforms in terms of these things assume tasks, responsibilities, and tremendous amount of energy and work is needed for that. For that, we are working. But at the same time, my concern is, and my appeal is to one and all, that this maybe maybe my opinion may be specific and maybe different from what others think. But what I feel particularly is working through all these things and working on all these things, we are creating islands of excellence. We are creating and we are showcasing islands of successes. Need of the time for a global wholesome educational ecosystem is to not just have islands of excellences. Rather, we should have all connecting dots so that these islands of excellence should not just remain like an example And for the masses, for the last member of the society, it should be beyond reach. All these islands of excellence have meaning, true meaning, only when it reaches to the last member of the society. Only when our inclusive educational ecosystem provides an access and opportunity to these uh, wonderful systems that are being created but are still beyond reach for many of the masses. So we should work on that. This is one concern. Um, I'm happy to see that this conference has one very important track, um, Indian knowledge system. And Indian knowledge system is such a wonderful thing now, being discussed in Indian educational scenario and outside as well. And we know, all of us know, that Indian civilization has accorded immense importance to knowledge. Its amazingly vast body of intellectual texts, the world's largest collection of manuscripts, largest collection perhaps, though if you can just revisit the memory lane of history, you would find that Bakhtiyar Khilji, when he attacked Nalanda University, and they say some 9 millions, an estimated number is 9 millions or maybe more, books were burned by those invaders. And those days, there were no reprints of books. There were no pen drive or hard drive to store information, written scripts in those hard drives like present days. So all those books who were burned are now beyond our reach. So these things we have witnessed. Still, the largest number of manuscripts, largest collection of manuscripts we have in our Indian ancient education system. It's attested tradition of texts, thinkers, and schools in so many domains of knowledge. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna that knowledge is the great purifier and liberator of the self. And we have the entire body of organized knowledge of Indian education system, Indian knowledge system. Primarily, if you see, it has been classified into, as Mundaka Upanishad says, Paravidya, Aparavidya, and the Paravidya relates to the knowledge of the ultimate principles, Paramatma or Brahman, the metaphysical domain, and knowledge that is secondary to how one grasps Akshara, the Brahma. Worldly knowledge, Aparavidya, is related to all those that we deal with in our everyday life. So, like, a distinction is made between Gyan and Vijnana, the knowledge of facts of the perceptible world. Over time, knowledge of different domains has been institutionalized into disciplines or vidyas and crafts or kala. So, like, from there, if you look at how Indian education system, Indian knowledge system has advanced, has a flow, so you would find Indian disciplinaries as diverse as philosophy, architecture, grammar, mathematics, astronomy, metrics, sociology, like Dharam Shastra, economy, quality, ethics, geography, logic, military science, weaponry, agriculture, mining, trade and commerce, metallurgy, shipbuilding, medicines, poetics, biology, and veterinary sciences, and all that. So it's like a continuous and cumulative series of texts continues to be available despite the widespread loss and historically recorded destruction. We have enough so far. Our Indian tradition mentions 18 major vidyas. 14 plus 4 are theoretical disciplines. crafts. And, these 64 kalas are the crafts, skill-based vocational disciplines. 18 Vidyas like four Vedas, four subsidiary Vedas like Ayurvedic medicine, Dhanurved, Gandharva Veda, music, and Shilpa, architecture, Puran, Nyay, Mimamsa, Dharma Shastra, Vedang, and Vedanta, the six auxiliary sciences like phonetics, grammar, meter, astronomy, ritual, philology. So these form the basis of the 18 sciences in ancient India. As far as the applied sciences, there are competing enumerations of 64. And like nowadays, you can find literature in abundance, and people are working. People are working over it. Again, I would like to share my concern over this. And my concern is like when we talk of Indian knowledge system, we generally find it easy to dwell on the historicity of Indian knowledge system. We need to move ahead with the essence of, with the fine essence of elements of our Indian knowledge system. We need to do research on the kind of its implications for the present day's global reservoir of knowledge, how relevant and how meaningful this Indian knowledge system could be for to be aligned to the global knowledge arena. Like, for example, I was just thinking when I saw Madhavacharya, a renowned mathematician of the past, Madhavacharya, in 2 lines of shloka, defines the value of pi to the accuracy of the 14 digits after decimal. It was just 2 lines. And with the help of those 2 lines, the value of pi can be calculated to the purity to the accuracy of 14 decimals, 14 digits after decimal. When we just calculate pi in computer, we find when we generally, those who are using computer do not need to go into how, which kind of language, natural language processing is done by the computer. So how many words and letters are used in calculating simple things. If you look at, you would find thousands of words, millions of letters have been used to calculate that thing. Though the time consumed is less than what we see in numbers of letters and words. But at the same time, I was just wondering that can't our computer system calculate these values like Madhavacharya calculated in just 2 sentences to the accuracy, to the maximum accuracy of what I have talked of. So like we need to research on such areas where how we can reduce the timing, how we can reduce energy to find the solutions with the help of our ways, our traditional ways of calculation, our traditional ways of logical arguments. So these things, then Vaisheshik Darshan, where science is there and calculations, those things. But what happens generally, I feel nowadays, I look at conferences and seminars that whenever we have a discussion, deliberation on Indian knowledge system, so like we generally discuss, though it's very important to discuss, about the history of science, about the history of Indian knowledge system. It's important, definitely important, but we should not just keep dwelling in the state of understanding. Understanding is good, but repeating historicity needs some more to be given to it, some more to be worked upon, and move on to do those things which are waiting for us to be done. So like Indian knowledge system has lots of things to look into, to research, and to bring about the finest elements of this knowledge system for the benefits of humanity, so that we can make this planet a better place to live. I see when it comes to advancement, so advancement, we all understand that advancement cannot take place in isolation. A sustainability is an essential ingredient for advancement. Without sustainability, it's difficult to just let advancement go ahead. That creates hazards that we find unable to bear with. So sustainability we should look at in terms of interdisciplinarity, in terms of data and analysis, in terms of innovation and technology, in terms of policy development, and like three major areas which I find that for sustainable development and education for sustainable development that should be looked at is research for sustainable development. That may include interdisciplinary approach, data and analysis, innovation, technology, policy development, practice, education for sustainable development, and all that. And we have seen the boom in digitalization, but in the beginning itself, I shared my concerns that the abundance, the enormity of digital content available to all should be taken very seriously, sincerely, so that the young minds do not get deviated, do not take the path of where unguided missiles go, and do not land reaching at nothing. So these things are to be monitored cautiously, planned meticulously, and should have goal that includes the value system. Primarily, we look at, even the Western countries are looking at the Indian knowledge system and Indian value system nowadays. So we should best look at all these things, how to include Indian value system, how to include the best practices available all over the world to make the whole educational ecosystem a wonderful one that should have its own dynamism to move ahead for the betterment of the society, to make this planet a better place to live. I think that even I'm very tempted to listen to Professor Rajput. His experiences, I'm like, every words will be a little to describe about him. So I feel I just shared an unorganized thought process, whatever was coming to my mind, to all of you. I feel that this 2 days conference is definitely going to add value to the body of knowledge and to add value to our whole educational system. I extend my warm gratitude to the organizers for making me a part of this conference, and I wish all the participants the best for these 2 days and for the time coming ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your effective keynote address to the gathering of intellectuals. Respected sir, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I feel honored to welcome our chief guest for this inaugural session, Padma Shri Professor Dr. J.S. Rajput, former Director, NCERT, New Delhi, India. Professor J.S. Rajput is a well-renowned Indian educationist, writer, and the former Director of the National Council of Educational Research and Training. After his stint as a professor at the Regional Institute of Education in Bhopal during 1974-77, he served as the principal of the institution till 1988, when he was appointed as Joint Advisor on Education to the Ministry of Human Resource Development a post he held till 1994. UNESCO honored him with Jan Amos Medal in 2004 for his contributions to the educational reforms in India. And he received the Maharshi Ved Vyas Award of the Government of Madhya Pradesh in 2010. The Government of India awarded him the 4th highest civilian honor of the Padma Shri in 2015 for his contributions to literature and education. It's my honor to invite Padma Shri Professor Dr. J.S. Rajput mark his inaugural address at the conference.
Thank you very much, Sweta ji, Tanya Gupta ji, Professor Gopal Krishna Agarwal, Professor Thakur, and other distinguished friends and academics. I'm really happy to know that another association for professional development of teachers has been constituted. As the chairperson of the NCTE in 1994-95, we have assisted one of the quite well-known association, but it is not easy to run an association on an all-India basis. I hope this association will be learning a lot from how it should function and what has been the history of associations. Professional development is a very nice term. And the first publication of the NCTE, I think in 98 or 99, was the professional development of teachers. We had collected the opinion of very senior academics who had fought for the establishment of the NCTE. The idea was it will have as its objective, or as one of the most important aim would be to achieve excellence. And excellence is achieved through professionalism. Excellence is achieved through internalization of responsibility. Just now I heard a scintillating talk on Indian knowledge system. Well, everybody is talking of Indian knowledge system in every university, every system, wherever I go. And I'm surprised. If everybody would be working on this, how much treasure of knowledge we are really going to get in near future. It would be wonderful. But let me also caution. Ours is a civilization. We are proud of it. Ours is knowledge system, tradition of knowledge generation, creation, dissemination, utilization. We are all proud of it. But there are other systems also. And we need to respect them. We need to study them also. Along with the Indian knowledge systems, we must also study them also. And then there are the modern knowledge systems, which are contributing a lot at a tremendous amount of pace at this stage of total developments. Can we ignore it? No. Gandhiji wrote about it and said, I want to keep my doors and windows open to receive fresh air, but it should not blow my house itself. And that is the basic principle when we are studying, learning, relearning, or trying to comprehend better the Indian knowledge systems. The objective of this project or these studies has to be how to present the Indian knowledge system, its salient features, which are still relevant and can be comprehended by others. Those who do not know about our knowledge systems, they should also know how it is relevant. And this is something which can really transform the entire global scenario in terms of human pursuit for peace and peaceful existence. All of us must have heard on a couple of occasions what Donald Toynbee wrote. His idea was that whatever is started in West, that was domination, imperialism, colonialism, it has to end someday. It has ended to a great extent. And then he says the only way for the planet to survive, for humanity to survive, is the Indian way, the way of Ashoka, Ramakrishna Paramhans, and Gandhi. Are we really convinced about it? And when I say, are we really convinced, what I mean is, are we convincing our student teachers about it? Are our faculty members convinced that ours is the way that will pave the path for the future survival of the planet Earth? When we talk of sustainable development, let us just reflect. Why were we not talking about it, say, 150 years ago, or 100 years ago, or even 80 years ago? Because we were not worried about the very existence of the planet Earth. Today we know, scientists are calculating that if consumption continues at this very rate, planet Earth will not survive. If every nation starts consumption at the rate of United States, you will need 5 more planet Earths, and we have not learned how to create another planet Earth. So the issue is extremely tough. There are several challenges before the people, before future generations, about which as educators we are concerned. And these challenges are the survival challenges. And therefore, sustainable development, climate changes, rising temperature, they are attracting our attention. Now, we are talking of professional development of teachers, and why am I referring to these things? Because whichever problem human beings create has a solution which can be generated from their knowledge systems. And knowledge system, the strength of knowledge system depends upon their system of creating knowledge, generating knowledge, transferring knowledge, and utilizing knowledge. Eventually, it comes to schools. And I'm convinced about it, that it is the schools that can make a difference in the attitude of people on a larger scale. Nowhere else you can achieve it. I was very particular about the progress of Japan. I have referred to it several times that in 1955, when I was about 9-10 years of age, in UP villages, there was a muhabra. If something was good for nothing, you purchase something and it was useless, they would say, Japani mal hai, pheko. The worst products came from Japan. Japani mal became a colloquial usage. And what happened by 1980? The best product was from Japan. How this transformation took place? And when I got a chance to visit Japan, this is what I tried to find out from several sources. And they said, and I think what I'm going to say is very relevant for this association or the council, whatever you have created. Japan thought there are only 2 factors that can change the transform the nation. One is trust the teacher. And more than about 25 years ago, I wrote an article on trust the teacher. A nation that does not trust its teachers cannot achieve its objectives at the desired pace. Japan trusted its primary teachers, elementary teachers. And they said, you are the nation builders. Leaders are executors. Leaders can plan projects. They can do things. They cannot build the nation. They can build dams, power plants. They can create Uttarakhonds because the planning is incorrect. The vision is incorrect. But a nation is built by the teachers, those who transfer knowledge. Think of Indian knowledge systems. They created people. Swami Ranganathanand said, what happens in a school or a college? A person with very limited awareness comes to us. We transform this person into a personality. The total work of a teacher, total system is summarized in one single sentence. Teacher transforms an innocent person into a personality. And this is what Japan did. They trusted their teachers. And then they say the second is time, punctuality, regularity. Even today, no teacher is ever late in the school. It has spread to the entire system. If it, suppose in India, no teacher goes late to a classroom anywhere, will it not impact the doctors in hospital? Will it not impact these police inspectors? Will it not impact the politicians? It will. It has done. Exceptions will be there. Aberrations will be there. But the whole transformation will start from there. I have participated in several discussions on national education policy. And now I feel tired about it because we have talked so too much. And I have some experience because I went to ministry in 1989 as Joint Education Advisor. Was supposed to be the looking after the operation of blackboard, diets, all these teacher education schemes and so many other things. But finally, I found that we talk much, but we do far less than what we talk. There is a tremendous amount of difference. And therefore, I have started putting things in a different manner. When I go through the document, the policy, I try to find out what is the best that Indian epistemological system provides in the current context, not in the earlier context. And then I found there are 4 or 5 names which I mentioned. The first is Swami Vivekananda, who tells us perfection already in the person. Education is manifestation of perfection already in the man. This is how he wrote. Are we convinced about ourselves? I took a lot of time to get convinced. I was a professor of physics, transitioned to education, very reluctant to stay here, but stayed on. And they decided, can I learn something? And I tried. I made an attempt. Because once you decide, I have to be here, you have to take a decision. I took a decision. Swamiji told us there is no limit to learning. There is no limit to enhancing the potential of a learner who is given to you by the parents. You can transform his life by one single sentence. And many teachers have done it. They don't teach in the classroom only. That is rather temporary. Many things we forget. But a small thing can transform the whole direction of the life. And who can do it? Who can understand that perfection already in the man? Only that one who has confidence in himself, who has confidence in values, who values time like the Japanese teachers do. And if teachers do it, no railway compartment is delayed even by 1 minute in Japan. That type of work culture must come out of a new education policy. Are we ready for it? Will our association sometimes discuss what has led to the downfall of the credibility of the NCT? These are tough questions and many of your listeners will not like, but somebody must mention it. What happened? The former Chief Justice of India, Justice J.S. Verma, had to write in the report that 10,000 B.Ed colleges are not interested in quality, they are interested only in commercialization. And believe me, friends, these 10,000 colleges were certified to be functioning well, well equipped, well staffed by whom? By 3 into 30, that is 10 into 3, that is 30,000 teacher educators of the country. And therefore, please remember one sentence from me: the credibility of any profession is lowered only by its own members. No outsider lowers the credibility of any system, whether it's a medical system, whether it's a teacher education system or any system. And why I'm repeating it? J.S. Verma gave this report in 2012. And National Education Policy reproduced it in, I think, item number 15.2 of 2020. What does it leave for you, this association, to do about it? We will talk of many good things. I will also talk about it, but I would like each one of us who is listening to me to remember the pain that I have with what a high vision NCT was established and what it resulted in 2012. It has 10,000 colleges which were selling degrees, and it has been repeated in 2020. Therefore, the example of Japan is very relevant. Once I have accepted a job, I may have many complaints, but I'm a teacher. I'm a reformer. I am creating the future of India. I will not let any deficiency in my own approach, in my values, in my approach, in my competence, in my commitment, and in my performance. 3 factors, very important factors. My individual character should be in accordance with that famous sentence of Mahatma Gandhi, my life is my message. And why I am referring to this? I will again refer to Mahatma Gandhi. There is a book, Remakers of Mankind, by Dr. Mote, M-O-T-E. He asked Mahatma Gandhi in before maybe 1930 or 31, but book is published in 32. He said, what is your most worry in independent India? If India gets freedom, what would be the first thing that you would like to attend to? He said, no, I'll tell you, I'm worried about one thing. What is that? He says, I'm worried about the character development. How will I develop character? He knew the British had, in a very planned and sustained way, initiated practices that lower the character of the Indians. And once a person lowers in his character, his confidence can never be built up to desired level. And therefore, Gandhi's this concern is very, very significant. At another instance, he says, I am worried about, I am really concerned about when it will come to transforming India, making India, developing India, progressing India. What should worry Gandhi much? He says, and a very significant sentence. Narayan Desai ji used to say in Gandhi Katha, and I heard him a couple of times. He said, Gandhi said, I am worried about carelessness of the intellectuals. Educated persons, they are not worried about others. If teacher educators are not worried about their student teachers, if they are helping them in copying, if they are helping them in purchasing degrees, are they really true to their nation? This is a question that should be discussed threadbare in the meetings. All of us know what has happened and what I have said, and you will not like it. I was referring to the basic epistemological things, and I refer to Swami Vivekananda. Gandhi, of course, all of us know the 3x3 matrix: head, hand, and heart, body, mind, and spirit, self, society, and nature. It says all, and about his philosophy also. Sri Aurobindo, it is difficult to, it's not very easy for everybody to understand Sri Aurobindo, and I could not understand him, and I tried to read some of his books. I requested Sri Manoj Das, who was a great scholar on Sri Aurobindo, and he wrote a small book, Aurobindo on Education. It was meant for teachers and teacher educators, and NCT had distributed it, but he never reprinted it later on. There he said there are 3 principles we are all familiar with. First is from near to far, we know about it. The second was the mind must be consulted in its development. That also we know and we teach, but we never do it. We never try to find out to what level the child has grown up, the student teacher has grown up, what is his grasping power. And the third is the most important point. Nothing can be taught. I am very keen that some individual takes up this task of taking a project and writing a book on, nothing can be taught. It would be a wonderful contribution and I would be willing to help. This is something that if we can understand, if our teacher education systems, councils and conferences can discuss this, what is the meaning of it? What is the meaning of your child discovers everything? I think we shall do a great service to the profession and the objective of academic excellence. Essentially, it is academic excellence I will talk. I have mentioned Gandhi and Vivekananda ji, Sri Aurobindo. And the fourth name I would like to mention is that of Gurudev Tagore. I searched that in the whole document on the national education policy. And I was delighted to read in a book on Sri Aurobindo, on Gurudev Tagore, that when a child is born, he gets two boons from the Almighty. You can say nature, God, whatever you say. Two boons every child gets. And they are, first, power of ideas. Second, power of imagination. You would not have come across any child who does not have these two. Then he goes on to say that our system makes systematic attempts to impede both of these. It restricts, our curriculum restricts ideas and imagination. And then I add, just to elaborate it, I say there are two more, though included in these two, they are curiosity and creativity. Four terms, ideas, imagination, curiosity, creativity, they constitute the pillars of personality development of every child. If somebody can find out these from the policy and in his own work schedule, remain conscious that I am trying to expand, encourage, inspire these four things, the entire scenario will change. The entire quality will change and things will become much better than they are at present. I was in the impression that I will talk to teachers. So, let me refer to one more point. I think I can take 3-4 minutes more. Yavat Jivet Adhyate Vipra. We have read it for hundreds of years, maybe 1,000 years. The meaning is simple. A learned person, an active person, an alert person, a conscious person continues to learn throughout his life, gains experiences, acquires new skills, acquires new knowledge. Vipra is not meant for Panditji here. Now, Delos Commission report says lifelong learning. Very important. Everybody is trying to have lifelong learning, and therefore, we should test ourselves on how far we have internalized lifelong learning. Could we do it? Or we have not done it? I meet many persons retired like me, and they ask me, Dr. Saab, kya kare? To samajh mein nahi aata. I had learnt it much earlier, and I would like everybody to learn it because everybody retires. An academic person is one who creates his own work. We do a job, we are given certain duties, fine. But what are we doing for our own growing up? What we have done the last 3 months in our own growing up, what new knowledge, new acquisition I have got. I think that is very important and that we should always come into our consideration. And that is the essence of the policy. Details anybody can read, details anybody can find out. They know. We have so many positives in our system. And I will speak one sentence. We were at 18% literacy when we got independence. And what was our population? Roughly, I say 40 crores. Though it was less than that. And today we are at literacy rate of about 80%. And population has increased by how much? More than 3.5 times, by 100 crores. We are at 140 crores. It's a miracle that with such a rise of population, India has succeeded in uplifting 18% to 80%. We must salute all those who have been there before us. Those who have planned, those who have executed, those who have expanded the system. When expansion takes place, there is dilution. That is our challenge. We will not allow this dilution. We will not allow Chief Justice of India to write that 10,000 B.Ed colleges are selling degrees. I have so much about this that I can talk. And it is very painful. It should be painful to each one of you. If one person is accepting a lifafa and ruining the system, life of hundreds and hundreds of children, how can we be proud of our system? Talk about everything, academic, professional things, but the system must be clean and the responsibility is internal, not external. I have criticized in some sense, but I say I don't accept your criticism. I say I am simply putting the facts clearly before all of us, because unless and until our system is neat and clean, how can we expect the products of B.Ed colleges are now 4-year BSc B.Ed integrated courses to really do good research, or when they go to schools and institutions, they will follow the basic values. Our competence, our commitment are very significant. But equally or rather most important is our performance. Children must observe, the students must observe that I'm very, very committed to time. I'm committed to going to class, never going in the class without making preparations. That I'm always saying something new. I'm always able to find out and give references, etc. I'm very happy. I have recently, I keep on going to several universities, others, meet very important persons who are contributing very significantly, who are worried about this. I have only added, yes, my experience has been, I have met wonderful people, but I have also seen the system going downwards. It has to be uplifted, and this will be the success of whether it is Indian knowledge system or new education policy. If you are able to transform a person into personality, your life is successful. Gandhiji referred to his mother and said, my mother told me that if you can save the life of one person, or if you can pave the path for the life of one person, your life is successful. As teachers, we are given the opportunity to pave the path, right path for the lives of hundreds, thousands, and even more. This is what we have been interested with. No other section of the society has this much privilege as we have to transform the lives and transforms India. Therefore, friends, colleagues, let our education system of teacher preparation acquire a professional credibility within next 2-3 years, and that will be a far greater contribution of your association than giving some rewards or organizing functions. That is also okay, fine. But the bigger challenge lies in this. How can I enhance the credibility of the system? Thank you very much. You have honored me by inviting me. I'm grateful. Thanks, many thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Your insights have left an indelible mark on us. Respected sir, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us join our hands to welcome our guest speaker, Shri Uday Singh Shankar. Shri Uday Shankar is the Chief Executive Officer for Vishwa Yuva Kendra, a unit of Indian Youth Centers Trust, and responsible for overall management of development initiatives. Sri Shankar is a seasoned development professional with a history of working in both corporations and non-profit organization management, where he brings together 2 decades of experience working with non-profits, corporates, governments, and academic institutions in having the Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030. He is majorly known for assessing the mechanism for collaboration between industries and civil society organizations and creating of cadre of volunteers nationwide. Besides his expertise in developing stakeholder engagement strategy, he is well equipped in the public relations, human resource engagement plan, and internal communications. May I request and invite you, sir, to deliver your address to the conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sweta ji, for wonderful introduction. In the front of Dr. Gopal Krishna ji and Padma Shri J.S. Rajput, you have shared such a wonderful introduction about me, Uday. That is really, I am not the worthy of that, but thank you so much. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Tanya Gupta ji and Dr. Sanjay Kumar ji for including me in this great campaign. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Gopal Krishna Thakur ji and J.S. Rajput Sahab, because they are our guardian, they are our mentor. And sir, if we have the people like you, if have stalwarts like you, we can assure you education is in safe hand. We can assure you, we people will take the baton with more vigor, more enthusiasm, with more passion, and we will do our level best to inherit your tradition, your culture, your knowledge, your wisdom, and your order as well, sir. Because you people have devoted your whole life for the education system. You have devoted your each and every moment to amplify it, to quality education is your core philosophy. And if we people can do something, that will be great for us. Sir, with the bottom of our heart, on the behalf of CPD, on the behalf of CTPD and all the partners, we would like to express our sincere thanks. Though Tanya Gupta ma'am will express the vote of thanks, but there are something in the heart. And if we have the people like you, sir, we can assure you we are in the safe hand. We would like to request all the people there to a round of applause for both the people, both the person, both the stalwarts who had guided us in such a great manner. So I thank you so much, sir. Now, as concerned to the CTPD, more than 8,000 members within a year. That is not a mean achievement. This is not a mere achievement. This is a campaign. You can say it, the organization as an association, but I can say, I can visualize it is campaign, and it is not only in the India, but it is beyond geography. So we would like to express our sincere thanks to you people for your sincere efforts, your commitment, your dedication, and all the things. So kindly accept our heartfelt thanks on the behalf of Vishwavak Kendra and all the team members of Vishwavak Kendra. Thank you so much for your tremendous efforts. Now I will take only 4 or 5 minutes to express my point of view, because we have learned so many things from J.S. Rajput sir and Gopal Krishna sir. So little bit addition will be not much useful, but I will try my level best to include something. See, if I can go for your subject is educational reforms and advancements, such a nice subject, we should ponder it, we should think about it, and we should add ourselves in this campaign, because SDG 4 already shared about the quality education. We have talked about the new education policy, but where we should concentrate, as concerned to my point of view, we would like to say that we can go through the integration, inclusion. If we will integrate something, if we will go include something, only then we can innovate. So I would like to concentrate my idea on only three aspects, that is the inclusion, innovation, and integration. Inclusion for what? We have to think about it. From ancient era to modern era, if we can think about, there were always divide between have and have-nots. Now, this is the role and responsibility of respected teachers to understand these things in better manner. This is the role of social workers to understand this is better manner, because divide is always a gap. And if we people will be able to minimize the gap, we can say that we are on the right path. So inclusion, geographical on geographical aspect, inclusion on rural and urban aspect, inclusion on caste, creed, and religion basis, inclusion on science and technology basis. Because we have to inherit our traditional educational system, but at the same time, we have to include it with the science and technology. And if we can do that, if we will be able to facilitate them, only then we can say that we are doing our right job. As concerned to the innovation, this is not the era of innovation only. Always there were innovation. I can say that when there was the civilization of human being, that time also there was the innovation. If we can think about the modern era, there are innovations, and right now there are the era of innovation. But before that, more important, this is the era of collaboration. This is the era of leveraging of resources. If academicians have plethora of knowledge, abundance of knowledge, there are so many nice infrastructures. Why not they can integrate with industry, they can integrate with the social sectors, so that social sectors can be a contributor for the academicians, so that industry can be the contributor for the academicians, and the all type of research, all type of innovations, if teachers are doing, this will be the asset for the society. But who will bring the society to the education system and your innovation to the society? That is our role. That is the role of the social workers. That is the role of industries. So if there is the lack of resources, industry can share that, government can share that. If there is the gap between the access and the opportunity, social sector can do that. So we think if we people will be able to collaborate and leverage, that will be the big achievement of new era. And I can assure you, if we have the people like you, because 8,000 members within a year, it's not an easy task. You have devoted yourself. You have your commitment is commendable, and we must appreciate. We can go through that, and we have to lots of work. We have to lots of topic where we can understand, like gender inclusion is also important aspects. Where we are, there are so many in SDG. There are 17 goals, and if we can say that all goals revolve within the education system, if we will be not able to impart the education in the society, all goals will be irrelevant. So we have to be relevant. We have to stay connected. We have to stay ahead. I will not take much time because there are so many people who have the knowledge, who have the wisdom, and we are very eager to listen them. We would like to conclude only from the famous quote of Robert Frost, and that is the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. I must salute whole team members, whole organizing committee for such a wonderful team. I can assure you, wherever and whenever you can ask Vishwa Kendra team, we people are always, because this is our moral responsibility to add value a little bit, but it can enhance, it can add. So thank you so much, wherever we will be. Always we are delighted and we are fortunate enough that you have included Vishwa Kendra in your such a wonderful program, in such a wonderful campaign. Heartfelt blessings to all of you and our heartfelt wishes for very successful events. All the presenters, all the researchers, we must salute you. Thank you so much. Thank you to one and all. Thank you so much. We are too grateful.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address and valuable deliberation. Respected sir, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Reena Unial Tiwari, my co-moderator for today's inaugural session, who is also the conference organizing joint secretary and associate professor, Department of Teacher Education, DAV PG College, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India, to kindly proceed with further deliberations of this inaugural session.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta Rani, ma'am. A very warm namaskar and good morning to all distinguished guests and delegates of CTPDCON-ERA 2023. I am Dr. Reena Unial Tiwari, and it is a great honor for me to be the co-moderator for this inaugural session, along with Dr. Shweta Rani, ma'am. In the inaugural session of CTPD International Virtual Conference 2023 on educational reforms and advancement, we have eminent educationists from India and abroad as guest speakers on the themes of 4 tracks of the conference. I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to our first guest speaker, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, sir. Sir is Professor in Faculty of Education, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. Sir is gold medalist at both UG and PG level, PhD and DLED in education with more than 23 years of teaching experience. Professor Singh has delivered 127 lectures as resource person and organized 29 programs. Sir developed 6 courses on environmental ethics, environmental education, philosophy of education, school internship, peace, health, and values for quality life. 18 research scholars have been awarded and in process of completing PhD under Sir's able guidance. Professor Singh has been member of VT in NCTE, NAC, expert in NCERT workshops, and CAS advisory body of UGC. Sir published 84 papers, 18 books, 21 chapters in books, editor of journal, e-newsletter, and magazine. May I now request Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, sir, to address on the conference track 1, that is Indian Knowledge Systems, Integration and Internationalization. Please, Professor Singh. Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself and also you can open your video.
Yes, sir. Aapki
Yes.
PPT ho jayegi, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Yes, my voice is coming. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
Audible.
we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. Yes, because it was not allowed, therefore it could not be seen.
It is allowed, sir. You can open your video.
Okay. शेयर कर somehow videos not able to be displayed.
Sir, I'm sending request. Just you click on the request. Your video will open.
Any problem, sir?
Just trying.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Somehow it is not coming. So may I proceed that way? Because it will
Okay, sir,
take
if
you
option
time.
is not available, you can start.
Because after clicking also it is not coming.
Okay, sir, no problem. You can start.
So the screen is shared. I think it is visible. Hello.
Hello.
Screen is visible.
The share
Shared
is,
yes.
you are just talking. Share your PPT, then screen will be visible.
It is coming or not?
Not yet, sir.
Let me help you. Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute, sir. Let me help you. I have your PPT. Professor Sunil Kumar, yes. Reena ma'am, PPT is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The PPT is visible. Sir, you may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, President sir, and
You're
Dr.
welcome,
Reena,
sir.
Dr. Sweta ji, Dr. Tania Gupta ji, Dr. Jugnu ji, and all the organizing team members of Council for Teacher Education. It is a great opportunity for me to be with you all. I will start today's lecture with this. ओम शहना भवतु शहनो भुनक्तु शह वीर्यं करवावहे तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहे. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Basically, the purpose of everything, whatever we do in our day-to-day life, whether in the local arena or even in the global arena, the purpose is to live together and to enjoy this living and lead a pleasurable life, a blissful life. And this should be available to each and everyone. Nobody should wait it for anybody else. So in today's lecture, the particular motive is to share that Indian knowledge system is just like Bharati Gyan Tantra, or Indian knowledge system is just like a banyan tree. एक बरगद के पेड़ की तरह है, and this banyan tree has the basic roots and these basic roots are supported by other roots. Basically, we should be able to know what is the basic root and what are the other roots which are supporting the basic root, and what are the roots which are coming out of that basic root. Basically, the Indian thought process, that is the realizations, beliefs, and ideas about the reality, truth, and values. The slide is shifting, not shifting. Yes. This particular banyan tree is visible here, and when you go to the next slide, you will find that the realization, beliefs, and ideas about the reality, truth, and value, which are being explored worldwide or globally in form of basic two questions. That is, what kind of universe are we all living in? And the second question is that what kind of life is worth living in this universe? So these are the basic problems of philosophy, or you can also say these are intellectual doubts, and all efforts across the world have been to explore answers to these questions. The Indian seers, Manishis, Rishis, they have done a lot on this, and basically they have realized it. They have not rationalized it. They have not thought it logically, but they have realized it, and they have supported everything with logic and also with rationality desired for people of different consciousness. And basically, in India, we have two concepts. They are very important. As this is a conference of teacher educators, mostly people in teacher education, we have heard the word education for long, but how this education is related with siksha, how it is related with vidya, how it is related with avidya, it has not been explored in recent past, particularly in last 200-300 years, particularly the era in which the India was passing through a stage of slavery. But the undercurrent was there, and people were working silently on it, like Pandit Madan Mohan Malvi, who worked out Banaras Hindu University, like Sri Aurobindo, who worked out the uh, great center in Puducherry, Auroville, and Dr. Rabindranath Tagore, who worked out Santi Niketan. People were working across India and across world on the basic Indian thoughts. Particularly, Vidya means, which is a power. We usually use synonym the knowledge, but knowledge is not exact synonym of Vidya. Vidya has been conceived in Upanishad as a power, and it is perfect knowledge which includes the realization of the self, and it has been under cognition of rishis and the vision of the perfected. And particularly the tools of working out Vidya are Sravan, Manan, and Nididhyashan. Particularly in the Indian tradition, Sravan was the best method of learning and teaching. And basically, things came out from the mouth of the teacher, and what came out from the mouth of the teacher was realized by the teacher. And after hearing from the teacher, we used to think on those things, and thinking consistently with all concentration, focused concentration, that was termed as nididhyashan. So by use of Sravan, Manan, and nididhyashan, perfection of truth was done in ancient days, and now also it is in practice in contemporary times by all the people who can really comprehend and understand the concept. Then it can be read in Kathopanishad, Chandogya Upanishad, and Mundok Upanishad, how Vidya is power and how it is perfected knowledge. Then there is another concept that is known as avidya. Second concept is avidya. We can move to next slide. Avidya is basically the vitiated knowledge. we saw that Vidya was related with self-realization. It is realization about the self, knowing about the self. You have heard the quotation, Aham Brahmasmi, Tat Tvam Asi. All these means you have to know what is the real self. Particularly, avidya, the another term that is related with ignorance, avidya includes all the subjects of study of worldly knowledge, and it has been also elaborated in the Upanishads. All types of knowledge which are taught to us through different subjects and different disciplines, they all constitute avidya. It is part of avidya because everything which we find there, it is all temporal. It changes with time and it has no permanency. It cannot give you permanent pleasure. It cannot give you permanent bliss. Therefore, this avidya is vitiated knowledge, because the temporal knowledge, whatever you are having, may also drag you on a path which is not blissful and which may be problematic for individual and the society also. At the same time, we also find that imperfection of the senses are there, because the imperfect senses are not able to find the perfect knowledge. The knowledge whichever whatever is worked out through the senses is all temporal knowledge. So value of knowledge is senses, and the impressions of knowledge are also caused by the senses. So basically, avidya is ignorance. Then when you look at vidya and avidya, you will find that the roots of all learning in India are the Vedas, Upanishads, and Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Whatever is vidya and avidya is very well explained in Vedas, Upanishads, and Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Further, we find that there is a slok in Isa Vasya Upanishad. That slok reads out like this: Om Isha Vasya Midam Sharvam Yata Kincha Jagatyam Jagat Tena Tyaktena Bhunjitha Ma Gridah Kasyas Vidhanam. Basically, the whole of universal creation, it is manifestation of Almighty. It is manifestation of Paramatma. And ultimately, when you remove the peelings of the worldly affairs, you will find that Paramatma lying there. And this has been our concept. Therefore, we should utilize various things in our consumer life with a sense of sacrifice. We should try to share things with everybody else who is along with us and around us and even away from us. So we should use all things with a sense of sacrifice, thinking that the divine is lying there and he is every moment with us. So this is root of all thinking in India, all type of philosophical thinking, all type of sociological thinking, and all type of cultural thinking in India. You will also find that the banyan tree, which has the main roots or basic roots, it is supported by variety of prop roots which have reflected themselves in forms of Vedic thought, Jainism, Buddhism, Darshanas, and these six Darshanas are Nyaya, Vaisesik, Sankhya, Yoga, Mimamsa, and Vedanta. Therefore, we find that the basic elements of Indian thought and practice have been reflected by these variety of prop roots of the banyan tree, and they are very well enriching the Indian thought and practice even to this day. The basically the essence of when therefore we can see that basically the essence of Indian knowledge system is to find the right way of living. The Indian sheer knows what is the right way of living, and therefore how one can come out of variety of miseries of life the Indian seer is very well able to conceive it. And this has been termed in philosophy as prayojana, the practical utility of philosophy. Indian philosophy is to understand the values and ideals of life and live in accordance with these values and ideals. So, utmost importance has been given to determination of the ideals and ways of life rather than formulation of theoretical views of universe. Therefore, you are able to find that in India, even in the remote corners, in the tribal areas, in the villages, and in the areas where people are not able to find technological things penetrating there also people are living in a state of bliss and peaceful life. Even you could have found that amidst the crisis of COVID, the India was in a state of peace. It was beauty of its weaving of philosophy with the social and cultural traditions of life. So you find that what are the things which are weaved in the social and cultural practices of life. Now, first is the concept of Purusharth. The Indian seers and Indian people in general very well, they know that the purpose of life is to lead a balanced life. And the Purusharth are the values which we human beings seek either for their own sake or as a means to the achievement of a further end. And therefore, Purusharth is practiced in form of dharma, arth, kam, and moksha by every Indian in his life. Basically, the earth or economy or economic value, that is an instrumental value, and it is a value for satisfaction of all types of pleasure in life. And these pleasures have been termed as calm. And this is an intrinsic value, for it is desired not only for its own sake, but also for achievement of other purushars. So earth and calm has been designated as lower purushars. They are conceived at a lower level. And dharma and moksha, they are the spiritual values. They are termed as the param purushar. You might have heard this slok, dhrichi chama damo asteyam socham indriya nigraha. So we have heard that there are particular values in the life which are to be conceived and practiced by every individual if you want to lead a good life. The concept of dharma, it means to have it in your daily practice, to practice it in your daily life, and to lead a pleasurable and blissful life, not only for yourself but for everybody else. We say that vidya dharmen sobate. If you are able to have this vidya in your life, then you are able to increase your righteousness, you are able to increase your glaze, you are able to increase your illumination, and you are also able to illuminate others. In this way, we also find that there is a concept of ashram dharma and varnashram dharma in Indian thought. And this ashram dharma and varnashram dharma is particularly related with how should we lead our social life. In this, we are able to find that there is a brahmacharya ashram. Then this brahmacharya ashram is a phase of celibacy and the phase of attaining best knowledge in the world. And particularly, this is followed by grihastha ashram, where you lead a life of a person who is married and leads a good life, so that he can come out of variety of depths like risirin, devrin, yagyarin. All these he is able to overcome. And after this, there is a stage of sannyas and vanaprastha ashram. So these are ultimately different ashrams. And in these ashrams, we are also able to find that one individual, if he practices these ashrams in a proper manner, then he leads a virtual life. Particularly, you also have might have heard about the moksha. Moksha is the absolute value in the Indian thought, and it is an eternal value which leads to blissful life. and ultimately by practicing of Vairagya. Vairagya is attained through sannyas and vanaprastha ashram, and ultimately every individual aspires to attain moksha through practice of Vairagya and Niskam Karma or Dhyana. You might have heard the term Sravan, Manan, and Nididhyashan. For Niskam Karm, one should be able to think constantly on these values and must learn how one can attain freedom in his life. One who is able to attain freedom in his life, he is or she is able to achieve the best and blissful life, and such a person is known as Jivan Mukt. So these are some of the values. Besides this, the doctrine of karma, which says that there is pap and punya in life. If you perform well, you are able to achieve punya, and if you perform in a wrong manner, then it will lead to demerits and it will lead to adharma. So virtues and vices are ultimately related with your karma or your deeds or how you perform. The particular results are unseen, means they are so micro nature that they cannot be easily seen by anyone, but ultimately one has to bear them in this life. Or even Indian thought believes that not in this life, then in the next life also you will have to bear your uh, uh, results of your karma. Besides the doctrine of karma, the another concept is unity of all life and being. In the first slok, in which we said that Isa vasya medam sharvam yat kinch jagatyam jagat, whether it is animate, inanimate, or whatever form of life is there in on the earth, it is all having the same thing in it. The truth for everything on earth is same, and therefore ultimately we must give as importance to other things as we are giving to ourselves. Similarly, the value of tolerance is also very important in Indian thought and practice. And tolerance or sahishnutta, even Swami Vivekananda says that one should have infinite patience. असीम धैर्य का पालन हमको करना चाहिए. If you are able to practice it in life, you are able to live a pleasurable life and a blissful life, and you are able to come out variety of non-virtuous actions in your life. So Indian individual thought and the social thought are not different. You find that there are social institutions in India. The social institutions in India, they are particularly in different forms like dharma, worship, rituals, and morality. Whatever forms of worship are there, whatever rituals are there, whatever forms of morality are there, they are ultimately there to serve and find out what is dharma and how we should imbibe it in our day-to-day life. Then the caste system, which is a manifestation of Varna system, that is also a social manifestation, how the people of the society can perform variety of tasks and support each other and lead a good life. Similarly, the marriage, there are different forms of marriage which have been accepted in Indian thought. They are Brahma, Deva, Arsh, Prajapati, Asur, Gandharva, Rakshak, and Passage. And basically, we believe in monogamy, where we should help each other to lead a good and blissful life. But we are accepting everybody and everybody who is leading life in different forms. Then there is a social institution, family, which is the strongest institution in the Indian thought, Indian subcontinent. Family, kinship, education, particularly kinship and family are very important. Similarly, education is very important. In Indian thought, we have been saying that a person becomes dviz when he is educated, when he is able to take second birth when he is educated. So education has been a social institution. Other institutions due variety of reasons. 1,000 years, we have blessings which are not in consonant. We are trying our best to overcome all the setbacks which we have received in the last 1,000 years. So economy, law and order are various forms of social institutions, manifestations of the cultural tradition of India, which is mixture of both philosophical and sociological thought. There are certain value differential modes in behavior for audience, and this like a thread is spread everywhere. This is like a organic form of blood, the blood of this ideal man. India is not a man of riches, not a man who is economically rich. The real man of India is a free man of spirit who believes in moksha and who has achieved moksha in life. Then universality, sarvbhaumikta, samanvaya, that is one another value. Then humanism, we believe humanism and find that we have been fighting for humanism and maintain peace in the world order in the past and even today. You might have not heard that Indians are ultimately involved in grabbing others' riches. So humanism and toleration are our main motives in life. Then development of individuality, we have talked that varnashram dharma and ultimately the ashram dharma, they are very important in our life. Similarly, we have imbibed the concept of satyam, shivam and sundaram. Whatever is real, that has to be accepted. इसलिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि सत्यमेव जयते, सत्य की ही हमेशा विजय होती है. We believe in truth. Then whatever is true is useful and it is to be imbibed for all, and it is also beautiful. Similarly, the value of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we are acting for one globe, one earth, and that is the traditional Indian value for which we are working today. So unity in diversity is also important. We have said that all forms, whatever are in India, they are all manifestation of Almighty. So whatever is diverse in India, that is all the manifestation of one. So Indian cultural traditions, they say Sarv Dharm Sambhav, all religious practices, they should be respected. And we should respect to our ancestors also. Fortunately, the present conference is being held on such a day, which is termed as Mahalaya. And today we are performing Shraddha Karma. So this particular event is also remembering our ancestors, whatever we have done, they have done for us, and we owe our gratitude to them. So we are also respecting our ancestors and generations who have given a lot of things to us to lead a good and blissful life. Similarly, our cultural traditions reflects the decentralized form of learning, that is panchayat system. So cultural assimilation, hospitality and non-attachment, these last three values are very important in India. These are the values of non-attachment, that is asang, non-violence, that is ahimsa, and fearlessness, that is abhay. Abhay, asang and ahimsa are the core values of the Indian knowledge system and Indian thought. Whatever we do to practice it. So now coming towards the last part of the lecture, are we trying to integrate it? Yes, we are trying to integrate Indian knowledge system, particularly the 21st century first policy, that is National Education Policy 2020, has clearly said that the rich legacies to world heritage must not only be nurtured and preserved for posterity, but also researched. We have to explore the truth. We believe in rationality, lodging, and realization of the truth. Therefore, the younger generations, they have to research it and they have to explore, find the truth, enhance and put to new uses through our education system. The education system has to be defined, re-geared and changed. A rootedness and pride in India and its rich, diverse, ancient and model culture and knowledge system and traditions, its forward-looking aspirations, they are to be incorporated where relevant things in accurate manner and form are anchored in the system of education, and it becomes a source of pride for others. So for 21st century vision in NEP, we find that what was said by Macaulay, TB Macaulay, has to be reversed. Ultimately, the purpose of 21st century NEP 2020 is to instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian. It was said earlier in 19th century by Dr. Annie Besant that Indians started taking pride in everything which was foreign. But now the era has changed and we have to revert back. She said that Indians should have pride in their own culture, heritage, and their assets. So the NEP 2020 clearly says that to instill among the learners a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development in living, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. The purpose is to work in India, but to work for the welfare of the global world. So, look towards the internal. We are making efforts to change our curriculum, pedagogy, ways of working, everything, and we are moving fast on it. A lot of efforts are being made to channelize things in a different manner. So particularly the internationalization of IKS can be done, first thing, to learn by learning indigenously and acting globally. We have to learn what we have best with us. Today we are doing best in the area of technology, space, and the modern knowledge also, innovations also. So everything has to be integrated with the traditional knowledge system also, and we have to act globally to develop a better world for tomorrow. So spreading of Indian knowledge system about Vidya and Avidya together worldwide will be a better option, and opening of educational campuses outside India will help us in doing this. We have to develop strong online learning platforms and develop IKS based content. Particularly, the Ministry of Education is making a lot of efforts in this, and AICT has recently developed National Educational Forum, Technology Forum, to develop these things in a more proper manner. So, and other thing is to develop well-trained and IKS educated teachers, the teacher who should be well versed in IKS and to disseminate them globally. We see that the diaspora, the Indian diaspora, is working a lot throughout the world. Indians are contributing a lot, and with them they are also carrying the Indian philosophy, the thoughts, the culture, and disseminating whatever is good in the Indian knowledge system. So to conclude, I will say that our purpose is ultimately Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kashid dukbhag bhavet. Everybody should be able to find the truth, to explore the truth. The third part, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, is very important. And by achieving that only we can develop best bliss, best health. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Hardik
So,
Dhanyavad. प्रोफेसर सुनील कुमार सिंह सर, आपके सारगर्भित उद्बोधन से भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के मुख्य तत्वों, सार, मूल्यों एवं वर्तमान शिक्षा व्यवस्था में इसके समन्वय एवं अंतरराष्ट्रीयकरण के संदर्भ में सभी प्रतिभागियों को एक नवीन दृष्टिकोण और इसके महत्व को जानने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। बहुत धन्यवाद सर। Respected Professor Sunil Kumar sir, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
to all the organizers,
you,
and
sir.
particularly to Dr. Reena ji in particular. Thank you, and
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Tanya too, who kept in constant touch with us. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Taking the inaugural session forward, it's my privilege to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Berinderjeet Kaur, who is a well-acclaimed and renowned professor of mathematics education at National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. It's a matter of immense pride to share in this forum that in 2010, she became the first full professor of mathematics education in Singapore. Professor Berinderjeet Kaur held numerous prestigious positions at the global level, such as mathematics consultant to TIMSS in 2011, a core member of the mathematics expert group for PISA in 2015, and president of the Association of Mathematics Educators in Singapore from 2001 to 2, and again from 2004 to 2010. There are numerous accolades to her credit at the national level for education, including the Public Administration Medal in 2006 and the Long Public Service with Distinction Medal in 2016 by the President of Singapore. And in 2015, her recognition as an outstanding educator by the Sikh community in Singapore for contributions towards nation building. So without much ado, I would request Professor Kaur to kindly address the gathering with her expertise on the topic professional development of teachers, key for an equitable, inclusive, and quality educational environment. Berinder ma'am, please.
Ma'am, unmute
And then
yourself. Yeah.
Yes, I have unmuted. So
Yeah.
sorry, was kicked out and I had to find my way in again, which has been a struggle. I have sent my slides to Tanya Gupta. Can you help do the screen sharing? Thank you so much. Put it in the slide mode. My short presentation today is on the professional development of teachers, because I think your theme for your strand 4 is an equitable and inclusive quality educational environment. So I decided to share with you my thoughts about how we can help our teachers to develop themselves. I must say that I'm a teacher educator, but I'm very specialized in the education of mathematics teachers. For the last 34 years, I have worked at the National Institute of Education in Singapore, training by now in my 34 years, tens and thousands of mathematics teachers in Singapore. All right, can I have the next slide? I think those of you who have been reading about TIMSS and PISA, you would probably have come across the McKinsey report. This report was put together by a group of consultants from McKinsey that went out to examine why certain countries in the world are high performing in education, whereas the rest are investing equally in education, but are having their systems below par. And one of the key findings in that report was that the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. And this, I think, is paramount, especially to the Council for Teachers Professional Development, that we have to recognize that if we want any improvement in the system, our key players are teachers, and their development should be at the heart of everything that we do. So this is my underlying kind of philosophy and thought that drives a lot of my work that I have been doing. So can I have the next slide, please? Now, Professor Kennedy is a renowned professor in studying professional development. This professor has actually, over time, come out with a trajectory and a path of development of teachers that ranges from what I would say was once the form of development in Singapore to the other end, which is our present form of development. So I'm sure in India also you are very familiar with transmission. Transmission takes place when teachers come for lessons with the aim to develop themselves. But the main people who dispatch the knowledge are the experts without much hand-holding and work with the teachers. And so these teachers go away to make sense of the knowledge themselves. So this mode is called transmission. It involves training. Sometimes it's award-bearing because people enroll for like a master's in education or a diploma, and they go by themselves to learn some of the skills and knowledge. And it is also a means of trying to plug holes and overcome deficits. Especially long time ago in Singapore, when we had suddenly a change in curriculum towards problem solving. So what do? We kind of get teachers together in hundreds and we run 3-hour workshops. And we want to kind of make up for a deficit, not knowing that what we are doing is actually not going to bear much fruit, all right? But anyway, everybody starts somewhere. And it's always good for my colleagues internationally to know that Singapore started very barely and at the bottom. You may be envious that we are at the peak now, but that didn't come easy. So it's good that we share with you that we were not like this 30 years ago. We started with all these transmission modes. And the cascade mode is the most important one because sometimes we don't have the resources to train all the teachers. So we only train 2 from either a school or a district. And we send them back hoping that they are going to carry on with the training. Now, the next mode of teacher development is transitional. And this is actually the one that has been along for some time now. What do? We come up with standards of excellence. And then we try to get teachers to recognize these standards and work towards these standards. And I think your conference is actually pitched at this because it has come up with some very good strands that are actually fire points, and they're going to set a lot of thought, and people are going to start mulling around and figure out what are the ways in which we can progress. Now, the other one is coaching and mentoring. Of course, this takes place when experts come in and they work with teachers over sustained period of times. And the next one is community of practice. As we do this, we are going to form communities of practice. I can already see that in your conference, through your 4 strands, you are trying to build communities of practice. People with same interests coming together to work towards similar goals. And lastly is the transformative phase in which teachers themselves have been empowered. They themselves want to be agents of change. They want to transform their practice and they want to research their own practice. So they do this through action research, and they actually, I will show you later a model that we have developed in Singapore. And through this, they will transform their practice. Can I have the next slide, please? All right, now I always feel that this is the best analogy that I can use to allow my teachers to appreciate what it is like to engage in training or transformative practice. So training to me is like, they come to my lessons and I give them a fish and they go away, and that is a meal for a day. They are not able to fish because I didn't teach them how to fish. So they will probably look for another fish the next time they come and see me. All right, so that's the training model. Now, the transformative practice is like I'm going to teach them how to fish. And by doing that, I'm going to empower them to actually fulfill their needs for a lifetime. And I think this is what is the model of development that I have worked for in my country for the last 2 decades. So let me now share with you my model of continuing professional development. It is for mathematics teachers, but it is equally transferable to any teacher, if you may say. All right, my model has got 3 phases. That's the most important thing. It has 3 distinct phases. Now, the first phase is acquisition of knowledge. I mean, nobody can develop if knowledge is not shared or made available to them. Now, the next phase is, because when I'm doing the acquisition of knowledge phase, I also allow them to create communities of practice. So in my next phase, in their communities of practice, they are integrating knowledge into practice. So what do I mean by that? They go back to their schools, they work in their schools, they work between schools, they make sense and they enact whatever knowledge they had gleaned and put it into practice. Now, the third phase is one where they are pretty confident of what they have done in their classrooms. They are now ready to share both their benefits and also their challenges and come out and, what would I say, light more fires, you know, like they are agents of change and they want to carry on propagating practices that they have found beneficial for themselves in their own classrooms. So can I have the next slide, please? Now, it's very pertinent that the professional development is actually shaped by 5 critical features. The first is content focus. We must have a very clear focus of what we are going to be working through in our professional development. The second is coherence. What we are working with during the professional development must be relevant to the teacher. Otherwise, there is no buy-in. Why should the teacher come and spend all those hours working through this? All right. So the second is coherence. The third is active learning. It is not passive transmission of knowledge, but it is learning by doing. And they have a lot of hands-on activities with their peers who are their kind of supports. And also we have the pull and the push factors that are interplaying with each other. Now, the fourth one is collective participation. Usually in our work, we only welcome like 4 teachers per school, not 1, not 2, minimum 4. Why we want 4 is because we want a critical mass. We want a critical mass so that when they go back to their schools and they're trying to do their work, they have support. They have somebody to talk to, they have somebody to share, they have somebody to come along to their classroom and help them. All right. And lastly is the duration. This cannot happen overnight. So we actually, the minimum we give is 2 years for a large group of teachers working in smaller groups to actually enact the 3 phases. And we call these 3 phases learn, apply, and extend. And extend also means they are already empowered and they can now go on to help their fellow teachers to develop. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. All right, so communities of practice. So if you look at my diagram here, in the phase 1, when they are having knowledge acquisition, they all come together. They could be from 10 schools, they can be from 8 schools, there could be 40 of them, there could be 50 of them. They come together, they sit and they work through things with the knowledgeable other, which is usually somebody from my institute, trying to bring about some change. And this change could be also a consequence of how the syllabuses or the school mathematics curriculum has been revised. And then in the second phase, as you can see in the 3 circles there, these represent 3 schools. The teachers in the respective schools are working together. All right. But you see the biggest circle below, periodically, like once in 2 months or so, we organize a large group meeting and we facilitate it. Why? We want them to bring their stories of successes or challenges to everybody who was with them in phase 1, up there, phase 1. All right. So this allows them to actually have a sense of belonging. I belong to people who are actually working through similar things. And because we are working on similar things, we are appreciating each other's struggles and also achievements. The smaller groups here, the 3 groups you see, are in school. They are for teachers from the same school. Why do we need that? We call that school-based communities of practice. We need that because when they are in school, as you probably know, it is not easy to effect change. To effect change, you must have support. And where does the support come from? It comes from your peers. So that is why in our work, we only allow or welcome teachers coming to us in groups of 4 or more. All right. So can we have the next slide? Now, this is the process of teacher development or empowerment. So I showed you the 3 phases. They learn. So that is the knowledge acquisition phase. The next phase is apply. They are in their schools working for a year, putting into practice what they have done, periodically coming back into the big groups sharing sessions. The university professors working with them do make school visits to see how they are getting along in the school also. All right. And the last one is we do a review and we try to allow them to actually make changes to their practice so that they can facilitate excellence, which is situated in the ecosystem of their own schools and their classrooms. So this is the process of teacher development and empowerment, that this hybrid model of professional development that I've been working with for the last 2 decades. Can we have the next slide? Okay, so I think of essence here to me is teachers as agent of change. I'm sure it is similar in India and elsewhere also, that top-down push for teachers to do things is not actually very favorable because we don't understand their struggles. We don't appreciate the constraints within which they are working. So when I look at this model of professional development, I'm heartened to see teachers as agents of change, simply because we start with a bottom-up approach. And there's evidence of success of practice in the class of the agent. So the teacher who is an agent has already experienced some success in her classroom, and she's happy to talk to others and convince them. And when these teachers come together, the agents as well as the new teachers who want to be inducted into this work of excellence, they have needs that need to be aligned. So their needs must be similar. All right. So the needs of the agent were the needs yesterday. The needs of the teachers coming in have the needs of today. So yesterday and today must be aligned. So I suppose if you look at documents that we have, how curriculum enactment needs to take place, this chain can be worked through. Finally, peer-to-peer interactions. We have found that peer-to-peer interactions are very powerful. No matter how much we tell them, we have never been able to convince them, but their colleagues and peers have been very good at convincing them to do things that they should do or would want to do with their support. Can I have the next slide, please? So what do I mean by equitable and inclusive learning environments? Sorry, my background, I'm a mathematician, so you probably will see the kind of if-then reasoning that we always use. So to me, equitable means or implies that everybody have access to the same knowledge and resources. That's very important. That's why we say it's equitable, all right? But not everybody can get to the knowledge and resources easily. That's because we all have different handicaps and abilities. So inclusive implies all have means to that knowledge and resources. So, I mean, if we are going to support some handicapped children, we should not change the knowledge. We should retain the knowledge that has to be taught to them just like other children. But we should look at ways and means by which we can make them access that knowledge and resources. All right. So what are the challenges? I think the challenges are immense. And it is in this conference, can I see the next slide? Yes. In this conference, I believe the contributions of our colleagues in Track 4 have a lot of insights to offer us that may mitigate the challenges of equitable and inclusive higher education for sustainable development. All right. So my last slide, please. Thank you. I'm very honored that you have asked me to do my little bit for your conference, and I hope everybody a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful address on professional development of teachers with a focus on critical features that you have mentioned, that is critical feature, coherence, active learning, collective participation, and duration. Respected ma'am, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my profound privilege to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, Professor Yashwant Rao Ramasar. Sir is head of the School of Science and Mathematics at the Mauritius Institute of Education, Mauritius. Professor Ramasar has initiated several research projects on physics, science, and technology education. He has published numerous articles in international peer-reviewed journals, as well as book chapters. Currently, Professor Yashwant Rao Ramasar is leading a joint research project on critical thinking with members from Mauritius Institute of Education and from Maharashtra, India, Homi Bhabha Center for Science Education, TIFR, Azad College of Education, and many more. Now, may I please request and invite Professor Yashwant Rao Ramasar to present his insights on track 2 of the conference, Sustainable Development, Research, Practice, and Education.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Professor Gupta, Dr. Bacha, all organizers, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It gives me an immense pleasure to form part of this important gathering and to address you on this auspicious occasion, the inaugural session of the first international conference organized by the Council for Teachers' Professional Development. I extend my sincere congratulations to the organizers for this laudable initiative. I stand before you today with a purpose distinct from the traditional delivery of a lecture on sustainable development, research, practice, and education, which is one of the 4 strands of this today's conference, today and tomorrow's conference. Rather than following the well-trodden path, my objective is to kindle the flames of critical thinking in connection with this paramount subject, sustainable development. I want to emphasize that critical thinking is not just a peripheral aspect, as it formed the nucleus of my recent research and endeavor shaped in collaboration with esteemed colleagues from both Mauritius and Maharashtra. In my extensive 20-year tenure at the Mauritius Institute of Education, I have consistently observed a recurring trend among trainees and practicing teachers. By the way, the Mauritius Institute of Education is the sole teacher education institution in Mauritius with 3 mandates as per its act: the teacher education, one of the mandate, curriculum development, the second one, and educational research being the third mandate. So my observation actually during the course of my tenure at the Mauritius Education, that there is a persistent inclination by teachers towards adopting a didactic teaching approach, wherein these teachers tend to replicate certain instructional methods without sufficiently exploring alternative pedagogical strategies. Unfortunately, this is the case elsewhere as well. We can see so many research being conducted, and this didactic approach being the prominent approach adopted by basically most of the teachers. So in this presentation, I endeavor to emphasize the critical role that educators play in cultivating a critical mindset among our learners. This in turn empowers them to actively engage in addressing sustainability issues within our immediate environment. Given the interconnectedness of our lives, it becomes imperative for educators to guide students towards a deeper understanding of their impact on the world, fostering a sense of responsibility and proactive contribution to a sustainable future. In a sense, sustainable development embodies progress that not only meets the immediate needs of the present generation, but also ensure the preservation of resources and opportunities for the generations to come. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I will delve into the intricate fabric of sustainable development, placing particular emphasis on a pivotal dimension, the conservation of biodiversity, but take into consideration critical thinking. So the distinct concern regarding biodiversity have far-reaching implications for the overall health of our planet and the pursuit of sustainability. Biodiversity conservation is a central focus of my research, where critical thinking acts as the catalyst to involve our trainees in cognitive dissonance. I acknowledge that this is not an easy task. Through this engagement, my goal is to foster a deeper understanding of the intricate interplay between this critical concept and its substantial influence on the environment. So what is critical thinking? It's a cognitive process which encapsulates analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing information in a thoughtful and logical manner. There are so many other definitions to critical thinking, but I prefer to take this simple one that would later on, I would explain to in relation to Bloom's taxonomy. So while this definition appears straightforward, its intricacy becomes apparent within the educational framework, where these three fundamental concepts are often explored through the lens of Bloom's taxonomy. In the examination of the interconnected issues of biodiversity conservation, our focus extends beyond immediate environmental concerns. We recognize the intricate interplay between the health of ecosystems and the well-being of global society. By delving into the complexities of biodiversity conservation, our goal is to contribute to a more holistic and sustainable approach to shaping the future of our planet. Allow me to elucidate the pivotal role of critical thinking in the realm of teaching and learning, underscoring its capacity to cultivate a discerning mindset in our learners. So this is a model that actually together with colleagues from a few institutions in Maharashtra, we've come up in developing a model that we recognize as elementary, intermediate, advanced critical thinking model, in which the dynamic interplay of thinking, reflection, and action constitute a fundamental process central to critical thinking. In this model, actually does not only facilitate knowledge acquisition, but also provides a framework for discerning the skills acquired by learners to effectively navigate the complexities of our rapidly evolving world. As illustrated in this slide, we have deconstructed Bloom's taxonomy into three specific domains that correspond to thinking, reflection, and action within a hierarchical structure. So comprehending the inherent correlation between human activities and environmental health is a concept of paramount importance, far from being overly intricate. A wealth of research has consistently elucidated the intricate interconnections existing between the actions of human societies and the overall health of the environment. This body of research not only underscores the undeniable relationship, but also shed light on the nuanced and multifaceted ways in which human activities significantly impact the delicate balance of environmental well-being. The pivotal question that arises is why learners often struggle to intentionally acquire the knowledge and skill needed to address environmental issues within their intermediate surrounding. So that model that I've just mentioned, elementary, intermediate, advanced critical thinking model, scenarios function as a means of effectively communicating sustainability issues. The primary goal is to incite cognitive dissonance, compelling learners to critically engage with the subject matter. The intention is to guide learners through a process of situating the issue within its broader context, fostering understanding of intricacies. The ultimate aim is to actually provoke in them that cognitive dissonance and to reflect upon certain situation arising from a given context. So on this slide, you can see I brought to your attention a particular scenario, which is, it might be relevant to a particular learner in a village or even in a city. So in this scenario, you can see there is a context that is highlighted in relation to a particular situation. In this case, about extinction of species. And it might be also a hypothetical situation, yet also it can mirror a real life occurrence within the immediate environment of the learners, as I did mention. So the application of this model of critical thinking necessitates learners to engage in structured thinking, guiding them through a process of systematically reviewing their initial thought, engaging in profound reflection, and eventually prompting them to take actionable steps based on their refined thinking. So this table provides indication on how critical thinking can be identified in the reasoning of learning in relation to that EIA critical thinking model. So question related to what refers to thinking at the elementary stage. Question related to what and why refer to reflection at the elementary and intermediate stages, while questions related to in what way or how relate to action stage at the advanced level. So this table offers insight into the identification of critical thinking within the context of this model and its application to reasoning. At the foundational level, inquiries pertaining to what denotes the elementary thinking. Moving beyond this stage, questions concerning what and why signify reflective engagement at the elementary and intermediate levels. And finally, in what way and how are indicative of action stage, characteristic of advanced level of critical thinking. So this progression illustrates the developmental continuum of critical thinking skills, starting with fundamental understanding what learners can evolve to incorporate reflective analysis, the why, before eventually culminating in advanced critical thinking manifested through inquiries into the nuanced application of knowledge. So in this slide, I just wanted, because I've tested that with the trainees, student teachers at the institute. And you'll be surprised actually to see the level of critical thinking engaged by our student teachers in relation to thinking and reflection and action. So we have actually adopted, you can see on this in this table, a way of assessing the level of critical thinking by assigning a 0 to those elements of thinking, reflection, action not being present, half a mark as being partially present, and 1 as adequately present. And on this slide, you can see for even student teachers, we couldn't find an optimal level of critical thinking at the preliminary stage, thinking. They were simply just erratically coming up with quite a number of ideas, justification, but without trying to understand the current situation and working towards eventually a solution, the action part. So the action part was completely missing at all. And you can imagine if this is what is happening with student teachers, and what would be the implication at the level of school. And this is where I reminded myself of what Professor Rajput mentioned in his keynote address. He rightly mentioned that schools are the entities to eventually develop solutions for sustainability. So we as teacher educators, we are the one responsible for inculcating in those teachers the ability to think critically, with expectation that this notion of critical thinking will transcend in schools. So in conclusion, the results highlight actually a significant disparity in the critical thinking of abilities of our trainees when addressing a contextual issue. And I would wish also to highlight that we did conduct together with our Indian colleagues workshop both in India, in Maharashtra, in some of those teacher training colleges, and also in Mauritius. Our colleagues did come to Mauritius, and we could identify similar tendencies with student teachers both in India and in Mauritius. And we have a publication actually disclosing that correlation between what is happening in the minds of our trainees. So finally, we believe that there is a need to come up with appropriate methodology strategies in our teacher education programs that would help trainees to develop that notion of critical thinking, how to identify critical thinking, and the expectation that eventually there would be an action upon the preliminary thinking and reflection stages. So fostering critical thinking in the context of sustainable development is best achieved through the creation of supportive learning environment. And here, this is what I would quote again to Professor Kaur, mention about using that peer-to-peer interaction. It's best to transfer that knowledge from our institution to the schools. So these settings ought not to foster skill development, but also alleviate any unwarranted constraint that might impede intellectual growth. So this approach would eventually enable learners to actively contribute to addressing environmental challenges. Finally, educators should prioritize not only the conveyance of factual knowledge, but also the cultivation of critical thinking skills and metacognitive awareness through contextual scenarios. So with that, thank you for having listened to me.
Thank you, Professor Yashwant Rao, sir, for your research-based, impactful, and thought-provoking presentation about the need for education to provide the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that empower learners' critical understanding and thinking process to contribute to sustainable development and a sustainable future. Respected sir, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento.
Thank you.
Thank
Much
you so much,
appreciated.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. As we all know, CTPDCON 2023 Conference Track 3 is digital transformation and online education, which will have huge impact on the education scenario. And for this, Professor Nele Doet, a mentor to educators worldwide, is gracing us with her presence, and we are honored to have her as a guest speaker. Professor Nele Doet, instructor in IMT Immersive Technologies MSc program at International Hellenic University, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Ma'am offers free online professional development courses and webinars on Moodle for teachers and provides a Moodle platform for teachers to teach for free on Teachers Teaching Teachers. She founded the annual Moodle and Virtual World MOOCs 2014 to 2023. She implements learning autonomy, self-care with mindfulness, and the Alexander technique, team peer learning, OER in her online courses and webinars. Now, may I invite Professor Nele Doet to deliver her address.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am deeply honored to be here. And thank you for the organizers for making this amazing first year and hopefully many, many more years, professional development, CTPD. It gives me great honor to also be among such distinguished scholars, professors from India and around the world, but specifically from India. I really enjoyed the previous keynote and other presentations. I learned a lot, and I appreciate the fact and the goal, as one keynote speaker mentioned, of spreading the Indian culture and mindset to other universities around the world. And if I can help with that, I will be very happy to do so, because I think it's very, very important for our well-being, because you have one of the most amazing self-care ideas, I think, in the world. And I appreciate that very much. I'd like to screen share. So I'm going to do that right now, my presentation, and begin. First of all, my presentation is very colorful. And the reason it's very colorful is because I've been involved with virtual worlds and virtual reality, augmented reality for the past 15 plus years. And what we try to do is bring colorful images as we see them to replicate the beauty of nature and landscapes around the world, but specifically nature. And I mean trees, flowers, beautiful landscape. And that's what the colors represent. They actually represent the virtual world and how we can beautify it. So a little overview of what I'm going to discuss at this meeting today, which is an introduction to track 3, and that is digital transformation and online learning. A little bit of an introduction. I'll go through each of these a little bit. and then we can connect for further questions if there are any. Let me start with a bit of a background. I am from Toronto, Canada. That's true. But the university that I currently teach at is fully online for its MSc and doctoral programs, which means that I do not meet my students in person. I do not meet the other faculty members in person. We are all in our homes or anywhere else, and that's how we connect. And I think this is an experience that I think all teachers should have, whether as learners or teachers. I've been doing blended and fully online teaching for the past, I guess, 20 years, since 1993, when I started this. And I believe that change cannot come from top down, definitely not. You can't force teachers to accept any kind of change, whether it's mindset or technology or anything else, or attitudes, or to come on time. They will not come on time unless they have a need for it. And the need cannot be to force them to do this. No force can work, or encouragement for that matter. We need to help teachers find the need. Once they have the need, they will make the changes. And we should trust teachers as they do in Japan. Thank you for mentioning that. I thought it was for the world. I thought all teachers always came on time. I know I have never been late, because being late means being on time. Being on time means being there at least 30 minutes before the class begins. I mean, the class wouldn't be a class without a teacher. So the responsibility generally, I believe, is with the teacher. So I was surprised to hear that not every teacher considers that a priority, but it definitely should be. And again, maybe there's no need for that as far as the individual teacher is concerned. So we should help teachers see the need of technology, since I'm speaking about technology. And as I represent teachers who will be speaking about digital technologies and digital transformation, I want to stress that it's about exploring. So the need comes and then exploration follows. As I said, I started in 1993 with a need. My need was very simple: to reach each and every one of my students. And I had over 50 students, sometimes 200, sometimes thousands of students in class. And I could not accept being a lecturer. I never believed that I would be any good at it, or that there was any use for it. I couldn't see the need for lectures. I apologize to all those who do see the need, and I accept that. But for me, lectures were not the way to go about connecting with my students. So I looked for a way, and this is in 1993, I looked for a way to connect with each and one of my students. I didn't want to speak to a body or the walls in my classroom. I wanted to know each one of my students, their needs, and I wanted to support them. And the only way I could think of was to go beyond the class. But I couldn't go into their homes. That would be ridiculous. It wouldn't be physically possible to reach them physically. So I opted for online communication. And in 1993, it was by emails. It was quite primitive because the technology wasn't there. But with time, technology developed. And then I was able to connect with them online through learning management systems and through WhatsApp, for example, during COVID. Another need that I had was to reach the world. I wanted to see different cultures from different backgrounds, countries that were, well, not the countries, the governments that were at war, countries that had no connection, no diplomatic connections, and maybe they were enemies. I wanted them to connect because I knew the teachers were able to go beyond politics and they would be able to learn about each other and enjoy the engagement. So I started connecting teachers and my students through Moodle in 2003. Yes, that was a long time ago. And it is one teacher's need, only my need, to connect with the world and bring maybe peace. I know that's a huge goal, but one teacher at a time, I was able to do it. So I had teachers from Iran and Israel, as well as other Arab countries, Palestine, together in one virtual room, whether on Zoom, in those days it wasn't Zoom, but Zoom alternatives, and on the Moodle. And they connected and they knew where they were from, but no government could intervene and stop this exchange and this learning together. COVID-19 was a need. There was a need to use technology in order to connect students with their schools and teachers. And that accelerated remote learning. So the pandemic was horrible. And the need, I wish it had not happened. But there again is a need, and the implementation and technology was the result of this need. And then I was asked in many parts of the world to help schools, universities, global, with their hybrid, when they had hybrid, fully online, and high flex. High flex meant that teachers can come whenever they wanted or be online. Students who were ill or couldn't make it to the university could join in different ways. And still, they could learn together. And this was revolutionary at the time. Once the pandemic was over, so was hybrid and high flex. So everybody went back to their ways, which is fine because there was no need for it. And I accept that. Again, as an individual teacher, I had and still have other needs. And my need today is to connect with learners at my university and help teachers around the world, which I started in 2006, to learn how to connect, to explore technologies, and learn how they can help their needs. But they need to have a need, no change. And then mobile learning, of course, was also popular during COVID with WhatsApp and peer learning. So that's how it started. It's a slow change when it comes to technology, unless there is a need. Some of the benefits, as you all know by now, of online learning, since everyone on the planet, every teacher, every learner, except maybe in some rural areas, but even there, collaboratively, knows what online learning means or thinks they know. And there may be many misconceptions, after all, because not everyone experienced it in a positive way. And I mean, instructors, teachers, facilitators, and learners, and teachers are also learners, of course, but students. Some had very unpleasant experiences. So I think the professional development, and that's why I think this track is so important for everyone to learn together, to explore and find out how online education can actually fulfill your needs, it can. So it's a chance to learn from others. Online learning provides flexibility for people who are disabled, who cannot make it to university. Age, for those who are over 80, 90, I don't know, and cannot make it. Online education can help them. It can help anyone who has a need. And of course, cost savings. It's a lot cheaper in most universities to have online learning. It takes less resources, of course, less buildings and so on. But I'm not saying this for young learners. When I talk about the benefits of online education, I mean for adult learners, for universities. For K-12 and young learners, it's very important. In fact, it's crucial for them to be there in person in the classroom. Global reach. I think that was mentioned as well. And of course, share cultures and ideas with the world. Invite guest speakers to your school, to your classroom. And accessibility. It's easy to access, and we all know that if we have, of course, the right conditions. And you can also get reports from your learning management system in real time. And this is very, very helpful for teachers to know if some students are dropping off or not. And of course, there are the MOOCs. You can learn on your own if you're a student who's curious or a teacher who'd like to take other professional development and develop skills, self-growth. I think this is very, very important because being online, on your own, with others, of course, you're not on your own, but you are with other people, but they're all in their own homes, somewhere else, but they're all people. They're not robots. They are real people. So learning to cope with change, with discomfort, with technological issues, challenges, helps us. And it's adaptive to our personalized needs. And that was my need, to reach each and every one of my students on a one-to-one basis. And of course, engagement. This allows everyone collaboratively to engage with the tool and learn together. Immediate support, which is, again, my need. And resources. As a young learner, I spent hours of my free time at universities around Toronto. I would walk from one university to another. I spent hours at the University of Toronto in their library learning. But in those days, it was books, and it was hard to get there with the weather, with snow and sleet. And, it was hard to physically get to where I wanted to reach for the resources. Today, it's available everywhere with Google Scholar, with Elicit, which is an AI for resources. Easy to access online universities, and the University of Phoenix that I'm affiliated with has an amazing library that is free to faculty. And I think it should be free to the world. And networking. Being online allows you to meet so many people, and I've met many of you, and that's how I got here. I got here through this networking and online communication. SMART. I'm sure many of you have heard of SMART, but it's important to think about it. Maybe not this way, maybe your way, and your way is fine. I don't believe in my way or anybody else's way. You can learn from others, but try to find your personal way of using technology, and it'll work. First of all, the S stands for specific. You can see measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Now, I'd like to go to the time-bound because I think it's very relevant to the online environment and online education, because you can have game-like activities live using Quizlet or using other technologies that I will mention later on, Kahoot, that many of you must have heard of, live, and students love it at all ages. They love the fact that things are timed. They have to do it quickly because that's kind of the mindset of today's learners, to do things quickly, to have everything done now and not wait for later. So we need to fill in these needs. Of course, we will be teaching them other things, but let's take care of their immediate needs so that they gain our trust. And once students gain our trust with these time-bound activities, they will do anything for us. They will listen to us attentively because we have gained their trust. So this is very, very important. You can see that setting goals and needs have to be very, very clear. What do you want to do with the digital tool? What do you want to do with it? You don't just use tools. And I'm sure you've heard this many times, because many teachers who are happy with technology go overboard sometimes and use the technology as if that's the most important aspect of the pedagogy. And it's not. It's your students. It's the human aspect. It's each and every one of your students. They need to connect with the tools. You need to connect with it. You need to try out the tool before you use it. Try it with your students. Be brave. But remember, their feedback is very, very important. Digital tools are learning tools. They're for us to learn and for our students to learn so we can learn about how to use them effectively. So your goals of what you're using, who you're using it with, how you're using it, where you're using it, when you're using it, and of course, why? Why are you using the tool? These questions are very, very important. And I hope that our digital tool users who are very, very enthusiastic about tools and trending technologies with AI and their use in education will take a look at the why and how. And you need to conduct research to see how you perform, how your students perform, how the gadget or digital tool behaves with your students. Track their progress. Make sure that everything you get is quantifiable. It's important. And did the tool increase the grades? And if so, by how much? Was it worthwhile? Try it again. Maybe make some changes. So these are very, very important. Relevancy, of course, meaningful. They have to be current and they have to be appealing, easy access. Not too many accounts, not too many hoops. We don't want to overburden our students with getting accounts. So be considerate and relate to the students, the learners first, and then the tool. These are some of the technologies that I have used over the years and am using right now. And that is synchronous and asynchronous platforms. This is essential. You need to connect with your students and with each other and the faculty, of course, all learners. Educational apps, virtual and augmented reality, of course, AI as well, to improve quality of education, not to improve anything else. We're talking about quality. And of course, we want interactive whiteboards and videos. There are interactive videos such as Inaugural. The links are there. I'll share the presentation later on so you can try these technologies. And Aminote, these are all free. Aminote is free for collaborative peer learning, where students learn together. And when I say students, I should include teachers, because teachers are learning too. This is a learning process for teachers as well. So when I use technology, I know that I'm learning too, along with my students. Artificial intelligence, as I mentioned, with ChatGPT, these are the ones that I use: Claude, Bard, Google Bard, and Elicit for research information. Elicit has lots of papers. You just need to add your question and you get peer-reviewed or non-peer-reviewed. It's up to you. What you use from Elicit, also completely free. And this is important for inclusive, personalized learning. We want students to be able to do a lot, but we need to guide them so they're not overwhelmed and they have a need. If there's no need, we cannot ask them to use digital technology. And of course, badges. Badges are loved. Students love badges of all ages, digital badges, and also feedback. If you've never used Feedback Fruits, it's completely free. You can track whether on Moodle, outside of Moodle, you can track your students' progress, and they can also see their progress, and it empowers, and it's a lot of fun. These are some, I've broken them down into synchronous and asynchronous tools. You can see them, you can click on them and use them. I know our time is running, so I'm trying to stick to the time. So I'm not going to go through that. And my closing remarks are: digital transformation and online education track is a chance for the presenters to showcase their work, their exploration, best practices. And it's a chance for the audience to also try these. And they're not just trends. They are the future. And we know that because what we do today is future tomorrow. And it's also the past, of course, and we need to move forward. They offer opportunities for personalized, accessible, and diverse educational experiences for everyone involved, including the instructor teacher. So let's take insight from this presentation and the ones to come in this track, track 3, and other tracks, of course, as a starting point for a deeper exploration and action. So I hope you stay connected so that we can continue our professional development, not only in these 2 days, but onwards. So I've added integrating technology, which is where I provide free professional development. I've been doing this since 2006. And connect for questions. Please feel free to contact me through LinkedIn or subscribe to my YouTube channel. I've got just about almost 20 million, 19,000 subscribers, and you're welcome to join. And the presentation, of course, is also available so that you can get the links and be able to ask your questions. So it gives me great honor to close this presentation for you. And thank you very much for the invitation and for your engagement.
Thank you, ma'am. Your insights on digital transformation and online learning have been profound and shall serve as motivation to one and all present in this session to learn together, collaborate, and be future ready to adopt new technologies and innovations. Professor Nelle, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are indeed privileged to listen to our esteemed speakers and gain wealth of knowledge. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed guest speaker, Professor Dwarika Prasad Uniyal, sir. Sir is currently Pro Vice Chancellor at RV University, Bengaluru, and also heads Minerva, RV Center for Leadership and Executive Education. He brings with him rich and varied experience of more than 25 years in IIM Kashipur, Mica Ahmedabad, Eswatch Mumbai and Dubai, Zindal Global Business School. Professor Unyal has been invited by the Government of India to serve as Professor of Management in Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy for Administrators, Mussoorie, to train India civil servants. Professor Unyal is a published poet, author, creative writer, podcaster, and actor too. May I now invite Professor Dwarika Prasad sir to address us on equitable and inclusive higher education, the theme for track 4. Sir.
Sir, you can unmute yourself now.
You can unmute. You can unmute.
There are two options, Dwarika Unyal and Dr. Dwarika Pro Vice Chancellor. Wait a minute. I have to change the host. Yes.
Okay, am I audible now to everyone?
Yes, sir, audible.
Yeah, my apologies. I just wanted to ensure I'm very paranoid with technology, unlike the previous speaker. So I was logged in with 3 machines that if one fails, another works. And I was looking at the presentation by my previous speaker, Dr. Nelly, and I realized that when she was running this particular program in 1993, I was struggling with my calculus in my high school. And it was still some time before I could get access to my first email ID in my university. And Dr. Nelly, you would be interested to know that when we got our email ID, we didn't know whom to email it to because our friends didn't have an email ID and we didn't know how to go about it. We have covered a long distance in last as many years, as Dr. Tiwari told, and my pleasure to be here. Thank you for very generous introduction. Dr. Sanjay, the team of CTPD and many others and previous speakers. I've been logged in since morning, been hearing amazing presentations and talks. I'm also a very peculiar situation because I am somewhere between the last speaker of this session and before your lunch. I'm sure the hungry tummies are kind of knocking on your doors and saying that, boss, enough of this. It's a Saturday, it's a weekend. Come home come to the training room for lunch. So I will keep it very, very short and very, very simple here. I have a set of presentation. I hope I'm able to share it. I am just trying. I hope it is visible to everybody. Can you just let me know that it is visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So my topic is equitable and inclusive higher education for sustainable development. But before I even come for sustainable development, I was hearing Dr. Nelly, and I just looked at some of the statistics for us as many years. In higher education, the gross enrollment ratio, where the high school kids get an access to college, the percentage is 38% worldwide. If I look at North America and Europe, it is between 80 to 87%. If I look at India, we are still struggling at 26 to 27% as per NEP. And then I looked at Africa, which is at 9.8%. So we are not in an equitable and inclusive environment around the world. We are in an extremely privileged environments in certain parts of the world, and it's extremely difficult situation where we're not even able to, we're failing our generations that after the world wars and others, we can very well say that before that, the higher education, as universities, as we know, the oldest universities don't exist in India anymore. But the oldest one is University of Bologna, and then Oxford, which is still got 1,000 years. But then the real university education, higher education started only in the 18th century, picked up in the early 19th century, and now the growth has happened in the 20th century, and now we're entering 21st. But then still, there are not more than 37,000 universities in the world today. And look at 1.4 billion is only India, right? So imagine how many universities we need. Out of that, 400 million students are below the age of 30, which means we have to have 1 million universities in India to ensure that they actually get access to education. And then, of course, we're going to talk about how that education needs to be more inclusive, how that needs to be built in around the principles of empathy and sustainable development and so on and so forth. So with that, I would like to very quickly come to the presentation I have for all of you. So what is the definition? What do we mean by beyond the semantics of equitable and inclusive higher education, which means that it ensures all students, regardless of their background or circumstances, have the opportunity to learn and thrive. I was born in a village in Uttarakhand, in a cowshed. I was lucky that my father migrated almost 50 years ago to Rajasthan. And we grew up, me and my siblings, we grew up in a small town called Zawar Mines. And we had access to one school, which was a government school. We had great teachers. But if I look back that, yes, my father could migrate. But if I look back, my cousins in that same village, not necessarily everybody had that ability or the opportunity to go and attend a school education, forget about higher education. That's in my own village in Uttarakhand. Forget about everything else. I'm just talking about my own person. I'm so lucky that I got educated. I'm an educator today, and impact not millions, but at least some thousands. So how do we create a more sustainable future for all, where the basic requirement beyond food, water, shelter is education? It is the most important need for the world. But we have not been able to create that equitable access to education. And as Dr. Nelly said, I think the answer lies in technology. We don't have, or at least the world doesn't have the billions to create more universities. They have, but they are creating more nukes. They're creating more arms. They're creating other things rather than creating libraries and the universities, which means the only way we educators cannot leave this to politicians. We cannot leave this to policymakers. We cannot leave this to billionaires who are more busy buying a stupid product like Twitter for $40 billion as a toy. Nothing against the guy who has the money, but then imagine how much you could have done with that. I'll give a personal anecdote. A couple of years ago, my son came home and he says, "Dad, one of your best friends has a beautiful Audi." I said, "Yes, he's a very successful businessman." I said, "How much does Audi for?" And in rupees, I said, "It's 7 lakh rupees. Sorry, 70 lakh rupees. And then he asked me one question again. He said, "Dad, how much is our car worth?" And I said, "It's 1/10 of that. It's 7 lakh rupees. And then he asked me a very interesting question. He said, "Dad, what do you do?" I said, "I teach business." And he said, "What does that friend of yours do?" And I said, "He does business. He doesn't teach business." And then he said, "Maybe I should actually learn business from you and actually do business rather than teaching business." I said, "That's a perfectly well, all right, because if your ambition is to buy a car which is worth 70 lakh rupees. But then I asked him this. I said, "If you have 70 lakh rupees, do you think the car is the right investment in that?" Imagine if we could create schools. Imagine if we could fund scholarships to people who don't have access to education in higher education as others. And he turned around, he said, "Yes, I think that's the way to go about it." So how do we create that access is the critical question among all the educators and all you teachers who are also teaching the teachers. I have my pranams to all of you because you're creating people who create the world. It's very, very critical. And then how do we ensure that our education is feeding the individuals we are coming in the classroom, have an understanding and conscience towards environment. They're conscious towards the social justice. They're conscious about the fact that even if they are privileged or not, or otherwise, they understand the concept of economic equity. I'm not saying we'll go to socialism or we go to artificial equitable justice, but I think what is needed is that if that leaders, the students we are training for the next generation in our schools and colleges, especially in colleges today where we teach, I think it's extremely important to do that. Their role models need to be people who are creating more impact in the world rather than making billions and then buying stupid products like Twitter. So what are the benefits of equitable and inclusive higher education? It allows social mobility and economic opportunity. I was beneficial of that. My father moved out, and because we moved to a smaller town from the village, we studied in a city. Because I moved in a bigger city, my next generation has, and then it's a story. Economics, education leads to better economy. Education leads to better business opportunities and migrations and other kind of things, right? If you don't have that, you got a problem. I have a pantry boy in my office. He's 32. So I asked him, how long have you been working? His name is Kumar. He said, sir, I've been working since 16 years. I was surprised. At 16, I was struggling with my calculus in my school because I was privileged. This boy had been working since his class 10. Then I asked him another question. I said, Kumar, why did you not finish your education? He said, sir, my socio-economic situations plus access to schools were not like this in my town where I come from. He comes from a rural village in Karnataka in India, which is like not more than 100 kilometers from Bangalore, which is the technology hub of the world. And this boy works as a pantry boy, and last 16 years he's been actually not grown because of the fact that he doesn't have education. He's, I reach office at 8 o'clock, ma'am, and everybody, and this boy is at 7:55. My actual office timing is at 10 o'clock. He knows that Professor Unyal comes in, he needs a cup of coffee before he starts the day. He's before me. His job doesn't entail me do that. So he's got a great, amazing character, but he doesn't have that education. Second, with education, we need more diverse and inclusive workforce. What do I mean by that? I work with an institution called Aravani Foundation, Art Foundation in Bangalore. Aravani is led by Purnima Sukumar, who is a mural artist. But this institution is not a collection of mural artists. This institution actually trains, teaches, gives education to the transgenders of India. It is the most unique artistic organization through education, art, and skills. They've empowered the most impoverished and most neglected part of the society in India, or otherwise called the transgenders. They're bringing amazing level of self-respect and ensuring that they are mainstreamed in the mainstream work rather than being castigated because of their gender. So it's very important to create an inclusive workforce that allows more sustainable and just society. So one thing, yes, we are teaching mathematics, we're teaching commerce, we're teaching all kinds of concepts to our students based on our a siloed approach towards the way we define degrees and so on and so forth. But then at the pillar of it, as Professor Yashwant was saying, and I was mesmerized by his talk because I follow the same principle there. And he was talking about listening, thinking, reflection, and action. And pardon all those people who don't understand Sanskrit, this is how our ancient wisdom talked about. It was about Shravan, Manan, Chintan, Abhyas, and Dhyan. That's how it works. Listening, thinking, reflection, action, and meditation. That's how our forefathers created new knowledge. This is how they were able to come up with new research and discoveries. But at the pillar of it, are we creating empathy? Are we creating, ensuring equity? Are we creating excellence? If we are not promoting these three pillars, irrespective of the subjective boundaries we have created, I don't think as educators, we are doing the right job. Then it's not about just highlighting the problems. How can we as a higher education institutions, the universities and others, as Dr. Tiwari talked about, I've worked in close to 80 institutions in my life, but I've taught in 55 different institutions across the world. In the last 25 years, I've taught 15,000 students in higher education, mostly in higher education. I'm not fortunate to teach in K-12. But then I also realized that the most important aspect is to identify the financial security of it, which means the financial model of universities today, and I run a university I know, is extremely lopsided. We are funded only by the tuition of our students, which means if I need to provide great quality, you need to provide great infrastructure, I need to provide great technology, I have to ask for higher fees. Now, if I have to ask for higher fees and I'm not subsidized by government, and government can't do enough of it because they don't have budgets to do it, how do we create that space where a student can get access to great education but don't have to shell out great money? You know, we have CSR donations, we have these grants and foundations, but we have not done enough. We need billion-dollar endowments by minimum 300 people around the world in our country to create world-class universities with scale and quality. One of the universities in the US, for example, have 50,000, 60,000 in India, and I'm talking now only about India, which I understand the landscape better. The largest universities in India today has got not more than 30,000 students. That's in the private space. Most of the other government universities have affiliating colleges and others, and we all know what the problems of those affiliating colleges are. We have not more than 1,000 universities, 800 universities, 1,000 colleges, and so on and so forth. With a 1.4 billion, how do we go about ensuring that? We need to create one university a day today. But who will fund it is the question. And the private sector money has come in last 15 years, and I was part of one of the institutions where great money had come, great scale has happened. The university has upgraded themselves to one of the top universities in the country, but then they don't have scale. They're very niche, very narrow, very, very specific, very elite. The fee structure for those universities is like 10 lakh rupees, 12 lakh rupees per annum. How many Indians can afford to send their kids for a 10 lakh rupee, 12 lakh rupee, 15 lakh rupee per annum kind of a thing? It's just not there. We need to create scale where one university has got 50,000 students who can pay less than $40,000, $50,000, sorry, 50,000 rupees to do that. The combined education debt in the US, we talk about US education, which is good in higher education, but the combined education debt is $1.2 trillion to $3.3 trillion. That's how President Biden has come saying that I'm going to waive off the student debt. Imagine the student debt where access to education itself is not too great, even when there's some of the most amazing universities in the world. How do we integrate principles of sustainable development? It is very, very critical. It cannot be a course. It cannot be one topic. It cannot be one major or a specialization. It needs to be integrated across all kind of curriculum. How do we provide students with opportunities to engage in experiential learning and community service? It is ensuring that students, even if they're coming from elite backgrounds, insular backgrounds, they get access or opportunities to work with not-profit organization at the ground level. So some of the equitable, inclusive examples could be affordable tuition, D&I initiative, sustainability curricula, experiential learning, and all that. I'll skipping because I'm running short of time. My apologies for that. Now I will focus on these three examples in my personal life. Because yes, it's one thing to talk in these seminars and saying that, this is what we need to be doing. And I think professors like us, we actually use the word should a lot more than we should be. We need to be doing a lot more in our personal capacity and then talk about it rather than saying, this is the world is not doing enough. What am I doing for that? So I have worked with an organization set up by Dr. G.K. Swami, late D.K. Swami, called PYDS, Purukul Youth Development Society. It's one of the most unique institutions in Uttarakhand. And what they've done is they've done empowerment at 2 levels. They realize that the marginal sections of the society are not sending their kids to school because they are working with their mothers at home or at some other places. So in order to do that and empower the mothers first, Mr. Swami and Chinni Aunty, both of them, created something called Purukul institution, where the mothers actually became workers in that sustainable organization where they were making quilts, Purukul quilts. They're world famous now. And because mothers were coming to that same campus, they accompanied their kids. And then the kids were ushered to the classroom to be taught by amazing set of teachers and volunteers and others. Today, PYDS, you just look up, it's doing an immense job in teaching the underprivileged section of the society across all of Uttarakhand. But they're not ending at only the school level. They're connecting the university representative across the world, including in India, for those kids so that they get scholarships, they get access to great education and anywhere around the world. They have a great university connect. That's a very critical element of it. I have a friend called Dr. Sanjay Kumar Singh. He heads the Harvard Center in India. He was the vice president of SEWA, which was run by Dr. Leela Bhatt. But he comes from one of the poorest places in India called Katihar in Bihar. And he wrote a book called Katihar to Kennedy. How from Katihar, he actually ended up going to Kennedy School in the Harvard to study. And when he came back, he realized that he's 1 in a billion in India to actually do that transition. And then he and some of us we run an institution called Ed Justice in Bihar and in Delhi, where we connect with schools and college, basically college students, and give them access to technology, knowledge, programs, and mentorship around the world so that they know that once they've done college education, how do they move forward and access to jobs. Ed Justice is that platform. We run a set of preschools in Pune with SNEH Foundation. I am part of the advisory board. And one of the things what we are doing is that we're engaging higher education students across Pune colleges to come and work with us as volunteers and teach our trainers and teachers so that they go and they train the students there. The final one is run by a boy called Deepak Ramola. He's recently graduated from Harvard, Masters of Education. But since he was 17, he's been running an institution called Project Fuel, forward the understanding of every life lesson. Deepak has the collection of 1 million life lessons around the world in 100 countries. And now he's converted these life lessons across the world into teaching material for schools as well as colleges. 1.5 years ago, we raised funds and we went to Masai Mara in Tanzania, and we created a Project Fuel library for the Masai Mara community so that they can study. The books and the donations have come from all over the world. And this is how exactly what is needed to create environments, organizations, connect them so that they can create impact at the grassroots. I work with an organization called Grassroots and Management Gram in Mysuru. And one of the works we do is the rural and the tribal communities of Karnataka. And we provide access to them to higher education institutions in Bangalore and otherwise. Last, my own university is run by a trust called Rashtriya Shikshana Samiti Trust, which is an 83-year-old trust, and we have 25 institutions from K-12 to undergrad to postgrad to college education to dental education and so on and so forth. We run 3 institutions where the first generation learners come in and pay as low as $200 a year to get great quality undergrad education in science, commerce, humanities, engineering, and all other disciplines. So we need more institutions to branch out and provide access. And then with access comes equity, with equity comes empathy. With empathy comes excellence. So some of these examples of what we are doing. So in conclusion, I feel that equitable, inclusive higher education is essential for creating more sustainable and just future. By making education more affordable and accessible, by creating more inclusive and welcoming campus environments, and by integrating sustainable development principles and values into all aspects of curriculum, universities like us and others can play a great role in promoting system development across the board, and doesn't remain just as a goal, it becomes a reality. To end is my favorite quote from my favorite poem, which I wrote many years ago for the daughters of my driver in Dehradun. My driver's name is Shamshed. His two daughters were 6 and 9 when I wrote this poem for them, because they wanted to do higher education and they wanted to join the defense forces. The one girl has now gone to college this year, and she's being supported by 5 or 6 different benefactors so that she can afford a great computer education in one of the top universities in Dehradun. And my apologies to people who won't understand Hindi here, but probably Dr. Tiwari and others can translate it and send across to all our overseas speakers and others and people who don't understand Hindi. It goes like this. कि सपनों को उड़ने के लिए हवाई जहाज का टिकट नहीं लगता, बस पलकों को उम्मीदों के पंख चाहिए. We don't need great money, but we need hopes, wings of hopes for everybody to fly. ख्याल पकाने के चूल्हे कम नहीं. All of us have great ideas, but we need a spark. नई सोच के कोयलों को एक चिंगारी चाहिए. I'm sure this conference led by Dr. Sanjay and his team have sparked a great chingari in all of us and all our thoughts and ideas to take it up forward. And last is that merely by making buildings, we won't create education. Making universities is not about creating infrastructure and making buildings. You need fresh thoughts, new ideas, openness, and a sense of collaboration, as Dr. Nelly and others have said. सुर्ख कंक्रीट की इमारतों में ज्ञान कसमसाता है. विचारों को पनपने के लिए हरी घास, खुली धूप चाहिए. सपनों को उड़ने के लिए हवाई जहाज का टिकट नहीं लगता, बस पलकों को उम्मीदों के पंख चाहिए. With these lines, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tiwari, Dr. Sanjay, and everybody else, my apologies if I shot a bit here and there, but I was the last one, right? So I could take that liberty. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening, and I hope we keep in touch. These are my coordinates. You can write to me if you wish to. If you happen to be in Bangalore, I was more than happy to host you despite Bangalore traffic, but we have the best weather in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Unyal. Your personal experiences and valuable insights on creation of educational systems that ensure equitable access to quality education for all have provided us with a profound perspective on educational reforms and advancement. Please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizers of the conference this virtual memento.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude, let us extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this event possible. To propose vote of thanks, we have with us Professor Dr. Tanya Gupta ma'am, Secretary General CTPD, Conference Organizing Secretary. Ma'am is Dean, School of Education, K.R. Mangalam University, Gurugram, Haryana, India. She is MD PhD education from Punjab University, Chandigarh. She is UGC NET, MA Economics, and PG Diploma in EPM. During her variegated professional experience of more than 22 years, from school to university level, she has ceaselessly endured demonstrating exemplary leadership in creating the best learning environment. Her research interests include higher education policy, economics of education, educational reforms, teacher education, and inclusive education. Now, may I please invite Professor Tanya Gupta ma'am to propose vote of thanks to our guest esteemed speakers and delegates. Ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Reena ji. Thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon. Honorable Chief Guest, Padma Shri Professor Dr. J.S. Rajput, former Director, NCERT, New Delhi. The guest of honor, Professor Dr. Birenderjeet Kaur from the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. The keynote speaker, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, Dean School of Education, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha, Maharashtra, India, and the Director of the Social Development and Research Foundation, India. Distinguished guest speakers of the inaugural session, Shri Uday Shankar, CEO, Vishwa Yuva Kendra, Delhi, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Faculty of Education, Banaras Hindu University, India, Professor Yashwant Rao Rama from Mauritius Institute of Education, Mauritius, Professor Nele from the International Hellenic University, Toronto, Canada, Professor Dwarika Prasad Unial, the Pro Vice Chancellor at RV University, Bengaluru, Karnataka, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, President, CTPD and the conference convener, Professor Satyendra Gupta, Chief Advisor, CTPD and the conference advisor, Dr. Jugnu Khattar Bhatia, the conference organizing secretary, Dr. Reena Unyal Tiwari and Dr. Shweta Rani, the conference organizing joint secretary, officials representing our conference organizing partners and knowledge partners, esteemed delegates and participants. It's my honor and privilege to develop the vote of thanks in this inaugural session of the International Conference CTPDCON-ERA 2023 on Educational Reforms and Advancements, organized by the Council for Teachers' Professional Development, acronymed as CTPD, a two-day virtual academic event for the meeting of minds. A conference on educational reforms and advancements is imperative to address evolving learning needs, technological innovations, and societal changes through collaborative deliberations amongst educators, researchers, and stakeholders from across the globe. CTPDCON-ERA 2023, which brings together luminous academia under one virtual roof, shall prove to be an ideal platform to move towards this search of educational reforms and advancements and craft a way forward. I place on record my sincere gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest of the inaugural session, Padma Shri Professor Dr. J.S. Rajput ji. Respected sir, your illuminating thoughts are much appreciated. The key takeaways of your address focused on relevance of the Indian knowledge systems in the present context and its role in promoting peace and harmony across the world and the future survival of planet Earth. We can learn from the best practices of each other. Leaders can only plan, but teachers transform an innocent child into a person. Views of Swami Vivekananda, Mahatma Gandhi, Sri Aurobindo were brought out in your address. Teachers must have confidence in themselves. They must do it, and no other can do it besides the teacher. Effective teacher education is the way to transform and reform the education, and the carelessness of the educators and teachers is a great concern and is a question to be discussed during this conference is what you raised. I express my heartfelt thanks to the keynote speaker, Professor Gopal Krishna Thakur, for his views on the theme. Sir, your comprehension and elaboration on the educational reforms and advancements in context of the Indian education system related to curriculum, pedagogy, assessments, research, and digitalization of education is appreciable, and the emphasis related to the Indian knowledge system's sustainable development has given every delegate of this international conference during the inaugural session to foster thinking and action for creating a better world for the future learners. You said, let us not have islands of excellence, but we must connect the dots to build a global ecosystem. And miles to go before I sleep, in the words of Robert Frost, distinguished speaker Shri Uday Shankar ji CEO Vishwa Yuva Kendra emphasized on collaborations between all stakeholders to work on the 17 sustainable goals. His humble and profound insights on service above self and service for fellow beings was the key highlight in his address. The quality of education depends upon the quality of teachers. It is a journey of transmission, transition, and transformation in teacher education that needs to be emphasized. And let me thank the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Barjinderjeet Kaur of the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, who shared with us her self-developed hybrid model in 2011 of the continuous professional development for teachers in context of mathematics education that can be replicated in various other disciplines. Madam, your highlights during the presentation on learn, apply, and extend can be situated in various contextual settings, as you mentioned, in context of Singapore. And let me assure you, we are working on similar models of teacher education in India. Professor Sunil Kumar Singh ji from the Banaras Hindu University. So let me thank you for your detailed presentation on Indian knowledge systems and its relevance in our day-to-day living. You've emphasized its relevance in the NEP and how we need to have a forward-looking approach to be anchored in our education system in India so that we can all globally work together and live the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are grateful to Professor Yashwant Rao Rama from the Mauritius Institute of Education, Mauritius, for your research-based presentation on critical thinking for sustainable development and how it can be done in the context of teacher education, as you mentioned, in context of Mauritius, and also the associated research specifically in context of Maharashtra, India. Certainly, teachers need to foster this within themselves before they can do it collaboratively with the learners. Change cannot come from top down, but must proceed with the bottom-up approach, as highlighted by Professor Nelle of International Hellenic University, Toronto. Madam, very rightly said, the need is the edifice of change as it came to you in 1993. Your professional journey to reach out to your students and adopt the online education through the LMS, to reach out to the world and connect with them and go beyond the politics. This is what the teachers need to learn and engage to share their practices. Thank you for your address, which is personally relatable to me. And I must thank you for speaking out on the need for technology, the why and the how of technology in learning, engaging, collaborating, adapting, and eventually self-growth. Professor Dr. Dwarika Prasad Unyal, Pro Vice Chancellor, RV University, Bengaluru. Sir, you addressed that buildings do not make good education. The thoughts have to be translated into action. I cannot thank you enough for bringing out the glaring realities based on global statistics that education needs to be more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable. How do we ensure our learners are conscious of equity, inclusion, and sustainability? Thank you for building your insights on what needs to be done through your examples, personal anecdotes, and lived experiences. You have given us, through your address, Umidon Ke Pank, the case for funding higher education in the context of India, and suggested a model of making higher education more affordable and thereby accessible, equitable, and inclusive. In the end, I extend my gratitude to the entire organizing team of CTPDCON-ERA 2023 for the teamwork and successful planning and execution and nearing the culmination of this inaugural session. Thank you to all the participants who have been with us. I hope that the presentations in the plenary sessions over these 2 days will come out with engrossing and pragmatic ideas on educational reforms and advancements. Personally, I look forward on being educated by each one of you through the discussions in this didactic discourse. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Tanya Gupta, ma'am, for expressing our collective gratitude and appreciation to distinguished guests and delegates. I request all the participants, the presenters, the delegates, to please switch on their cameras for a group pic. And please take a few minutes to fill out the feedback form for this inaugural session before you leave the session. And with that, we conclude this inaugural session. Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of the session at CTPDCON-ERA 2023. For track 2, you can join immediately after this. It has already started. And for track 1 at 5:30. Now may we request you to please rise for the national anthem. भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you all for attending this inaugural session. The presenters of track 2, please join immediately. Your tracks have already started, and all those presenters for track 1 and other participants too are requested to join at 5:30 p.m. for track 1 Indian Knowledge System. I hope everyone has filled the feedback form for the inaugural session. Thank you, everyone. Especially to all the delegates. Thanks from the core of our heart for giving your time.
Marina ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Kindly check the Dr. Nilofer ma'am. Did she want to say something? Is in the screen top.
Ma'am has raised her hand. I can't see that.
Yes. Dr. Nilofer.
Dr. Nilofer? I can't see her. She's from Uzbekistan. I saw her comment a few moments back, but I couldn't see her. Professor Nilofer, are you there? Yes, sir. She is there. She has raised her hand. Ma'am, please unmute. Professor Nilofer, please unmute. Sir, ma'am को access है unmute का?
Yes, I have given.
Dr. Nilofer, please unmute.
Dr. No Panluk.
No Panluk, sir, is also here.
Yes.
He too has raised his hand.
Doctor, you can unmute yourself. Yes, please.
Yes. So I don't see the feedback form here. How do I get?
The link is sent, sir.
Link
in the
is
chat
in
box.
the chat box.
Oh, chat box. All right.
Dr. Nilofer, please unmute.
I think she is not.
She is not there.
Okay, ma'am. So we will start the session at 2:30, technical session 2.4.
And sir, the other track 2.1,
they have
already started.
The persons related to other tracks can go. In their tracks, 2.4 will be start at 2:30.
All right. Thank you so much to all the guests for being here with us. And we will also look forward for your esteemed presence throughout the conference, and do also join us during the valedictory if it suits your schedule. Thank you so much.
Wonderful to have everyone here. Thank you.
Yes, Shweta ma'am, we can start now. अपना वो अनम्यूट कर लीजिए.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, और क्या कहते हैं, मैं एक मिनट मैटे सर को मैं वो कर लेता हूँ जरा. श्रुति मैम भी आ गई हैं और मैटे सर भी, तो मैंने, यस प्लीज पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स के नाम और बता दीजिए, मैं उनको ना होस्ट बना लेता हूँ पहले स्टार्ट करने से पहले.
Yes, sir. जितेंद्र सिंह सर हैं.
एक मिनट.
शबनम मैम.
जितेंद्र सिंह है.
Yes, sir.
और
शबनम मैम.
शबनम नहीं है मैम अभी.
ओके. जितेंद्र कुमार.
कितने लोग हैं हमारे इस वाले इसमें?
सर 7.
जितेंद्र.
आई थिंक शर्मा से ऐड हुए हूँ, जितेंद्र शर्मा के नाम से.
ठीक है. इसके अलावा
प्लस फादर बैजू थॉमस सर हैं.
बैजू, स्पेलिंग बताएंगे जरा?
BAIJ.
ठीक है, ये हो गया. एंड देन
डॉक्टर अनु तोमर मैम.
क्या नाम आता है?
अनु तोमर.
अनु तो नहीं है अभी. और बताइए.
एंड चित्रा मैम.
चित्रा. ठीक है मैम. ना बाकी लोग हैं, चेयर हमारे आ गए. और बैजे सर को मैंने कोहोस्ट बना दिया है. नमस्कार बैजे सर. सर आपका अनम्यूट है, अभी आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी तरफ से. बैजे सर.
हाँ यस सर.
आपका वो अनम्यूट है, क्या नाम है? मैटे सर.
हाँ नमस्ते सर.
नमस्कार जी. मैटे सर आपका अनम्यूट आ रहा है, क्या कहते हैं, इसको म्यूट कर लीजिए. जी नमस्कार.
नमस्ते नमस्ते. थैंक यू सर.
जी
आप शुरू कीजिए. ठीक है. ओके.
और श्वेता मैम इसमें जो है बाइलिंगुअल रहेगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. जिसको इंग्लिश में प्रेजेंट करना है इंग्लिश में करें, क्योंकि हमारे चेयर को चेयर दोनों इंडियन से, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. यू कैन स्टार्ट नाउ.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Now we're starting. Just I am sharing the screen, sir.
Yes. इसको मैम यस स्लाइड शो करके और फ्रॉम बिगिनिंग कर लीजिए. यस.
It's good. It's fine, sir.
Yeah, perfectly all right, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Light the diyas, not in our homes, but in our hearts too, so as to keep the flame burning forever. And may we shine like a sun all through. Namaskar, Vannakam, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and delegates. CTPDCON-ERA 2023, the first virtual international conference on educational reforms and advancement, organized by the Council for Teachers Professional Development, CTPD, in collaboration with its organizing partners, KR Mangalam University, Gurugram, Haryana, India, Galgotias University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India, Saraswati College of Professional Study, Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, India, Satyug Darshan Institute of Education and Research, Faridabad, Haryana, India, DAV PG College, Dehradun, Uttarakhand, India, and Azad College of Education, Satara, Maharashtra, India. We are profoundly happy to associate as our conference knowledge partners with Vishwa Yuva Kendra, New Delhi, India Human Touch Foundation, India, Social Development and Research Foundation, India, Council for Teacher Education Foundation, CTEF, India, Policy Research Center, India, and our publication partners of national and international recognition, EZ Education Publishing, Shine Publications, and International Journals of Education and Allied Science. On behalf of entire CTPD, I welcome you all in this educative technical session of CTPD-CON-ERA 2023 Track 2 on the theme Sustainable Development
research practice, and education. The track 2 has been divided into 4 plenary sessions: education in sustainable development, community governance and sustainable practices, sustainable education and global partnerships, practice in sustainability. Each sub-themes are directed by different intellectual chairperson and co-chairperson. I extend a warm welcome to Professor Satyendra Gupta, Sir, Convener, Chief Advisor, CTPD, and Advisor, CTPDCON-ERA 2023, and Co-Convener, Dr. Shweta Rani, Program Director, Bhuchetna, CTPD India, Joint Secretary, CTPD CTPDCON-ERA. I, Dr. Shweta Bhargav, Assistant Professor, Sanjay Teachers Training College, extend my warmest greeting and heartfelt welcome to all our esteemed guests and feel honored to be the moderator for this educative plenary session for CTPDCON-ERA 2023. Practices in sustainability. Today's session is to ensure sustainable development in each and every field is need of the hour. Research and innovation in education for sustainable development is emerging an important part of education system. It encourages innovative approaches in education in order to contribute to the societal transition towards sustainability through both the formal education system and non-formal learning settings. It's my pleasure to welcome all the eminent speakers and paper presenters from all over the country, from different walks of life, to share their knowledge and vast experience in this field. I am delighted to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Chair Professor, Dr. Jayanta Mehte, Sir, Professor, Department of Education, University of Kalyani, West Bengal, and co-chair Dr. Shruti Tiwari, Principal, School of Education, Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, for gracing us with their presence and leading this significant session at CTPDCON-ERA 2023. We are fortunate to have with us today It's my honor to introduce our esteemed chair, Professor Dr. Jayanta Mehte, Professor, Department of Education, University of Kalyani, Nadia, West Bengal. He is an experience of 25 years. His specialization in educational sociology, tribal education, etc. He has attended approx 40 seminars and workshops. It's a matter of glory that under his supervision, 50 research scholar awarded with PhD degree. He has published approx 83 books as a single author. He is Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Education, Educational Thought. He is a member of Board of Studies in Education of different universities. परिंदों को नहीं मिलती तालीम उड़ने की, ये फैले हुए पर हैं उनके पर बोलते हैं, वही लोग रहते हैं खामोश अक्सर, जमाने में उनके हुनर बोलते हैं. By this line, now I reverence Dr. Jayanta Mehte, sir, who is an eminent personality among the prominent educationists and symbol of Indian culture, to address this august gathering and throw light in this session. With your guidance, we are confident that this session will be resounding success, leaving a lasting impact on all the participants. May I invite Dr. Jayanta sir to deliver the address. Sir, please.
So, thank you, madam. I am very happy to be here in this seminar, international seminar, first international seminar. So this session will be sustainable development, and others papers will be read, will be in these sessions. So what is the criteria for timing and etc.? Kindly let them, kindly tell them how many times they will get, how many times they will spend for part papers. Okay. So kindly start, please, your session immediately. It will be very, for me, I have a next session, I have a next program. After this program, I have to attend a program seminar. So kindly start your program immediately. So Shweta madam.
जयंत सर, इसमें सिस्टम ये रखा था कि 20 मिनट्स आप एड्रेस करेंगे पहले, और एक को चेयर भी है सेशन में जो पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स है उनको देखने के लिए, उसके बाद 10 मिनट्स पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स के लिए रहेंगे।
10 minutes per. So sir, please start immediately because I have another program. हमारा दूसरा प्रोग्राम है, इसलिए सेशन स्टार्ट कीजिए थोड़ा जल्दी जल्दी। ओके, थैंक यू। ओके
डॉक्टर श्वेता।
यस सर।
आप डॉक्टर श्रुति मैडम को वो करके और फिर पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करवाइए।
ओके सर।
और मैक्सिमम 10 मिनट्स का रखिएगा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन में।
ओके सर। So please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizer of the conference this virtual moment to Jayanti Mehta sir.
Yes, madam. First presenter, paper presenter.
पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट करवाइए श्वेता मैम आप।
Okay, I'm starting the paper presenter. So without further ado, let's dive right into the next presenter of this session. First of our paper presenter was Dr. Jitendra Singh. Jitendra Singh.
जी मैम।
Yes.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू मैम। तो मैं आप अपना जो पेपर है इसमें सस्टेनेबल लाइफ स्टाइल,
आप पीपीटी मतलब शेयर करेंगे या सिर्फ बोलेंगे?
नहीं, पीपीटी भी है सर।
तो शेयर करेंगे आप?
हाँ जी, कर रहा हूँ।
ये श्वेता मैम ये रिमूव कर दीजिए अभी, जिससे वो पीपीटी शेयर कर पाए।
डॉक्टर जितेंद्र साहब थोड़ा सेल्फ इंट्रोडक्शन दे देना आपका। आपका सेल्फ इंट्रोडक्शन थोड़ा।
सर जितेंद्र सिंह, सरस्वती कॉलेज, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, सरस्वती कॉलेज ऑफ प्रोफेशनल स्टडीज, गाजियाबाद, उत्तर प्रदेश।
आप अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन स्टार्ट कीजिए, शेयर करिए।
तो मेरी जो पीपीटी है वो सस्टेनेबल लाइफ स्टाइल और डेली लाइफ के ऊपर है, सतत जीवन के बारे में। तो सतत जीवन का मैं थोड़ा सा परिचय देना चाहूंगा। पर्यावरण और विकास पर संयुक्त राष्ट्र विश्व आयोग ने सतत विकास शब्द गढ़ा था, और सतत विकास के जनक निकोला टेस्ला थे, उन्होंने इसको वो किया। फिर है सतत जीवन शैली की परिभाषा। तो ऐसे जीवन शैली जो किसी व्यक्ति या समाज द्वारा प्राकृतिक संसाधनों को उपयोग को कम करने का प्रयास करती है। हम ऐसा जो है प्रणाली अपनाएं ताकि जो हमारे जो जीवन मतलब प्राकृतिक संसाधन है वो डेली कम होते जा रही हैं। तो हम ऐसी जीवन शैली अपनाएं ताकि उनको कम होने से जो नेक्स्ट पीढ़ी है उसके लिए बचा सकें। और यह एक दूरदर्शी योजना है। तो इसमें सतत जीवन पर इसमें 3 स्तंभ इसमें आते हैं। सबसे पहले तो है पर्यावरण, एनवायरमेंटल। तो इसमें हम जैसे वनों की कटाई को रोका जाना चाहिए, वन पर्यावरण को बचाना है, पानी बचाना है। पानी की बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, आगे अगला विश्व युद्ध तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पानी के ऊपर ही होगा। तो पानी भी हमें बचाना है, और शुद्ध जल हमें नहीं मिल पा रहा, अब भी बहुत जगह शुद्ध जल नहीं मिल पा रहा, गंदा पानी हम पी रहे हैं। और एक इसमें है प्रदूषण से हमको बचाना है, मतलब प्रदूषण कम से कम होना चाहिए। पर्यावरण यदि बचाना है तो प्रदूषण बहुत कम होना चाहिए। प्रदूषण विशेषकर एनसीआर में मैं रहता हूँ तो काफी सांस लेने में भी दिक्कत होती है और काफी परेशानी होती है प्रदूषण के कारण। तो प्रदूषण को हमें कम करना है, और इसमें जनसंख्या को नियंत्रित करना, क्योंकि जो संसाधन है हमारे वे सीमित हैं, और जैसे जैसे जनसंख्या बढ़ती जा रही है संसाधन हमारे कम होते जा रहे हैं, और हम वो सब चीजें उपलब्ध नहीं करा पा रहे जो होनी चाहिए। जनसंख्या के इतने संसाधन हमारे पास नहीं है, तो हमें जनसंख्या
शेयर प्लीज जितेंद्र जी, वो स्लाइड्स है कि नहीं है? स्लाइड्स
अच्छा स्लाइड सॉरी सर, आगे नहीं करा सर।
हाँ ठीक है
ठीक है सर। तो इसमें सर क्या नाम है, 3 स्तंभ जो मैंने आपको ये बताए ये थे, सेकंड वाला से। तो इसमें सामाजिक जैसे पर्यावरण में ये बताया, तो पर्यावरण में वनों की कटाई है, पानी बचाना है, और प्रदूषण और जनसंख्या को कंट्रोल करना है, वनों की आग को रोकें। एक इसमें ये भी है कि वनों में जो आग लगती है, अभी ऑस्ट्रेलिया में पिछले कुछ साल पहले की बातें, आग लगी तो काफी पशु पक्षी जो उसमें मारे गए, तो हमें उसको भी रोकना है, और वायु गुणवत्ता को अच्छा रखना है। फिर सामाजिक, जो दूसरा स्तंभ है सामाजिक है, तो हमने मानव स्वास्थ्य को ध्यान में रखना है, मानव स्वास्थ्य अच्छा होना चाहिए, पर्यावरणीय न्याय, शिक्षा आदि पर ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। इसके बाद सर फिर इसमें ये पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, आर्थिक के बारे में, आर्थिक जो स्तंभ है उसमें रोजगार सृजन है, सरकारी प्रोत्साहन है, इसका वो है। अब सतत जीवन के लाभ क्या है सर? तो सतत जीवन के लाभ है शांति, स्वच्छ पानी, स्वच्छ वायु, गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा, ये होना चाहिए। अब पहली वो चल रही है सर, ये सतत जीवन और बनाम पारंपरिक जीवन। तो विकास ऐसा होना चाहिए जो वर्तमान की जरूरतों की पूर्ति इस प्रकार करे जिससे भविष्य की पीढ़ियों को जरूरत को पूरा करने की क्षमता पर असर न हो। उसमें आर्थिक कुशलता होनी चाहिए और सामाजिक स्वीकार्यता भी होनी चाहिए। अब नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा, तो नवीकरणीय योजना सस्टेनेबल एनर्जी, इसमें नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा स्रोत ही भविष्य के ऊर्जा संसाधन है, क्योंकि जैसे भी मैंने आपको बताया कि धीरे धीरे हमारा कोयला, पेट्रोल ये सब खत्म होते जा रहे हैं और आगे हमें नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। तो इसमें पहले सबसे पहले मैं बात करूंगा सौर ऊर्जा की। सौर ऊर्जा वह ऊर्जा जो सीधे सूर्य से प्राप्त की जाती है और इसमें सोलर पैनल का इस्तेमाल जो है वो किया जाता है। तो अभी पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी पीएम सोलर पैनल योजना शुरू की, जिसको कुसुम योजना के द्वारा इसमें किसानों के लिए लागू की गई है, ताकि किसानों को सिंचाई के लिए ये कनेक्शन मिल रहे हैं, ताकि सिंचाई कर सकें, किसान अपनी कम रेट पर सिंचाई कर सकें। तो उसके बाद भोजन पकाने में सोलर कुकर वगैरह इनका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, तो सौर ऊर्जा का यूज इसमें हो रहा है सर। उसके बाद हाइड्रो वाली है, तो जल से प्राप्त ऊर्जा पानी की ऊंचाई से नीचे बहने दिया जाता है, तो वो टरबाइन जो स्थितिज ऊर्जा को गतिज ऊर्जा में बदलती है, तो इससे हाइड्रो है। जियोथर्मल है, भूतापीय ऊर्जा, पृथ्वी से निकलने वाली उष्मा है। बायोमास जैव ऊर्जा पेड़ पौधे आदि के सड़ने और उनके जीवाश्म से प्राप्त होती है। अब नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा के लाभ क्या हैं सर? स्वच्छ पर्यावरण, वैकल्पिक ऊर्जा, ये इसके लाभ हैं। घर पर नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा को शामिल करने के कदम, जैसे पानी गर्म करना है, खाना पकाना है, लाइट है, तो घर पर बहुत से ये हैं। अब थर्ड इसमें जी मेरी ये है सतत परिवहन, सस्टेनेबल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन। तो सबसे पहले तो इसमें पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के बारे में, सार्वजनिक परिवहन, तो हमें सार्वजनिक परिवहन से चलना चाहिए। अभी हमारे देश में कोरोना हुआ तो कार पूल, मतलब जो है कारें जो हैं सब अपना सार्वजनिक, उससे की कार पूलिंग हुई, मतलब एक दूसरे के सहयोग से करे, ज्यादा वो नहीं हुआ, तो हमारा पोल्यूशन बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ, पोल्यूशन में काफी सुधार आया। तो हमें ज्यादातर सार्वजनिक परिवहन का उपयोग करना चाहिए, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं करते हम। यदि एक घर में 4 व्यक्ति हैं तो कुछ जगह तो चारों के पास अपनी गाड़ी है और एक एक व्यक्ति जो है चारों गाड़ी लेकर जाता है, जिससे हमारा जो पोल्यूशन है वो बढ़ता है। साइकिल से चलना, साइकिल से आजकल जो है हम नहीं चलते, क्योंकि हम अपनी गरिमा के अनुरूप नहीं मानते कि लोग हमें छोटा आदमी कहेंगे। अपने देश में तो मैं अक्सर यही देखता हूँ कि विदेशों में सुनता हूँ कि वहाँ के प्रधानमंत्री, राष्ट्रपति भी साइकिल से चलते हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने कोई ईगो नहीं है, वो राष्ट्रपति हैं तो ठीक है। लेकिन यहाँ पे स्टेटस सिंबल माना जाता है और साइकिल से नहीं चलते, जबकि साइकिल चलाने के लिए गाड़ी से जाते हैं और जिम में साइकिल चलाते हैं, जबकि वैसे साइकिल नहीं चलाते। अभी हमारे गवर्नमेंट ने एनसीआर में पहले तो डीजल वाहन बंद किए, 10 साल की इनकी
जितेंद्र जी नेक्स्ट 1 मिनट में कंक्लूड कीजिएगा, टाइम।
जी जी सर। तो इसमें फिर सतत परिवहन के लाभ, तो ये पर्यावरण को शुद्ध करता है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में योगदान मतलब कम होती है, कम कार्बन उत्सर्जन होता है, और ये सर है। फिर इसमें विकल्प खाद्य, सॉरी सर, अभी सस्टेनेबल फूड चॉइस, तो इसमें भोजन का पर्यावरण प्रदूषण, पीने का पानी, जिस मिट्टी में पौधे उगते हैं वो मिट्टी अच्छी होनी चाहिए, तो ये वो है। स्थानीय और मौसमी भोजन, तो मौसमी फल और सब्जियों का सेवन अधिक मात्रा में करें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा करें। हम क्या है, मौसमी फल और सब्जियों का सेवन नहीं करते, तो हमें करना चाहिए। पौधे आधारित आहार, शाकाहारी भोजन का प्रयोग करें, जिससे हमें रफीज वगैरह मिले, पौधे वाला जो है वो हमें लेना चाहिए। भोजन की बर्बादी को कम करना जो है सस्टेनेबल फूड, इसमें तो उतना ही हम भोजन लें जितनी आवश्यकता है। हम देखते हैं किसी ब्याह शादी में जाते हैं तो वो बिल्कुल प्लेट भर लेते हैं, जबकि हमें खाना नहीं है इतना, और फिर नीचे रख देते हैं, तो ये बहुत गलत है। हम उतना ही खाना लें, घर पर हो, शादी में हो, किसी फंक्शन में हो, जितनी हमें आवश्यकता है, ताकि भोजन की बर्बादी को कम किया जा सके। लेकिन बहुत लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको भोजन एक टाइम का भी नहीं मिल पाता और हम बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। फिर सतत कृषि पद्धतियां, एग्रीकल्चर की जो हैं, जैसे हम उसमें कंपोस्ट वगैरह, ग्रीन मैन्योर है, डंग मैन्योर है, इसका इस्तेमाल करें, ज्यादा फर्टिलाइजर का यूज ना करें। फर्टिलाइजर का यूज करने से काफी जो है नुकसान हो रहा है, और पॉइजन जो है हमारी सोयल में, पौधों में वो हो रहा है। तो हम ज्यादातर खाद का इस्तेमाल करें।
कंक्लूजन की तरफ को बढ़े, टाइम हो रहा है आपका।
ठीक है सर। इसके बाद सर एक मिनट सर, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सस्टेनेबल होम डिजाइन एंड कंस्ट्रक्शन, हमें ऐसे भवन बनाने चाहिए जो हमारे सस्टेनेबल उसको वो रखें और हरित रहें, मतलब हमें प्योर ऑक्सीजन मिले। अब देखते हैं शहरों में हम कितना मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग बन रही हैं, तो उसमें पेड़ पौधों का भी कमी है, वो है, तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए सर। फिर वाटर कंजर्वेशन एंड मैनेजमेंट, जल संरक्षण और प्रबंधन। जैसे मैंने बताया, जल की संरक्षण बहुत जरूरी है, जल की हानि, उपयोग व अपव्यय कम करें हम। तो जल संरक्षण का महत्व है, देश में कृषि की बेहतरी के लिए कुशल सिंचाई पद्धतियों को विकसित करने में मदद करता है। जल संसाधन सीमित है, इनको अगली पीढ़ी के लिए बचाना है। वर्षा के जल को संग्रहण और भंडारण करें, तो ये सबसे पहले हमारे देश में तमिलनाडु की पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जयललिता जी ने शुरू किया था, और सबसे ज्यादा वर्षा जल का संरक्षण तमिलनाडु में ही होता है। उसके बाद नेक्स्ट सर, सस्टेनेबल कंज्यूमर चॉइस, तो टिकाऊ उपभोक्ता विकल्प, तो वस्तुओं का अधिक से अधिक उपयोग करने की प्रवृत्ति से नई नई वस्तुओं का उत्पादन बढ़ता है, जिससे देश का अधिक विकास होता है। और विज्ञापन भी हमें इस ओर प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, जो विज्ञापन आते हैं वो भी इसको प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, क्या चीज हमें लेनी है क्या नहीं, और जो गलत चीज है उसका भी विज्ञापन यदि आ रहा तो हम उसको ही खरीदते हैं। तो ये हमें सर ध्यान रखना चाहिए। उसके बाद सस्टेनेबल गार्डनिंग एंड लैंडस्केपिंग, तो बागवानी गार्डन में ऐसी चीजों का प्रयोग करें जो पर्यावरण के अनुकूल हो। देसी पौधे अपने चारों तरफ जैव विविधता है, उनकी प्रजाति, उनका सब कुछ हम देखें कि हमारे जो देसी पौधे हैं वही ग्रो मतलब ज्यादा है वो करें, तो उसका हमें जैविक देसी पौधे ही लगाने हैं। जैविक बागवानी प्रथाएं, तो इसमें कीटनाशक का प्रयोग ना करें, जैसे हम बाग में इंसेक्टिसाइड, पेस्टिसाइड, वीडिसाइड का ज्यादा यूज कर रहे हैं, करना तो पड़ेगा क्योंकि कीट मारने, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा ना करें। उसके बाद सस्टेनेबल ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म।
सर टाइम के साथ ध्यान रखिए, कितनी बार कह चुका मैं इसको क्लोज।
सर बिल्कुल, बस लास्ट
तो प्लीज वाइंड अप करिए आप जितेंद्र।
ओके सर, तो ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर।
Nice presented by Jitendra ji. So there is a Dr. Nurul Islam. Please, your queries. Dr. Islam.
जी डॉक्टर साहब.
डॉक्टर
Please,
इस्लाम
your
अनम्यूट कीजिए अपने आप को. डॉक्टर नरूम इस्लाम अनम्यूट कीजिए. डॉक्टर यस डॉक्टर नरूल अपने आप को अनम्यूट कीजिए. जितेंद्र जी आप अपने आप को शेयरिंग रिमूव कर लीजिए.
जी.
Dr. Islam.
अनम्यूट कीजिए अपने आप को.
आपका क्वेरीज क्या है?
सर ये अनम्यूट ही नहीं कर रहे क्वेरीज का, तो तभी पता चलेगा.
ठीक है, चलिए.
नेक्स्ट
सर, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र साहब कहाँ गया?
जी सर.
तो आपने तो बहुत सारे तो बताया, बहुत सारे फूड से बताया, वाटर, सोलर एनर्जी. तो इसे जितना है, जितना आइटम बोला ना, ये किस तरीके से आप इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाएगा स्कूल में, कॉलेज में, यूनिवर्सिटी में? कितने इनको बच्चों लोग को अवेयरनेस किया जाएगा? ये पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है, तो इसके किस तरीके से इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाएगा?
बच्चों को सर इसमें इम्प्लीमेंट के लिए हम अपने बच्चों को, जैसे हमारे यहाँ काफी जो कॉलेज है उसको नंबर 1 का ग्रीन, इतने पेड़ पौधे हैं कि नंबर 1 का अवार्ड मिला है गवर्नमेंट से हमें. इतने पेड़ पौधे हैं, तो बच्चों को हम पेड़ पौधों के प्रति जागरूक करते हैं अपने कॉलेज में. और मैं खुद भी सर MSc हॉर्टिकल्चर से हूँ.
अच्छा, नाइस नाइस.
हाँ जी, मैंने MSc हॉर्टिकल्चर से की है, तो इस क्षेत्र में मेरी रुचि काफी है और मैं चाहता हूँ कि बच्चों को नई नई टेक्निक में बताऊं.
अच्छा अच्छा.
ताकि ग्राफ्टिंग है, लेयरिंग वगैरह के बारे में मैं डॉक्टर साहब बच्चों को सिखाऊं, ताकि मान लो एक ही प्लांट पे हम कई तरह के फूल उगा सकते हैं जो है, तो इस तरीके का मैं उन्हें बच्चों को बताऊं.
ओके, थैंक यू. नाइस जितेंद्र सर.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
ओके, नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटर मैडम.
सर मिस शबनम.
एक मिनट.
मिस शबनम. Miss Shabnam, unmute yourself. I request all the paper presenters to be concise and adhere to the time limit of 7 minutes for your presentation and 3 minutes for question and answer round. Next, Jitendra Sharma, sir. Shabnam ma'am, I think, are you there, ma'am? Unmute yourself, Shabnam ma'am.
शबनम किस नाम से एडेड है मैम?
शबनम नाम से एडेड है सर.
इसमें तो कहीं नहीं नजर आ रहा शबनम.
I think I have seen, sir.
मुझे स्पेलिंग बताइए शबनम के.
SHAB.
अच्छा वो एक मिनट. SHAB. जी प्लीज. Yes, Sabnam, now you can unmute yourself. Shabnam.
Good afternoon, sir.
वीडियो ऑन कीजिए और अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट PPT है आपकी?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
तो उसको शेयर कीजिए. आपको परमिशंस दे दिए मैंने.
And paper presenter, please time का ध्यान रखें. 7 minutes only.
टाइम का ध्यान रखें. वीडियो ऑन करेंगे और अपना पेपर प्रेजेंटेशंस जो है प्रेजेंटेशन भी ऑन करेंगे. दोनों चीजें रखेंगे उस तरह से.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Shabnam ma'am, please start.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Just to start.
Ma'am, my
Yes.
voice is audible.
Yes.
You are
Ma'am, my
audible and
PPT is visible.
Yes.
visible. You can.
Yes. Thank you, sir. First of all, good afternoon, all of you. And I am Shabnam from Jamia Millia Islamia. I am PhD scholar from the PhD scholar from Education Department. And today my topic is environmental concern, issues, impact, and mitigation through education. Now, the point which I will cover in this presentation is introduction, objective of the study, methodology, issues of environment, solutions, and mitigation impact through the education that I will include in this. And at last, I will cover the conclusion. Now, before I start this presentation, मुझे महात्मा गांधी जी की एक लाइन याद आ रही है, कोटेशन याद आ रही है. अगर हम सब इस कोटेशन को अगर बहुत पहले याद कर चुके होते तो शायद हमारा जो इन्वायरमेंट है इतना ज्यादा डिग्रेड नहीं होता. द अर्थ प्रोवाइड्स इनफ टू सेटिस्फाई एवरी मैन्स नीड बट नॉट एवरी मैन्स ग्रीड. नाउ in introduction, I would like to define what is the environment. Everybody knows that what is the environment. हम सभी जानते हैं environment क्या है. Living and non all the living and non-living things that comprise the environment. But I am presenting environmental issues. So the question can come in the mind that what is environmental issues? The environmental issues are the harmful effect of human activities on environment. And now environment degradation has adversely impacted social, cultural, economic, and political aspect of human life. So why this topic is burning? Why I have chosen this topic? Why this topic is necessary for discussing, deliberating in this conference? And that's why this is important, because environment का जो degradation है वो impact कर रहा है human life को. लगातार pandemic आ रहे हैं, इतना pollution बढ़ चुका है. इसके लिए हमें platform चाहिए जहां पर हम डिस्कस करें, इसको लोगों को अवेयर कर सके. जो भी प्लेटफॉर्म हो सकता है, कॉन्फ्रेंस हो सकता है, सेमिनार, स्कूल, पेडागोजिकल प्रैक्टिस, कुछ भी हो सकता है. नाउ ये इतना जरूरी क्यों है? अगर हम रिपोर्ट देखें, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ शिकागो एयर क्वालिटी रिपोर्ट, तो वो कहते हैं कि पार्टिकुलेट मैटर ने शॉर्टेज कर दिया है लाइफ को, इंडिविजुअल की लाइफ को बहुत शॉर्ट कर दिया है, इतना ज्यादा पॉल्यूशन बढ़ चुका है. इसके बाद हम वर्ल्ड फोरम की रिपोर्ट देखें, वो कहते हैं कि मिलियंस ऑफ प्लांट एंड एनिमल्स एंड स्पीशीज आर थ्रेटेंड. ये 2021 की रिपोर्ट है जो ये बता रही है कि अभी भी हमारे एनवायरनमेंट जो है, हमने इतनी कोशिशें की हैं इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे, लोकल लेवल पर, इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर, फिर भी ये रिपोर्ट 2021 की है जो ये बता रही है कि अभी डिस्कस करना बाकी है, अभी इनको सॉल्व नहीं हुए इश्यूज, अभी इन पर और ज्यादा फोकस करने की जरूरत है. नाउ यहाँ पर जो हमारे स्कूल है, कॉलेज से, यूनिवर्सिटीज है, हमारा जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है, वो यहाँ पे बहुत मेजर रोल प्ले कर सकता है. Now, what is the objective of this presentation? So my objective is to identify the key issues and challenges of environment. Now, second objective is to find the sustainable solution of the environmental issues. Now, third objective is to explore the strategies for mitigation of impact through the education. एजुकेशन इज इम्पोर्टेंट. कोठारी कमीशन ने भी कहा है कि जो भी चेंजेस जो सोसाइटी में आते हैं वो क्लासरूम से आते हैं, तो हम एजुकेशन को नहीं भूल सकते. एजुकेशन को एक हम टूल बना के हम इश्यूज को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में हम इसको यूज कर सकते हैं. नाउ व्हाट इज द मेथोडोलॉजी फॉर माय दिस रिसर्च पेपर? द मेथोडोलॉजी व्हिच आई यूज this paper is based on the in-depth analysis and review of the secondary data that collected from the various sources such as website, research paper, review studies, newspaper, journals, reports, and the government ministry site, UNO, and other international agencies, and also including the NCERT textbooks and other published work I have been seen for this paper. Now, what are the issues of environment? सबसे पहले तो हमें हमारे जो स्कूल कॉलेज के बच्चे हैं उन्हें ये पता हो कि issues क्या हैं. Now, issues of pollution. First of all, pollution is the major issues we all know and experiencing also. Issues of deforestation. किस तरह से डिफोरेस्टेशन हुआ जिसकी वजह से पॉल्यूशन हम कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे. Now, ozone layer depletion. Issues of global warming and climate change. Climate change को हम सभी एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं कि सर्दी में जब सर्दी होनी चाहिए तब गर्मी हो रही है, जब गर्मी आ जानी चाहिए तब सर्दी हो रही है, और गर्मी में भी हाई टेम्परेचर एक जो एवरेज लेवल है उससे भी कहीं ज्यादा जा रहा है, हम सभी एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं डेली लाइफ में. नाउ वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट एंड overpopulation. These are the issues of environment which we should all know about it. हमारे जो बच्चे प्राइमरी से लेके कॉलेज लेवल तक सबको पता चाहिए, इवन टीचर, एजुकेटर, प्री सर्विस टीचर, all of them. Now, what is the solution? These are the some solutions of deforestation, ozone layer depletion, global warming. ये तो solution वो सुझावों में पड़े हैं, but मैं इसको पूरा एक्सप्लेन नहीं करूंगी क्योंकि ये सारे सॉल्यूशन हम सभी जानते हैं. मैं एजुकेशन के थ्रू कैसे हम मिटिगेट करें, यहाँ पर सारे टीचर्स हैं, टीचर, एजुकेटर है, प्रोफेसर है. मैं अपने आइडियाज जो है एजुकेशन को कैसे टूल बना के हम इसको टैकल करें वो मैं डिस्कस ज्यादा एम्फसाइज करूंगी उस पे. जैसे ये डिजर्टिफिकेशन है, हम सबको पता है कि ट्रीज प्लांटेशन करना चाहिए, वाटर मैनेजमेंट, वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग करना चाहिए, और ऑर्गेनिक खेती की तरफ जाना चाहिए, फर्टिलाइजर कम यूज करना चाहिए. ऐसे वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट है, रिड्यूस, रीयूज, रिसाइकल, ये वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए हम स्ट्रेटेजी अपनाते हैं, ये हम सभी जानते हैं, इसमें कुछ नया नहीं है. और बायोडाइवर्सिटी के बारे में भी हम जानते हैं कि कितना लॉस हो चुका है, कितनी स्पीसीज जो है IUCN की जो रेड डेटा बुक है, हर साल वो अपनी रिपोर्ट्स निकालते हैं जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि वो अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा कंसर्न है क्योंकि डाइवर्सिटी लॉस बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, बहुत ज्यादा एनिमल कंडीशन में है.
सबनम टाइम का ख्याल रखें, नेक्स्ट 1 मिनट में कंक्लूड करें.
ओके, नाउ हाउ टू मिटिगेट थ्रू द एजुकेशन के थ्रू कैसे मिटिगेट करेंगे? सबसे पहले हमें पॉलिसी लेवल पे इसकी बात करनी पड़ेगी. दूसरा, हम करिकुलम में इसको ऐड करें एज अ सब्जेक्ट. प्राइमरी से लेके कॉलेज लेवल तक हम एज अ सब्जेक्ट, कंपल्सरी सब्जेक्ट हम इसको ऐड करें. कोकुलर एक्टिविटीज में हम इसको ऐड करें. हमारा जो सिस्टम है वो एग्जाम ओरिएंटेड है, तो क्यों ना हम उसी को टूल बना ले, हम कोकुलर एक्टिविटीज में ऐड करें और एनवायरनमेंट के लिए हम जो भी एक्टिविटी हमारे बच्चे करें उसके हम मार्क्स दें उन्हें. फिर लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम चलाएं, हम ग्रीन हाउस कैंपस इनिशिएटिव चलाएं, और इको काउंसलिंग, पब्लिक अवेयरनेस, और यूथ को एंगेज करें. इस समय हमारी सबसे ज्यादा यूथ है, हम उन्हीं को टूल बना के उनको यूज करके हम एनवायरनमेंट को हम कैंपेन बड़े लेवल पे चला के हम उनको इंक्लूड करके हम चीजों को ठीक कर सकते हैं. एक्सपीरियंस लर्निंग, प्रैक्टिकल लर्निंग, और क्लास में जब टीचर है तो टीचर नोटिस करे बच्चे की वाटर बॉटल जो है वो प्लास्टिक की है, बच्चा क्या टिफिन जो लेके आ रहा है क्या वो प्लास्टिक का है, एक फूड कितना वेस्ट कर रहा है, क्या वो लाइट ऑफ और ऑन कर रहा है, क्या अननेसेसरी लाइट ऑन है, क्या वही छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जो क्लासरूम प्रैक्टिस के थ्रू जो टीचर है वो ऑब्जर्व कर सकती है, बच्चों को सिखा सकती है, उसमें इनकलकेट कर सकती है सस्टेनेबल हैबिट. सो इट वाज माय प्रेजेंटेशन. एट लास्ट आई वुड लाइक टू कंक्लूड दैट इससे हमारे टीचर, हमारे क्लासरूम, हमारी टेक्स्ट बुक, हमारी करिकुलम, ये बहुत बड़ा मेजर रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं इश्यूज को टैकल करने में. और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट, टीचर को सेंसिटाइज होना पड़ेगा, एक एक चीज को क्लास में नोटिस करना पड़ेगा ड्यूरिंग देयर टीचिंग, और उसको डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा बच्चों के साथ, क्योंकि बच्चे जब छोटे हैं वो शायद उस समय इतने कॉन्शियस ना हो, लेकिन जब वो बड़े होंगे तो उनके अंदर एक हैबिट डेवलप हो चुकी होगी. सो दिस इज माय प्रेजेंटेशन. थैंक यू सो मच टू बी हियर. आई होप कि मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन एनवायरनमेंट में टीचर्स में कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर सके एनवायरनमेंट की प्रॉब्लम्स को कम करने में. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू वेरी एंड प्रोवाइडिंग दिस प्लेटफॉर्म एंड अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर दिस आल्सो वेरी थैंक यू सो मच. Sir,
Any
if
queries?
anyone have any question, they can ask, please. Most welcome.
शबनम, तुम्हारा प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा था, बहुत बढ़िया. तो तुमने मेथोडोलॉजी में बोला ना, मेथोडोलॉजी तुमने बोला, मेथोडोलॉजी में तुमने क्या बोला वहां पे? तुमने क्या, ये कौन सा मेथोडोलॉजी है, कौन सा मेथोडोलॉजी में शबनम फॉलो किया तुमने?
सर ये एनालिसिस एंड रिव्यू स्टडी है.
वो तुमने जो लिखा ना उसमें सब सोर्सेस है, प्राइमरी सोर्स, सेकेंडरी सोर्स. तुमने वहां लिखना चाहिए था सर्वे मेथड. और एक था तुमने सर्वे तुमने सर्वे किया ना, तुमने प्राइमरी डेटा उसमें एक जोड़ देना, प्राइमरी डेटा और सेकेंडरी डेटा. यहाँ पे मैंने लिया था प्राइमरी डेटा एंड सेकेंडरी डेटा. हाँ, यही था. एक इसमें जोड़ देना डिलिमिटेशन.
ओके सर.
तुम तो सारे तो एनवायरनमेंट के जितने लिया ना, बहुत सारे तो है ना, इसमें थोड़ा उसमें लिख देना, जोड़ देना. हम इस आधार पे डिलिमिट किया. ओके
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much, sir. I learned
Welcome,
very
welcome.
much. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, welcome.
Sir, I request Professor Jayanti sir and Dr. Shruti Tiwari ma'am, you have to select the best paper presenter also. And we will announce the result in the valedictory session also.
It is very difficult, madam. Difficult task. Over to us. Okay, कोई बात नहीं, चलिए.
Okay, our next presenter is Jitendra Kumar sir. Dr. Jitendra Kumar sir. Okay, next.
Dr. Jitendra Kumar nahi hai, ma'am?
I think sir, he's there.
Yes, he is. Peace education, yes.
Okay.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू.
Yes.
सुन पा रहे हैं आप सब लोग मुझे?
Yes, yes.
माय नेम जितेंद्र कुमार, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, सरस्वती कॉलेज ऑफ प्रोफेशनल स्टडीज, गाजियाबाद. मेरा टॉपिक पीस एजुकेशन, शांति शिक्षा. आउटलाइन को इग्नोर करेंगे, सीधा इंट्रोडक्शन पे पहुंचेंगे. इंट्रोडक्शन की शुरुआत में स्पिनिच के शब्दों से करूंगा. पीस इज नॉट एब्सेंस ऑफ वॉर. पीस इज ए वर्च्यू एंड an attitude, tendency of good, trust and justice. शांति युद्ध की अनुपस्थिति नहीं है. शांति एक गुण है, एक दृष्टिकोण है, एक अच्छाई की प्रवृत्ति है, एक विश्वास है और एक न्याय है. इस प्रस्तुति में हम समाज के लिए, विश्व के लिए, देश के लिए और अपने भविष्य की पीढ़ियों के लिए अधिक शांतिपूर्ण दुनिया का निर्माण कैसे हो पाए, या हमारी शिक्षा में हम अपने बच्चों को किसके माध्यम से उन्हें शांति प्रिय जीवन व्यतीत कर पाए, ये सब इन सब मूल्यों का, अप्रोचेज का और कॉन्सेप्ट्स का ध्यान करेंगे. सबसे पहले मेरा टॉपिक है वह पीस एजुकेशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट. शांति शिक्षा हमारे जीवन में क्यों महत्वपूर्ण है. आप लोग देख रहे हैं कि रूस और यूक्रेन की लड़ाई, इजराइल हमास की लड़ाई, और आपके दैनिक जीवन में छोटी छोटी बातों पे, जैसे घर परिवार में भी आप देखते होंगे कि चाय में मीठा ज्यादा हो गया या सब्जी में नमक ज्यादा हो गया, तो घर में लड़ाइयां हो रही हैं. वो क्यों हो रही हैं? कि आदमी के अंदर शांति का अभाव है, आदमी हिंसात्मक हो गया है. तो इसमें सबसे पहला टॉपिक, शांति शिक्षा एक जीवन की आजीवन चलने वाली प्रक्रिया है. हर किसी के लिए शांति के बारे में सीखना और शांतिपूर्ण दुनिया बनाने के लिए उन कौशलों को, उस योग को, उस दृष्टिकोण को विकास आवश्यक है. तो इसका पहला टॉपिक है मेरा प्रिवेंट वायलेंस, हिंसा रोकने में. हिंसा रोकने के लिए विद्या ददाति विनियम, यानी कि शिक्षा को में अगर हम शांति को डाल देंगे या शांति में शिक्षा का निवास कर देंगे तो हमारा क्या होगा? विद्या ददाति विनियम, यानी कि विद्या मनुष्य को विनयशील बनाती है और विनय के आधार पर हम किसी भी हिंसा को रोक सकते हैं. दूसरा है मेरा सहानुभूति और समावेशिता, जहां पर सहयोग की भावना जागृत हो जाएगी. सहानुभूति, किसी के प्रति हमारा भाव, करुणा और हमारे सहयोग की भावना जागृत हो जाएगी तो वहां पर हमारी शांति स्थापित हो जाएगी. तो सहानुभूति के द्वारा छात्रों एवं समाज में सहयोग, मित्रता, करुणा एवं एक स्वस्थ स्पर्धा का निर्माण हम कर सकते हैं. दूसरा है समावेशिता. समावेशिता से तात्पर्य मेरा यह है कि यहाँ पर हम विभिन्न प्रकार के लोगों के, अलग धर्म की संस्कृति, अलग जाति के लोग, कल्चर के लोग, विभिन्न भाषी लोगों को सबको समावेशित करना, उनका सम्मान करना. हमें दूसरे धर्म का, दूसरी जाति का, दूसरी भाषा का, सभी का हमें सम्मान करेंगे तो हमारे लिए शांति शिक्षा की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी ज्यादा. पर्सनल ग्रोथ, यानी कि व्यक्तिगत विकास. शांति शिक्षा के माध्यम से हम व्यक्ति के मानसिक, सामाजिक, आध्यात्मिक और भावनात्मक विकास को नई दिशा दी जा सकती है. योग के द्वारा आप देखते हैं कि बहुत सी जगह कोई कितना भी गुस्सा कर रहा है लेकिन सामने वाला मुस्कुराता रहता है। तो वो क्या है, एक शांति शिक्षा उसने प्राप्त की योग के माध्यम से या आध्यात्म के माध्यम से या अपने किसी भी गुरु के माध्यम से उन्होंने हमें एक शिक्षा दी। उसके बाद आता है डिफरेंट अप्रोचेज। अलग अलग दृष्टिकोण के माध्यम से भी हम इसको प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, जैसे कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी, सांस्कृतिक विविधता। शांति शिक्षा के माध्यम से हम सांस्कृतिक विविधता को एक साथ ला सकते हैं। आपने देखा होगा, जैसे आप चले जाइए महाराष्ट्र चले जाइए, आसाम चले जाइए या मेघालय चले जाइए, जहां पर आपके कल्चर, आपकी संस्कृति, आपके व्यवहार से, आपकी भाषा के आधार पर आपका शोषण किया जाता है। जैसे दिल्ली में बिहार के लोगों के साथ, महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी भाषी लोगों के साथ आपने शोषण की वारदातें बहुत सुनी होंगी। हम इसके माध्यम से, शांति शिक्षा के माध्यम से, या इनको सबको कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी, सांस्कृतिक विविधता को एक साथ लाकर हम उनका सम्मान कर कर इसको कम कर सकते हैं। इससे हम पर्यटन को बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं, अर्थव्यवस्था में सुधार भी ला सकते हैं। इससे अगर हम दूसरे की संस्कृति का सम्मान करेंगे तो हमें विविधता शांति शिक्षा का माध्यम प्राप्त हो जाएगा और हम दूसरे की संस्कृति को भी संरक्षित कर पाएंगे। बहुत से जो कल्चर हैं हमारे खत्म हो गए हैं, जिनको हम एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर पाए हैं। दूसरा है मेरा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, यानी कि संघर्ष परिवर्तन। संघर्ष आज के जीवन में सब घर परिवारों में, विद्यालयों में, शिक्षक विद्यार्थी के बीच, माता पिता में, बच्चों में, सबके अंदर है। तो इसकी जो एक संघर्ष परिवर्तन सिद्धांत को लेवरोच ने 1996 में प्रतिपादित किया था। हम संघर्ष परिवर्तन को किस प्रकार से टाल सकते हैं? संघर्ष परिवर्तन को हम जब टाल देंगे तो हमारे जीवन में शांति स्थापित हो जाएगी। तो रॉल्फ किलमैन एक हुए हैं, उन्होंने अनुसार उन्होंने 5 स्टेप बताए। इसको आप अपने जीवन में भी उतार सकते हैं। सबसे पहले, किसी से आपकी कोई बात हो गई तो आप उसे अवॉइड कर सकते हैं, नेग्लेक्ट कर दीजिए कुछ पल के लिए। दूसरा, समायोजन, उसके साथ आप समायोजित कर सकते हैं। तीसरा, अगर आप समायोजन नहीं कर पाते हैं तो एक स्वस्थ प्रतिस्पर्धा कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि आपने कोई वेट लगा ली, भाई अगर तुम जीत गए तो तुम्हारी बात मान ली जाएगी, मैं जीत गया तो मेरी बात मान ली जाएगी। तीसरा, उसका आप सहयोग कर सकते हैं।
जितेंद्र जी
सहयोग
नेक्स्ट
की
1
भावना से
मिनट, जितेंद्र जी नेक्स्ट 1 मिनट में
सोशल
कंक्लूड करने
जस्टिस,
को उसके।
ओके मैम सर। की कॉन्सेप्ट इन पीज एजुकेशन, शांति। शांति 4 तरीके की होती है, व्यक्तिगत शांति, पारस्परिक, सामाजिक और वैश्विक। नॉन वायलेंस, नॉन वायलेंस में भी हम सविनय अवज्ञा आंदोलन द्वारा, बातचीत द्वारा, मध्यस्थता द्वारा, बहिष्कार द्वारा और हड़ताल द्वारा, इसमें कहीं भी हम हिंसात्मक कार्यवाही नहीं करेंगे। तीसरा है कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन। इसमें हम जब हम युद्ध विराम की बात करते हैं या युद्ध वियोजन की बात करते हैं तो पर्टिकुलर लाइफ में हमें शांत और एकाग्रचित रहना चाहिए, दूसरे व्यक्ति की बात को सुनना चाहिए, सम्मान से रहना चाहिए और दूसरे का सम्मान करना चाहिए और समस्याओं पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। चौथा है मेरा सोशल जस्टिस। इसमें सभी के लिए समानता का अधिकार, चाहे वो शिक्षा का हो, स्वास्थ्य का हो, बोलने का अधिकार हो, मौलिक अधिकार हो, सारे आ जाते हैं। ग्लोबल सिटीजनशिप, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, यानी कि अर्थात पूरी दुनिया एक परिवार है, तो हमें सभी का सम्मान करना चाहिए। इसी के आधार पर हम शांति शिक्षा को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। तीसरा है स्थिरता, सस्टेनेबिलिटी। इसमें सस्टेनेबिलिटी में हम उन चीजों का जो प्राकृतिक संसाधन है उनको इस तरह से प्रयोग किया जाए कि वो भविष्य की पीढ़ी के लिए सुरक्षित रह सकें। आने वाले समय में एक युद्ध हमारे देश में या पूरे विश्व में पानी के लिए भी होगा। इसके बाद आ रहा है पीज एजुकेशन इन क्लासरूम। हम शिक्षक हैं तो एक शिक्षक के लिए एक क्लासरूम में शांति शिक्षा क्यों आवश्यक है और आप इसको किस प्रकार से अपने शिक्षा में, क्लास में अप्लाई कर सकते हैं। आप अपने पाठ्यक्रम में इसको लागू कर सकते हैं। कला में अंग्रेजी के निबंधों की आवश्यकता से प्रोमोटिंग कोऑपरेशन, सहयोग की भावना को बढ़ावा देके आप विद्यार्थियों में सहयोगात्मक प्रतिस्पर्धा या कोई भी फंक्शन हो रहा है उसमें सहयोग की भावना के द्वारा आप इसको क्लासरूम में लागू कर सकते हैं। टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी में एक शिक्षक को चाहिए कि वो अपने विद्यार्थियों के साथ ऐसा व्यवहार करे कि जो वह अपने साथ ना करवाना चाहता हो, यानी कि सेम भावना, सेम, अगर आप किसी को सम्मान दोगे तो आपको सम्मान मिलेगा। रोल प्लेइंग, स्टिमुलस वेरिएशन, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो आप टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी में यूज कर सकते हैं पीज एजुकेशन को प्राप्त करने के लिए। इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन किसी भी छात्र, शिक्षक एवं मानव जाति के लिए अपने उसके व्यक्तित्व का महत्वपूर्ण अंग है। अपने विचारों को प्रभावी ढंग से सामने वाले तक पहुंचाना ही इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन है। इसमें नवोदय विद्यालय वगैरह के जो विद्यालय हैं वो एक्सचेंज करते हैं, बच्चों को दूसरे प्रदेश में भेजते हैं जहां से वो संस्कृति से रूबरू होते हैं और वहां की भाषा को समझ पाते हैं। तो इसके आधार पर इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन आप कर सकते हैं। दूसरा है टीचिंग पेज एजुकेशन अक्रॉस द करिकुलम। पाठ्यक्रम में पीछे भी आया है ये सेंटेंस। तो लैंग्वेज आर्ट, भाषा में, अंग्रेजी में और भी भाषाओं में आप बच्चे को उसके भाषण द्वारा, निबंध द्वारा, कहानियों द्वारा पीज एजुकेशन का बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। बच्चे से उसके विचार व्यक्त करने के लिए कोई संगोष्ठी, कोई वर्कशॉप, कोई सेमिनार, कोई वेबिनार आप आयोजित करवा सकते हैं। विज्ञान और मैथ में समस्या समाधान, आलोचनात्मक सोच और समुदाय और दुनिया के पर्यावरण, सामाजिक मुद्दों पर आप चर्चा कर सकते हैं। विज्ञान के माध्यम से आप बच्चे को बता सकते हैं कि जो रासायनिक हथियार हैं या जो भी केमिकल्स हैं उनका जीवन में क्या दुष्प्रभाव है और क्या उनका अच्छा प्रभाव है। आप विज्ञान के माध्यम से ये बता सकते हैं। मैथ के माध्यम से उसको आप सांख्यिकी के द्वारा डेटा एकत्रित करके उसका सॉल्यूशन कर सकते हैं। हिस्ट्री एंड सोशल साइंस स्टडीज, शांति आंदोलन, शांति दूतों की कहानियां पढ़ाकर आप अपने करिकुलम में शांति शिक्षा को प्रोत्साहित कर सकते हैं। पीज एजुकेशन एक्टिविटीज एंड रिसोर्सेज।
Sir, it's request, please conclude it.
जितेंद्र जी ओवर कीजिए, नेक्स्ट 30 सेकंड में। आप बहुत ऊपर चले गए, मैंने टाइम का आपको बताया।
पीज एजुकेशन फॉर चिल्ड्रन एंड यूथ, प्ले बेस्ड लर्निंग कर सकते हैं आप, कम्युनिटी के सहयोग की भावना कर सकते हैं, एम्पावर यूथ बॉयज, उनकी जो यूथ की जो वॉइस है उसे ऊपर उठा सकते हैं, उन्हें एक मौका दे सकते हैं, उन्हें एक मंच दे सकते हैं। इसके बाद आता है चैलेंज एंड अपॉर्चुनिटीज ऑफ पीज एजुकेशन। इसमें चैलेंज क्या है? जागरूकता का अभाव है लोगों में, सीमित संसाधन है, परिवर्तन का विरोध करते हैं लोग जीवन में, और शांति की जटिलता इसमें आ जाती है। फंडिंग की प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, राजनीतिक वेरियर्स भी आ सकते हैं, और अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो है इसमें कि पूरा देश, विश्व जो है, राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दोनों स्तरों पर शांति शिक्षा के महत्व की मान्यता बढ़ रही है, तकनीकी में भी प्रगति हो रही है। इसके बाद आता है विजन फॉर ए मोरल पीसफुल वर्ल्ड, यूनिटी इन डाइवर्सिटी, विविधता में एकता, एनवायरमेंटल सस्टेनेबिलिटी, यानी कि पर्यावरणीय चीजों को आप उसमें जागरूक रहें और हिसाब से अपने माध्यम से खर्च करें। जैसे आजकल चल रहा है बहुत ज्यादा, समर सेवल चल जाते हैं, घंटों गाड़ियां धुलती हैं। ग्लोबल पीस एंड जस्टिस, यहाँ पर वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना आ जाती है। मैम कंक्लूजन आ गया है। कंक्लूजन है मेरा, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिन, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुःख भाग विद्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांति। अर्थात कंक्लूजन में यही है कि सभी के लिए सभी सुखी हों, सभी रोग मुक्त रहें, सभी मंगल घटनाओं के साक्षी बने और किसी को दुख का भागी ना बनना पड़े। धन्यवाद। आप सब लोगों ने सुना, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Jitendra sir. Is there any question? Shall we move forward? Okay.
1 minute, just yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
जितेंद्र जी, ये तो आपने बोला ना, बहुत सारे तो बोला पीस एजुकेशन के बारे में। टाइटल है आपका पीस एजुकेशन, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। इसको थोड़ा इलाबोरेट करने का अच्छा होगा। आपने अंत में जो है ना बोला ना जो स्कूल में ये होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए, स्कूल में बोला ना, स्कूल पाठ्यक्रम में, तो इसको थोड़ा इलाबोरेट अच्छा होगा, इसीलिए टाइटल को थोड़ा इलाबोरेट होना चाहिए था, ठीक है ना। सारे विश्व के ये पेपर है, छोटा पेपर तो 3000-4000 वर्ड में होता है थोड़ा, सो इसके सारे विश्व में जितना हो रहा है पीस एजुकेशन, सारे स्कूल कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी में किस तरीके से आप इसको इलाबोरेट कर सकता है, इसीलिए इसको थोड़ा कंसाइज करना चाहिए था, डिलिमिट करना चाहिए था, यही हमारा सजेशन। ओके, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir. Next participants is Dr. Kritikar Yogeshwar Shripal. Dr. Kritikar Yogeshwar Shripal.
स्पेलिंग बताएंगे जरा मैम?
Okay. सर कीर्तिकर, KIR
डॉक्टर से तो नहीं है ये कीर्तिकर, हाँ स्पेलिंग सिर्फ के से बता दीजिए,
KIR,
ये तो नहीं है मैम।
Okay.
नेक्स्ट बताइए।
नेक्स्ट फादर बैजू थॉमस सर।
हाँ उनको मैंने बनाया हुआ है।
अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ एंड सर प्लीज टाइम का ध्यान रखेंगे,
हाँ ठीक है,
डिस्टर्ब करना हमें अच्छा नहीं लगता,
ठीक है, आई विल बी ऑन टाइम। Okay. Myself, Father Baiju. I am a research scholar in Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Education and Research Institute, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. My topic is promoting inclusive education ensures education for all in India, a review study. This is my outline. Okay, I'll go to the introduction. Inclusive education is an innovative strategy for teaching students with different cognitive skills and learning challenges alongside generally developing children. The educational requirement of all children are considered with particular attention paid to those who are likely to end up with their own. It examines the theoretical relation between inclusive education and education for all by drawing a wide range of literature. However, only around half of the students who need special education service, particularly in those programs. An overview of inclusive education, its significance and its place in the community are provided in this paper. Inclusive education is commonly used to describe the growing trend of integrating students with or without disability into the same classroom. Okay. My objectives: to find out the significance of inclusive education in the framework of Indian situation, to determine the need for inclusive education, ensure education for all in India, methodology of the present study, giving resources accessible and legitimacy of the current research compound. The research study is conducted using secondary source for information. Numerous books, journals, research articles, and other sources were used in order to gather further data. The study's methodology also considered the opinion and contribution of several experts working in the academic and scientific domains. Need for inclusive education in India. Recent studies: most children perform better when exposed to the diversity of general education curriculum. Students with special needs must be considered and integrated into regular classroom when inclusive education is to be adopted successfully, especially in the light of the challenges younger children experience in the learning and participating in the classroom. In India, general education programs are enrolled, an increasing number of youngsters and teachers are beginning to understand the value of treating each student individually. Teachers adapt activities to cover all students in successfully inclusive program, even though each student may have different goals. Inclusive education in India. The method of educating children with a disability alongside classmates their age who are not affected, known as inclusive education, in order to provide disabled children with equal access to conventional education. The Education for Disabled Children, IDC program was established. The National Education Policy in 1986 promoted inclusive education to integrate people with disability with the general community at all levels of equal partners, preparing them for average growth and enabling them to face life with courage and confidence. The Rehabilitation Council of India Act of 1992 made it feasible for the instructor to work with the people who have disability to design and professional development program. Now, inclusive education scenario in India. In India, society presides have always centered on education. The Indian freedom movement's leaders underlined the unique implication of education for social progress and recognized its vital significance throughout the country. Struggle for independence. India has long tradition of intellectual success and fascinating past. So in this, here I'll be dealing with the numerous commissions who speaks about inclusive education and other. Okay. So the first commission is Kathori Commission. It was in 1964 to 66. Then comes the first education policy in 1966. Then integrated disabled children, one scheme in 1974, scheme of assistance to disabled children purchase fitting aids applications. In 1981, the National Policy on Education in 1986, Project Integrate Education for Disabled 1987, National Policy on Education Program on Action 1992, Rehabilitation Council of India Act 1992, District Primary Education Program 1994, Person with a Disability Act 1995, Midday Meal Scheme 1995. Then comes National Trust Act 1999, Deen Dayal Disabled Rehabilitation Scheme 1999, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan SSA 2001, National Curriculum Framework 2005, Action Plan of Inclusive Education, Inclusion for Children with Youth and Disability 2005, Right to Education Act 2009, Scheme of Inclusive Education for Disabled at a Secondary Stage 2009, Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan 2009, Right of Person with a Disability Act 2016. Then Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan 2018, and last is the National Policy on Education 2020. Now going education for all in India. Only the education for all will be able to make progress that will last. India has made great strides towards reaching its education for all target in early childhood education, primary education, gender equality, secondary education, and adult literacy and skill development. As an outcome, India has made significant progress in recent years to improve the percentage of its population with primary education, pushing the literacy rate to around 80%. As an outcome, hearing more and more better qualified educators in the crucial to make the education for all successful. Enhancing the effectiveness of teaching and learning input is essential to reaching education for targets and is in turn facilitated by investigating teachers' professional development. Conclusion. The Indian government is working to reform the education system, focusing on inclusive education policies and schemes. For inclusive education to be influential, space with and without impairment must be included jointly. The support that students with disability provide and receive from one another in the class is an essential part of their relationship. India has made significant progress towards its 6 education-related goals for children, women, youth, adult, and older people. We are committed to ensure that each child in India, irrespective of gender, social background, has the opportunity to reach their full potential as an adult. Increasing usage of inclusive education and education for all can fulfill the promise of 86th Amendment to the Constitution, which ensure that all children right to education in 2002. To meet the education for all goal 2040, the country must increase its effort. Financial restrictions are unlikely to impede progress in India's pursuit of education for all standard, even though the government would still confront several challenges and barriers on its way to it. Thus, engaging students with disability in education require broader support from the community, sufficient response to their diverse learning demand, informal and non-formal education for all in India. Thank you. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there any question?
no suggestion, no questions. Okay, Thomas, you have written in conclusion. So these your conclusion, or you have taken other conclusions?
I mean, some ideas are taken from the different areas. So this is means some India has to achieve some
So
goal.
you should mention citation.
Okay, okay. I have
So you
given
have-
the last I am given, no? All the
I have observed your the paper. You have written so many matters from different sources,
yes,
but
sir.
there is no citation. So you should
No,
mention.
and I given the references, no, because in the slides I cannot give, no. In the paper everything is there.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, next. Thank you, Thomas.
One question, I think, from Dr. Nikhilesh. Unmute yourself, Dr. Nikhilesh.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Ensisma from GIT Greater Noida. I want to ask some specific.
Open your video first.
Hello.
Open your video.
Okay, okay. Just a minute.
When asking the question, now open your video. Without video.
Just a minute. There is some. Where I am here, there is some specific problem of network. I think so. I am trying to open video.
Ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, next, our next participant is Miss Chitra.
Chitra.
Ma'am. Yeah. Chitra ma'am.
Yes, Chitra ma'am co-host hai. Yes, Chitra ma'am, you can on your video and you can share your PPT also.
Ma'am, my PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You can start, ma'am, visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all present here on this international conference on educational reforms and advancement organized by Council for Teachers Professional.
चित्रा मैम वॉल्यूम इंक्रीज कीजिए, वॉल्यूम कम आ रहा है, या तो जोर से बोलिए आप या वॉल्यूम थोड़ा सा इंक्रीज.
Okay, sir. So now it's audible?
No, yes, now it's fine.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here on this international conference on educational reforms and advancement organized by Council for Teachers Professional Development. Myself Chitra, assistant professor working in 5 University, Himachal Pradesh. Today I'm focusing on efficient learning with e-technology.
और इसमें स्पीकर कितने हैं? चित्रा लास्ट है कहीं?
The traditional method of teaching is very top-down, heavy-handed, hit down and read, be quiet, doesn't ask question, that is chalk and talk. Continued for hundreds of years, is now acquiring inferior result as compared with today's modern teaching method. Now the education system is more competency based, testing specific skills and building individual skills into professional grouping become a global currency for both employer and job seekers. The education employment gap has forced higher educator to think creatively and allowing students to move away from remote learning and tackle real world challenges and develop solutions for them. For this particular research paper, the review work discussed on various e-learning objectives and tools and limitations. For the research methodology, the study were gathered and sourced by search in database including Web of Sciences, Scopus, ResearchGate, and Scope. The researches include e-learning, education-related publication and books, 60
उसने बोला
research
कि
papers
आपका
were
ये
chosen for
allow करते हैं।
evaluation and
चित्रा
citation.
मैम एक मिनट होल्ड कीजिए
हाँ जस्ट
चित्रा मैम
सेकंड, ये जितेंद्र शर्मा।
एक मिनट चित्रा मैम फिर से अपने आप को अनम्यूट कीजिए।
Yes, sir.
हाँ कुछ ये वही सारी थी एनोटेशन से आप अपना ये रिमूव कर लीजिए, मैंने कंट्रोल कर दिया उसको।
So what to remove?
ये जो स्क्रीन पर आपके ना वो आ रहा, अगर आप चाहें तो इसे वो कर लें, अदरवाइज तो
So
फिर
how it could be done? I don't know.
चलिए कोई बात नहीं, आप भी कंटिन्यू
लीव
में
इट मैम।
Okay, okay. So, use of e-technology in teaching. New methods of teaching support student in learning lifelong skills that will help them to be successful in and out of the classroom. This method is research-based system which focuses on using positive approach to enhance skills. It is a specialized approach of educating students with learning differences. New methods of teaching have the purpose to improve the quality of education and involve student in educational process. The point behind each learning objective is to retain and apply the concept successfully. As teachers, it is necessary to be able to teach and remain engaging the students. It puts a greater level of responsibility on creating lesson plan that truly work. These are some of the features of modern teaching methods. Classroom infrastructure. Students are actively involved with the lesson that engage multiple sense. Every feature of classroom, from the color of the wall to the engagement or to the arrangement of furniture, is carefully designed to enhance learning. Every classroom is equipped with state-of-the-art technology, including smart boards, overhead projectors in the classroom, laptop, computer labs, internet, or Wi-Fi. Then student engagement. With the use of e-technology, teaching methods, students are engaged with the real world so that they can analyze everything that happens in different life sphere. Instead of conventional teaching method, students are given live projects so that they can witness how the knowledge that they are learning apply to the real world. Then practice activities can be performed, practice activities that give learner the chance to apply the information, knowledge, and the skill they have learned from the courses. Then the anywhere anytime flexibility. This is one of the very important feature of modern technology. Flexibility to follow the course of on the learner's own schedule is of utmost priority. Like today we can see that our class is going since morning, and all the presentations, if I'm not wrong, are going to be held till 7 or 8 o'clock. So this is what the flexibility in the teaching method. Then qualified teachers, the role of the teacher is very important here. They are providing the quality education to the students by learning all sort of tools which can engage the students in a very different way. Then interactive sessions. Yes, this can definitely be a total student involvement practice which can be there. Then course evaluation. As we are doing the evaluation in the traditional method, the same evaluation system can be done through online platforms like Google Classrooms are there. We can easily evaluate and get the feedback of the students from time to time. Modern teaching methods. From the last decade, the use of high-tech equipment in the educational institution is increased with a rapid rate. Now there are a lot of modern gadgets which can be used for improving the teaching in the classroom. Here is the list of most popular equipment which can be used in modern teaching. Use of computers or laptop with Wi-Fi connection in the classroom, use of LCD projectors, and use of interactive whiteboard in the classroom. These are some of the common e-learning tools, like one of the most used classroom tool is Google Classroom. Being a teacher, I think all who are there on this platform, they might be using this Google Classroom in their class also. The primary purpose of this Google Classroom is to streamline the process of sharing files between teachers and the students. Then cohort. Yes, this is again a very interactive learning platform for the students. So, though I was not very much aware about this platform before the COVID, after the COVID has taken place, we are able to learn these type of tools and make the student engaged. Otherwise, they can skip the classes, and for them, the things become very boring. So, in this method, this is a game-based learning platform that is great for creating content such as fun activities and learning games for the students. You can make very small quizzes on the spot based upon the topic you have taught in the class. There are others I didn't have given the explanation just due to the shortage of time. Then Edmodo is there, classmaker.com, socrative.com, video play is there. We can create various videos on pixel.com, then pixabay, then capping, even on Canva. Various presentations can be taken care. Then there are various platforms where we can have a very interactive sessions, like Zoom is there, WebEx, Google Meet, Livestorm. Right, currently we are using the Zoom platform. These are the various benefits of e-technology in the education system. This is the e-learning platform, and with this e-learning platform, the students can have information, communication, interaction, and monitoring with the teacher. The various benefits which we can derive from the e-technology: preparing learner to apply knowledge, skills, and attitude in real situations; teaching learner to adapt journal or abstract knowledge to specific and concrete situations; automating skill, bringing together separate component of learning into one world for better performance; then building confidence in the ability to apply learning in real situation; verifying the ability to apply simpler skills before the course move into complex sessions. Though we have taken care of various advantages, but still there are certain disadvantages of e-learning, like lack of lack of self discipline. If an individual lack this, they will not be motivated to study, bringing upon procrastination. This is where traditional classroom learning is handy, whereby you are tracked if you are falling behind in your studies. Then health problems. This normally occur when an individual is always on their computer or tablet. It brings about staining problem, poor vision, and the like. It is, however, advisable to relax for at least 10 minutes, an hour, or walk around, or even do twist exercises to prevent pains. Inability to access technology. This is one of the very greatest problem which we are facing, especially in very remote areas. Like I'm from Himachal, and here the...
Please conclude it, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So at the last, I just want to conclude the education sector encouraging children to optimize the benefit of technology in the classroom. They are also urging them to tap their innovative impulse in the use of technology. The constantly shifting goals of education are necessitating change and moving the goal post from teacher-centric output to student-centric. In common, there is concern that use of information and communication technologies in teaching and learning and innovation in the education system are still insufficient to enable the degree of flexibility and accessibility. So that's all from my side. Only I just want to say that here we can able to sustain this practices in the education system only if we as a teacher able to learn all these skills in a very proper way. If we learn, only then we can able to handle the students in a very motivated manner. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Is there any question? Shabnam ma'am, please mute yourself. Shabnam ma'am. I think आपका mic on हो गया, Shabnam ma'am. Yes. Is there any question? I think No one is there. Shall we proceed, sir?
Next presenter. Okay, madam,
Okay.
please.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next is Dr. Anu Tomar. Anu Tomar, ma'am. I think she is not there. But let it check, sir. Dr. Anu Tomar. No, she is not there. Sir, unmute yourself. I think आप mute हो गए.
Wait. मैंने पूछा कि इसके अलावा कोई और पेपर प्रेजेंटर है या नहीं?
No, sir.
चलिए तो फिर प्रोसीड कीजिए, आगे बढ़ाइए। पहले चेयर सर बोले, उसके बाद फिर
Okay. Okay. We have concluded the paper presented. Now I invite Jayanti Mehte sir to please say a few words.
So we have received almost 7 papers, madam, or 6?
No, sir. Sir, 2 are absent.
5.
Dr. Kritikar Yogeshwar Shripal and Ms. Dr. Anu Tomar, ma'am.
दो नहीं है ना, absent है. Okay. So Jitendra Singh, Sabnam, and Jitendra Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Biju Thomas, Miss Chitra. So these papers are very highly informative. Some information, there is some information gap. Gap means, so in some cases, there are some, just Sabnam, she is a research scholar of Jamia Millia University. She presented her paper very nicely, and she tried to focus on environmental issues and impact mitigation through education. He has mentioned his methodology and as a special and mainly in educational field. And next item was Peace Education by Jitendra Kumar. It was also very good title, and he has defined all concern peace education. So there is some limitation. We should some limitation. It is a very broad area. He has taken a beautiful broad area, so it should be delimited. So this is he also focused on school education, university education, tied to school education and key concept in education, peace education, conflict, global citizenship, etc. So many. So it is a very nice paper, but it should be concise. Next to Biju Thomas, he has focused on promoting inclusive education and education for all India. So he has tried to focus on inclusive education and education for all in India, and mention some effective ideas in this paper. So it is a very good paper. So these are the almost all 5 papers presented here. So we have received so many information. Participants have got so many information, and they enrich from these papers. Thank you, madam. I am very grateful to Professor Sotrendraji, Dean, Glorious Universities, so giving me opportunity, this platform. So I think it will be continue up to 8 or 8 p.m. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
So I am leaving, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I feel privileged to introduce our esteemed co-chair, Dr. Shruti Tiwari, Principal, Gyan Vihar School of Education, Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. It's delighted to announce that she was merit holder in all her academics. Her PhD thesis got appreciated by BOM and sent to the government for their database. She has an experience of approx 20 years in the field of education. She is a member of many professionals and academic bodies. team member of university, flying squad. She got the Best Education Leadership Award of 27th Business School Affairs, organized by Doang Mehta National Education Award. It's honored that she had twicely invited World Education Summit as a speaker under her supervision. Approx 15 research scholars had been awarded with PhD degree. She had received approx 10 national and international awards for research, best teachers and many more. मैं कुछ लाइंस के साथ इंट्रोड्यूस करूंगी मैम को। इतिहास कांच के टुकड़ों का नहीं, चमकते हीरो का बनता है। इतिहास घास के तिनकों का नहीं, फौलादी तीरों का बनता है। जीवन के संग्राम में जो हथियार डाल दे, इतिहास उनका नहीं, संघर्ष करने वालों का बनता है। Now, I invite Dr. Shruti Tiwari ma'am to summarize the session and address the participants of the session. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shweta Bhargav. I am very much thankful to all organizers of this international conference, especially Dr. Sanjay Kumar, who has given this opportunity to me for speaking on a very special as well as very important topic today in the conference. I'm very much thankful to all of the management and all the members of this organization who has done a very commendable job to organize this international conference and bring all the different research scholars as well as professors, academicians from all over the world. So I must congratulate to all of you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And Dr. Shweta, I am also very much thankful to you. You have quoted a very good quotation here, and you are actually the example of this quote also. I must say this, that today I'm very much happy to see you in this platform because you are really a fighter. I must say this I must give this information to all the members here. He is one of the research scholar of our university, and she has done a very much good job during his tenure of research, and she has fighted to take her degree also. So thank you so much, sir. Today's track 2 is actually the sustainable development research practices in education, in which we are talking about the practices in sustainability. And I want to summarize the whole session. There is no need because Honorable Chair also has done this task very much efficiently, and he has spoken all the in the summarized way. But to summarize this finally, I want to share my 2-3 slides with all of you, so that because research scholars are also there, students are also there, and many more participants, which are actually the learners. That's why I want to share my 2-3 slides screen, in which I want to show my Is this visible to all of you? Please tell me this. Anything visible on the screen?
Not visible, ma'am.
Okay. Just wait, please. One minute. There is some, I suppose, it's a problem. So let me talk about all the sessions which are presented by all the scholars. they have almost covered all the areas of sustainable development parts, especially on the environmental issues, on the social systems, on the specifically the education, teacher education sides. I want to congratulate all the participants, those who have done a very good job to make their presentations here. They have talked about theoretical aspects of various issues. I want to think that the presentations are actually on the practices which is actually done in the colleges, institutions, and in schools also. So this is my all overall view, that when we are talking about the practices in sustainability, we must integrate the school education, higher education, as well as the research and developments, publications, as well as the real teaching learning processes, which are completely in the hands of teachers. If we all are combined with all these special tasks, not talking about the theoretical aspects, but basically in the practices, in which we can say that we have to integrate the research, which is ancient research of our country, which has actually vanished from our country also. So we have to integrate that research, ancient research, with the current research in the special background of the teaching learning processes, which we are held various years before, and all the world are now utilizing those kind of pedagogies and methodologies, and also the research part, and we are lagging behind because we have left all those things very, very earlier stages. We have to bring them back. We have to work hard with sustainable development of all sustainable pedagogies, sustainable research parameters, sustainable practices in the field of higher education, as well as in the field of education. And what we have to do for this, we have to change our mindsets, specifically. I'm sorry, I'm not able to find out my PPT, so I'm not sharing it. I'm just talking about all those things here. So if we will talk about integrating all the research part, education part, and the teaching learning processes, which is actually in the hands of leaders, we are talking about the theoretical aspects, many more in the areas of teaching learning, especially in the field of teacher education. We have to come into the grounds of reality, that we need to focus on the research, basically to upgrade our knowledges, because our contribution of research in the field of teacher education is so much minor that we are not having any our copyrights, patents, even we are not having any kind of good research about any kind of teaching pedagogies, teaching management, teaching administration. So we have to bring back on that parts, especially when all the researchers are doing the research. For example, the student who is doing the research in ICT practices, it is not only in the thesis. The researcher who is in the college, who is in the institution, he must inculcate all the values, all the practices in the real hand-on practices with the students, as well as with all student teachers. It is not only for that they are doing it for making their papers, making their thesis, and all the students, those who have done this in this practice very well, about the environmental issues, on the economic aspects, on the social aspects, on other kind of aspects which is to be secured, which is to be sustained in the field of education, it's very good. And I am also happy to see that students are trying, that they are doing with the latest latest topics. They are taking the latest. Inclusive education must be integrated with the general or the specific part of the school education also. It should not be lagging behind. They must be integrated with the simple in the regular basis education. So we have to work on that, on these kind of international platforms. We will discuss, we will have the issues to actually discuss with each other, so that we will come to the solutions of these kind of problems, and will must have our mindsets towards the integrating the research, development, education, as well as the sustainable issues in a same platform. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your insight have left an incredible mark on all of us. And now, please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizer of the conference this virtual memento. Ma'am, please. Just a second, ma'am. Please accept as a token of gratitude from the organizer of the conference.
Thank you so much. Your voice is disturbing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again.
This is a very good practice. I have, very much happy to see this virtual memento I am receiving. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. This is a good initiative from you, that we are having the, virtual mementos also. And this is a good kind of practice you have started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Our session was full of enthusiasm and valuable knowledge. Now it's time for gratitude. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my pleasure to invite a man who encouraged us to be the ambassador of peace and take change of everything with with ease. Your impact on our lives can never be forgotten, as you always inspired us to do our best for others. None other than Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Sir, Program Director, CTPD India, and convener CTPDCON-ERA 2023, to express gratitude and appreciation. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Sweta. Good afternoon, everyone. It is with great pleasure and profound sense of gratitude that I am before you to deliver the vote of thanks for this remarkable technical session 2.4 of the CTPDCON-ERA 2023, an event that has brought together brilliant minds to share knowledge, insights, innovations. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished chair, Professor Dr. Jayanta Mehte, and co-chair Dr. Shruti Tiwari ma'am, paper presenters also. Your expertise, dedication, and valuable insights you have shared have enriched our understanding of the most pressing issues in the field. I would also like to express my profound appreciation to the organizing committee who worked tirelessly to put together This international conference, countless hours of planning, coordination, attention to detail have gone into making this event a success. To our organizing partners, your support has been instrumental in making this event a reality. Your contribution have allowed us to bring together experts and practitioners from various corners of the world. I want to acknowledge our national as well as global audience online. Your participation have added immense value to this conference. In today's interconnected world, your presence truly undergoes the international and collaborative spirit of this event. A special note of gratitude goes out to the moderator and technical support to Dr. Sweta Bhargav, who independently manage all the things. Your seamless execution, dedication ensured that everything runs smoothly from setup of virtual platforms. Without your hard work, this conference would not have been successful, specifically this technical session. Last but not least, I would like to thank each and every one of you, the participants. Your engagement, curiosity, enthusiasm have made this event what it is. Your presence is here, and your commitment to furthering knowledge in your respective field is an inspiration to us all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
श्वेता, एक रिक्वेस्ट कीजिएगा कि सभी अपने वीडियो ऑन कर लें, तो एक हम ना स्क्रीनशॉट इस टेक्निकल सेशन का ले लेंगे.
Yes, sir. Please, I request all the participants to switch on your cameras so that we can take the group photo. अपन ले सकते हैं क्या फोटो?
वेट ए मिनट, मैंने चीज करते हैं जिससे कि ना जितने लोगों का फिर पिक है उतना ही आएगा. और एक अनाउंसमेंट ये कि विदाउट फिलिंग फीडबैक फॉर्म ना लीव करें, अदरवाइज क्योंकि सर्टिफिकेट सिस्टम जनरेटेड होंगे तो मुश्किल होगा फिर बाद में.
ओके.
थैंक यू सो मच श्रुति मैम. आपको वैसे भी समय से फ्री करना, तो देखिए हमने आपके टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग बिल्कुल ऑन टाइम हो
थैंक यू
गई.
सो मच, बिल्कुल ऑन टाइम आपने मुझे फ्री कर दिया है.
हाँ, तो आप अपना जो नेक्स्ट कमिटमेंट
है मैं यहाँ से निकल के और सीधे पहुंचूंगी.
जी.
26 kilometers I have to drive.
जी.
And then to cover the next event. Thank you so much for your invitation. I cannot say no to you anymore. मैं आपसे मना नहीं कर सकती किसी भी चीज की. हाँ, बीच बीच में कुछ ऐसी चीजें आ जाती हैं जिनको हमें मैनेज साथ में करना पड़ता है. So thank you so much. और हम ऐसे ही एसोसिएटेड रहे, इस बात की कामना करते हुए इजाजत लूंगी कि मैं आपका सेमिनार और कॉन्फ्रेंस को छोड़ सकूं. और सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने मुझे सुना. और कभी ऐसा मौका मिलेगा जब थोड़ा ज्यादा समय हो तो बैठ के हम ऐसी कुछ एकेडमिक इंटरेक्शंस और डिस्कशंस में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे और चाहेंगे कि हम कुछ अच्छी चीजों पर फोकस करें और टीचर एजुकेशन को आगे ले जाने के लिए हम प्रतिज्ञ हैं, वो हम करते रहें.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I hope everyone leaves today with a greater understanding and new perspective on our focus topic. Now I request all the participants to fill the feedback form so that you can get the certificate. I again request all the participants to fill the feedback form. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
And thank you so much,
Sanjay
ma'am.
sir.
आपने बहुत अच्छे से सेशन को किया. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So everyone can leave, but you must fill the feedback form.
सुनीता मैम कुछ पूछना है आपको?
हाँ, फीडबैक लिंक कहाँ पे है सर?
अभी मैंने इसमें शेयर किया चैट बॉक्स में, आपने देखा नहीं?
नहीं सर, मेरे
1 मिनट में फिर से शेयर करता हूँ, 1 मिनट दीजिए मुझे। नजर आया?
हाँ, थैंक यू सर।
चलिए ठीक है, थैंक यू।